What's up, everyone? Welcome to TEE TV. My name is Charles, and with me today are my friends Damian and Stone. Say hello, guys.
Hello, mates.
Hello, Fuchs Stone here. Foxy Loxy.
Wow. Okay. Today we're going to be discussing season 1 of Grimm, Halloween 4, which I don't remember the subtitle of that movie. Not that it
The
The
really
Return of
Return.
matters.
Michael Myers.
Return of Michael Myers, okay, and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, along with assortment of other topics if we choose.
Oh,
Uh,
behave.
How
Some
dare you?
Mike Myers reference. Halloween for
oh God,
Michael.
not the same Michael Myers, dude.
It's okay. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, behave.
Someone
Wow.
should. Someone should have told. Somebody should have told this Mike Myers that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, oh my God, it's just wow. But we'll get to that movie in a little bit. For now, we're going to be
Peace.
discussing another movie. We're going to be discussing space. I'm
Now,
sorry.
for
We do that in another show. But yeah.
we used to
Um.
do it. We used to do it when certain things were happening. Certain
Oh yeah.
things were
Yeah.
happening.
hmm
But
Things
now
that
we're
I don't currently have.
But
So
now we're
yeah.
free. Now we're free now, or sort of,
Yeah. Free
sort of.
falling into a. We can't stop here. This is backcountry.
3 miles out of Barstow. However many miles. Good morning, Mr. Kish.
Good morning, Kish.
Good morning, Gandalf the Weird.
Rude.
Gandalf the weird. Okay, all right. Yeah.
Thou shalt not pass unless they give me sexual favors. Wait a minute.
Okay, well, let's get into the meat and potatoes of our first topic, which shall be Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask Damian, what were your initial thoughts of the movie?
I loved it.
Really?
I've loved all the movies in the series.
So it's
The
safe to
Guardians
say
of
that
the
you're hooked on
Galaxy
a
movie.
feeling right now.
The Guardians of the Galaxy
Safe to say.
movies, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so because I mean, not all the Marvel movies have been great. I mean,
No,
yeah,
I've been pretty much completely checked out of most Marvel stuff. But
Mm.
something about the Guardians movie just keeps bringing me back. Just a
Mm.
perfect combination of things.
Oh yeah, I'm a fan. I like them, personally, I think Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was the best Guardians movie, and I think it was the best Marvel movie that they've done recently.
I could
So,
definitely agree to that.
Yeah,
so
it
I
was the
guess
best.
Charles. So Charles, I guess you're kind of high on believing in the greatness of this movie.
Yes.
Let me let me ask you guys. Now was the villain in this installment accurate? Did they make changes? Was that another one of those? You know what I'm saying? How can I put it? New adjustments. You know what I'm saying in the story.
What do you mean accurate?
Is
Like
that
comic accurate, or
does it look like that guy? Does it look like the villain that usually is? Is it a new villain? Is this villain?
Well, the villain of the movie was the High Evolutionary, and
I'm not familiar with, so I don't know if he's new or not.
uh, I do know he's a villain from the comics, and that he's connected to Rocket Raccoon. I know that. Um, but beyond that, I don't know much about him. I
Like, so
do
I've
know.
never really read many Guardians comics.
Neither did I.
Some, but not many, really.
Um, from what I gathered from him from the movie itself, he was a messed up villain. The shit that he did to Rocket and the other test subjects, um, it was tough to get through. It's just it really tugged at my heartstrings, and it was tough to watch.
He was
It,
like he was
it
like Sid from Toy Story, except instead of using toys, he used animals.
yeah, pretty much.
You got a friend, indeed.
Yeah. He was messed up. It's just like, I mean, the shit. I was surprised that Disney or Marvel Studios or whatever executive was in charge of the content in this movie, I was surprised that James Gunn got the approval to do what he did in this movie. I
To do
was
this fucking heart wrenching, ultimately brutal story with all
oh,
these adorable animals.
yeah, I was very shocked that he got approval to do it because this was a dark movie, a very dark movie,
It's like,
and
yeah, it was I would say a lot darker than the previous two, like pretty much purely for that storyline alone.
I would say this was probably the darkest thing that Marvel has done ever. Like,
It was kind of like that. The whole Rocket origin story was creepy. It was kind of disturbing. It
yeah, and
was
then yeah, it's just I what are you, kitty? Hey, stop. Um, sorry, my cat's doing something, but yeah, yes, we're talking about animals, and my cat is doing something at the moment. But no,
don't
it's just
experiment on me, bro. I hear what you're talking about.
yeah, oh,
Don't get any ideas.
kitty, come here. Hey, come here. I'm gonna hold you. Come here. But yeah, I'm holding my cat while we're talking about animals in a movie. Yeah, but no, it's just the movie itself was very very good. It was really tough to get through in a lot of parts. Oh, go on, cat, get down. But I don't know. I liked Rocket's friends. I liked the like Lila, Floor,
Teefs,
Teeps. That was the other
the
one's name.
walrus
The
with the
walrus.
like
Yeah.
the wheels instead of legs,
Yeah, Teeps. The rabbit, which her name
flippers.
was Floor. Her name was Floor, which I thought
What
was
was with,
I thought that
what
was
was with that scene where they're all like? It seemed like they're all stoned. They're just lying around, seeming like they're all just stoned. My name is Floor. It's like, your name is Floor because you're on the floor. They're all just laughing like idiots.
I couldn't help but grin at that part. I couldn't. It's just like I couldn't help but just like you know what, you take humor where you can get it. It's just like you just take your blessings when you can. It's just like, I mean, but when the reality caught up to them, and when Rocket lost his friends, when Lila got shot, and then Flora got shot, and then Teefs got shot, and he started screaming, and the High Evolutionary was just mockingly screaming at him. It's just like, I was like, okay, this guy is all kinds of fucked up.
And he was like, I don't know what kind of. Did they ever go into what kind of treatments he was getting?
I don't
Because he
think that
was
was.
like, he was in the middle of treatments or something and just busted out and was all manic and like he was off his meds or something.
What? Who was getting the treatments? Rocket or the High Evolutionary?
The High Evolutionary.
I don't think. I don't think he was the one getting treatments.
I could have sworn they said he was getting treatments. Because, yeah, he like busted into the room. He was all like, he was basically foaming at the mouth, just going nuts.
I don't think that was ever explored.
No, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, shoots Rocket's friends to death and gets his face torn up.
Well, Rocket is the one that tears up his face out of
Yeah,
revenge.
out of revenge.
Yeah. And then Rocket manages to escape, and we don't actually. They don't actually show like where Rocket goes after that. He just gets in the shuttle, and he
He just gets the fuck out of there. Yeah.
He gets the fuck out of there. Yeah. But no, it's just the one moment of the movie that I really really liked most of all was the part where Rocket goes back to the High Evolutionary, and the High Evolutionary uses his telekinetic abilities to try to beat up Rocket. Starts like pushing him up, pushing him down to the side, starts screaming at him, and then Rocket readjusts the gravity in his boots to put himself back on balance, and he just looks at him, cocks his gun, or pumps his gun, or whatever the expression is, and he says, My name's Rocket, Rocket Raccoon," and then just shoots him one time, and he just gets blown back and falls on the ground. And I thought that part was so freaking cool. It took them three goddamn movies, three
They
movies,
finally got there.
three movies for him to finally call himself Rocket Raccoon.
Okay, now here's the thing. What about this wild fight scene? You know what I'm saying? Where that was centered around Mantis. I heard. You know what I'm saying? That was pretty wild, huh?
I'm trying
Where
to
she's
remember
controlling,
what.
where she's controlling different people. She makes one of the guys he's around there just kind of dancing while you know what I'm saying. Then she's like she's
Oh
basically
yeah,
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about. That's at the corporation place with Nathan Fillion and that. Yeah.
yeah,
With
that
the
was great.
with the people in those like weird the weird space suits. They're
Yeah, they're like,
flying. Yeah.
what would you call them? Like some kind of insecty, fucking, I don't know what you'd call them.
they look like
It was.
crabs. Some couple of them look like crabs to me, but
Yeah, like insect crab people.
Well, they were aliens, but they looked human. But they were aliens, but they looked human. But I would say that it was like bioorganic. Oh, not biomechanical like suits or something. Yeah. And I don't know. My favorite part of that entire sequence was the part where Mantis was getting back at Drax and sort of got that security guard to get him to fall in love with Drax.
She's like, you are so in love with him. God, why do you do this every time?
Oh
now
my
hold up.
god.
Now explain now. Okay. Now there was a moment because I mean I'm still a little foggy. You know I'll admit I'm on details now. There was a moment where they seemed like they were in like on a regular you know what I'm saying Earth neighborhood and things like that. Am I
That was
bouncing
Yeah,
around too much?
that was
like
the
an
high
alternate Earth.
that was the high evolutionaries planet.
Yeah, it was where he sent all his experiments to try and create Earth without all the. I'm trying to think of without all the bigotry and something else. I can't remember what else he was. Yeah, just trying to make the perfect Earth society.
Mhm.
Love the idea of Earth, the presentation, but hated apparently what was being done with it. Though
Right.
Star-Lord was just like, "Hey, it's not that bad. Relax, dude. You don't have to go this far. Got problems, but you don't need to fucking engineer these animal people and create a new one."
Mhm. Yeah.
And it almost felt kind of almost like almost 50s ish or something.
I wasn't 50s ish. It was 80s.
80s, yeah, like definitely, yeah, not like a modern kind of Earth
Yeah,
by any means.
it was definitely the 1980s.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Everybody wants to act like that. Everybody wants to act like there was a simpler time for you know what I'm saying. It depends on who you talk to. People always want to believe that there was a
I mean,
simpler time.
people think that the 1980s were so great and everything. It's like, do people not remember the Cold War?
What was so okay? Well, hey, well, regale us. What was so bad about the Cold War?
Well, I mean, it's. I mean, I look. I was just a freaking baby at the time. I was born in '85, but I mean, look, I remember, like, look, my only memories here. Fennel, get down. What the hell are you doing? All right, my only memories of that time were like the whole of like what was going on in Germany. The whole. I only.
The
Why did I?
Bratwurst Revolution.
The Bratwurst Revolution. What the hell is that?
Who doesn't know about that? Stone? Obviously, you would know.
Of course, cause I'm a kraut. I'm a hardcore kraut. You know what you talking
See?
about? That's right.
Read a book, Charles. Goddamn.
Oh my god. Oh.
Rammstein. I love Rammstein.
Well, who
Du
doesn't?
hast. Du
Yeah.
hast mich.
You
But
have
it was
me.
base. But it basically. Let me see. It was, of course, the Soviet Union at that time and their
Yeah.
respective allies, the Western and the Eastern Bloc.
Yeah.
There was no
Fennel.
large scale fighting between the superpowers, but they each supported
Oh.
opposing sides in major regional conflicts known as proxy wars.
Yeah.
Conflict was based on the ideological and geopolitical struggle for global influence by these two superpowers, or powers, excuse me, following their temporary alliance and victory against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan in 1945. Aside from the nuclear arsenal development and conventional military deployment, the struggle for dominance was expressed via indirect means such as psychological warfare, propaganda campaigns, espionage, far reaching embargoes, rivalry at sports events, and oh yeah, okay, so that's what so again, that's where Rocky 4 comes into play because it was supposed to help with that. If I can change, and you can change, we are in change.
Speaking of Rocky, he was in this movie.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Sylvester Stallone was in the movie.
The head of the Ravagers.
Yes. Well, is he the head?
Or is he the dick?
He's at least seems like it.
Well, it's just. Well, I mean, I don't even think Yondu was the leader of the Ravagers because I think, from what I got from the second Guardians of the Galaxy movie, Yondu even answered to Stakar.
Yeah, I mean, something like that. It's hard to say if there is one particular leader. Could be just a series of them, like factions or something, you know?
And Star Lord's father totally gone, right? Definitely doesn't make a last appearance. This is like the last installment. No crazy things like that, huh?
No, he's gone. He's dead.
Do see his grandfather at the very end of the movie.
Yes, you do.
Played by who?
I don't know his name, but
He was definitely,
but it's the,
he
but
was
it's
familiar.
the same,
But
but he's the same actor that played him in the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie.
So you guys got to do better. You guys have got to do better. Okay?
Do better with what?
With name drops.
Name drops. Okay. Let's see. I will look it up.
You bring up the grandfather. We would like to know. We would like to know if you know them.
All right. Yeah, let's see. Guardians of Galaxy. Let's see. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and let's see.
So what's the grandfather's name? It's not okay. It's not Beetle Snort, is it? Okay, no, it's not.
No.
Granddaddy Star Lord. I think that's his actual name.
Granddaddy Star Lord. Wow.
I'm just guessing. I don't know. something Quill.
Really? I'm trying to find him. Trying to find this guy.
I'm looking them up too. We apologize, folks. This is just something.
This is the research portion of the show.
Yes, this is the research portion of the show.
Look, man. You know what's killing me right now?
What's killing you?
Fucking Will Poulter. I did not fucking realize that he had a fucking accent. That shit is killing me now.
Oh, okay.
That shit is
Wait,
killing
who?
me now. fucking Will Poulter, man. You know what I'm saying? Adam Warlock.
Oh, yeah.
I could not believe this motherfucker has fucking a fucking accent. I'm like, I saw. Look, I've been watching this guy since fucking. Like, I'm talking about the. You know what I'm saying? The. Oh my god. Why am I forgetting the goddamn name? The fucking. I've been watching him since, you know what I'm saying, the fucking Maze. Oh my god, why am I forgetting the fucking movie? What's wrong with my head this morning?
Okay,
The,
I found him. It is the actor Greg Henry.
they're not showing him, at least on this one. Let me.
Like, he was definitely familiar. I just couldn't place where from.
Greg Henry. You guys are killing me here.
I need to start looking up things more before the show, because I try to rely on my memory, and it never works. It never works. Well, maybe like 1 in 25 times.
Oh man, what the fuck? Are you serious? That's the guy to play Greg Henry.
Yes.
Holy shit!
Like, he's a guy you've seen him probably a bunch of things, really.
God, are you serious? He was in Payback. He was in Payback.
Payback. Okay, there's one.
You know, fucking Mel Gibson and shit like
Yeah.
that. He was trying to be part of the outfit, but he's always playing that guy. He was also now one movie that I seen as a kid that I really fucking liked. Fucking it's called Body Double. I think he was in this movie Body Double. So really
Was
weird.
that-
It was a really
Was that the
weird.
one with the guys, like, going around killing people with, like, a drill or something? No. It was like,
Well, not people, but it's this whole weird situation that this actor got pulled into. This actor who has claustrophobia. You know what I'm saying? He gets pulled into this whole situation, man. It was fucking crazy. It was a whole murder plot. It wasn't like he was a serial killer, but it was a murder plot that was, you know what I'm saying, he got wrapped up into that was designed to like fucking frame him or some shit like that. It was fucking crazy.
what was it? I swear there was, like, at least one, like, real just nuts murder scene with, like,
Yeah,
maybe it wasn't a drill. Was it like a jackhammer or something? It was.
No, it was a drill, but it was a
It
situation.
was a drill.
But like it wasn't like he was a serial killer killing people. Like, this is my mode of killing people. He was. I want to ruin the movie in case you do see it, but I mean,
I'm fairly sure I own it somewhere on DVD.
But he was basically doing a specific murder and whatnot, but it was made to look very over the top and shit like that. And it's like, you know, it was basically made to kind of confuse the whole situation, but it was really just coming down to, you know what I'm saying, just old plotting and scheming and things like that. And he was in the middle of this, wow, that's funny. So he didn't.
I think I watched that because it was mentioned in the book American Psycho. Because I think Patrick Bateman kept renting it. The person at the store, he thought they were looking at him funny because he'd rented it like, 10 times in a row or something like that.
But yeah, but he's been in tons of shit. Let's see. Like I said, of course, with the Payback movie, it's Fair and Balanced. It was Super. He was in the movie Super.
Is that the one with Rainn Wilson?
I think so.
Yeah, I never saw that one. Always wanted to.
Bacon, yeah, Kevin Bacon's in it too. Slither. It's Slither. You know, then of course there's the Body Double that I was talking about. Now, Ballistic, X and Sever. He was in that movie.
Kind of rings a bell. I don't think I've seen it though.
The action, sort of like the action robbery. You know what I'm saying? Hitman robbery. That was Antonio Banderas and fucking and oh my god, I'm an asshole right now because I fucking love her, Lucy Liu.
Yeah. What is it? You said it was called Ballistic X versus Sever?
Yes.
Yeah. Never.
That was like a early 2000s movie, I think.
Yeah, never saw it, but I wanted to see it.
Yeah, 2002.
I heard it bombed at the box office.
Well, yeah, well, you know.
A lot of great action movies do, though.
You think so?
It happens more often than not, it seems like. Some of my favorite movies are just Yeah, you look at it like the reception, it's like, ooh, this did not do well financially, even if people liked it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but from what
because
they say,
critics don't know what they're talking about.
Nope. And if it does poorly, like really poorly in the box office, you can usually blame marketing on that.
Mm.
I mean, I
Some
don't know.
movie I've
See,
seen the trailer for, and I'm like, really? That's how you advertise that?
but see, the thing is, it becomes. I think it kind of comes across to certain fans as a as almost like almost like a competition type thing, because you just look at the difference. Like people feel like, okay, once once the Matrix happened, like people just really started to feel like anything that's sort of that they felt like sort of played into that, they would just what I'm saying, they would just kill it, because honestly, I don't. I know I was still coming up, and I know I felt like I wasn't. I'm not gonna act like I was the best at what I'm saying, at detecting what I'm saying, pretty decent movies and whatnot. But I like what I like. But I know it's not all idiot shit that I what I'm saying, that I seem to like. But so I just felt like that had potential, or maybe I just had what I'm saying. Maybe I just had a crush even way back then on Lucy Liu. Just didn't realize it, and I was just willing to give that a shot because hey, it was fucking Lucy Liu in it. But see, the thing about it is Antonio Banderas. Antonio Banderas, uh, look, he played young, early in his career, played an assassin, versus Sylvester Stallone in a movie called Assassins, and he was great in that. It just felt like,
I don't think I've ever heard of it.
no way, are you serious?
Not that I can recall, anyway.
Early
I
on when
feel
he
like I
was
feel like that's something I would remember.
early on when he was young, on fire, and he was playing. I mean, he played an assassin, but he, I mean, you would almost think like he was just completely on the edge all the time. He was just like insane. Like it just seemed like sort of a weird combination. Like you're dealing with a guy who kills people for a living, but he seems still very unhinged. You know what I'm saying? Very very unhinged. And just like just had this whole obsession with taking on Sylvester Stallone, who was the legendary assassin and things like that, taking him on, taking him out, scooping him on a scooping him on a contract, and then eventually killing him and shit like that. It just he just that was his goals. That's his whole thing.
Is Antonio Banderas bad in anything? If he is, I'm yet to see it.
Let me see.
I was actually just thinking the other day, I wouldn't mind him rewatching Desperado. I haven't seen that in years.
Well, then have you seen El Mariachi?
Yes,
You,
I
Charles?
got the trilogy on DVD.
No, I've never seen it.
Well, that was the original. I mean, and very innovative movie. I mean, completely like I want to make sure I'm getting the reference right, but they really, I mean, everything was kind of was kind of basically done very much with like one, what I'm saying, one or maybe two cameras at best. Not a
Yes,
lot of
what does Robert Rodriguez call it? The one man film crew.
wasn't like I said, wasn't a whole lot that needed to be done with that. And I mean, just great movie. Mistaken
Made
Identity.
made for like 7 grand, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I used to have those numbers because I
It
fucking
was a tiny amount of money for what he achieved with it.
yep, just like I said, a mistaken identity situation on that one. Two guys coming into town carrying guitar cases. You know what I'm saying? One's there, one's there to kill, one's there to actually play a guitar. And that's how this whole thing starts.
Wait a minute. You're saying that I know I haven't seen this movie, but that actually sounds familiar. That it sounds like something about they come into a bar, they're carrying a guitar case, and in the guitar case is not a guitar but a weapon,
Well, it's
like a
you
gun.
see it again in Desperado and also in Once Upon a Time in Mexico. Those are the
Okay,
two sequels to it.
that might be where I may have heard it from. Heard about it. Is from Desperado or Once Upon a Time in Mexico, because I think with those movies I've seen parts of those movies. I haven't seen either of those movies all the way through, but I have seen parts of them.
Why?
I
Just
can't
not.
recommend all three enough. They're all so good.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we went from discussing Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 to talking about.
It was initially centered around Greg Henry, and then we just kind of, spread out on us. So we can go back because I
Well, I
mean,
guess we can kind of tie it in because Antonio Banderas played a cute CG animal in a different movie, so it all kind of ties in.
Puss in Boots.
Yeah, there's a vague thread there.
Yeah, I
and we can
suppose.
and we can swing right back in there. But I mean, like I said, look, Guardians of the Galaxy did seem to promise a very, very spectacular, colorful, very, very. I mean, okay, now here's the thing because the big running theme with Guardians of the Galaxy and Star Lord is his, what I'm saying, is his playlist and everything like that. Did this movie end on a perfect song?
I can't actually remember what song it ended on because
Yeah, I
I
can't
have a habit of
remember.
these days when I get to credits,
So he
I
didn't.
didn't stop when I got to the credits, but I started skipping through looking for post-credit stuff.
So he didn't play anything. So he didn't play anything on his Walkman.
No, no, he played something. I just don't remember what. And he
Yeah,
didn't have
no.
he didn't have a Walkman anymore.
Oh,
The Walkman got destroyed in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
It was replaced with like an iPod kind of thing.
Nope, it got replaced by guess
A Zune?
a Zune.
It was a Zune?
Yep.
Fuck me.
Yeah. Because at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, when Peter was like moping about losing his Walkman, Kraglin walked up and said like, "Hey, this is like all the rage about people listening to music on Earth. It's called a Zune." And Peter's like, "Oh shit, this is actually kind of cool." And I'm just looking at him go like, "What?"
That's
Nobody,
basically a tape player.
it's like nobody fucking uses this anymore. It's all about iPods now.
I'm definitely gonna have to rewatch the first two.
I was laughing about that for a good 5 minutes. I was like, "Are you serious? Zunes are not a
Surely,
thing
surely,
anymore."
surely these sold billions of units, and everybody still uses them to this day.
Yeah.
so
Not
let's
something
see.
that most people probably don't even remember.
Zune is a discontinued line of digital media products and services marketed by Microsoft from November 2006 until its discontinuation in June 2012. Zune consisted of a line of portable media players, digital media player software for Windows PCs, a music subscription service known as a Zune Music Pass, music and video streaming services for the Xbox 360 game console via Zune software, music, TV, and movie sales, and desktop sync software for Windows Phone. Zune, Windows Phone. Weird, okay?
Okay, well,
Yep.
in layman's terms, Zune was basically Microsoft's piss poor attempt to compete with Apple with the iPod.
And I'm actually amazed it lasted till 2012. I don't know anyone who ever had one.
I sure as hell didn't. I was smart. I had an iPod.
Yeah, same. But pretty much the only reason I even really know Zune exists is because Tell 'em Steve Dave got paid to do like a 12 or 13 episode series by Microsoft.
They did a sponsorship.
Yeah, like it was like a Zune exclusive fucking thing.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, I'm not. I would call them a sellout, but I mean, I
Hey,
understand they got to get paid. I got it,
like that
but
song.
It was probably good money though, trying to save
it
their
it
shitty
probably
device.
it probably was good money, but still.
Like that last. Hey, it's like the last song in the on Money Train. The train is coming, baby. Everybody got to
I
get on the
sup-
money train. The train
I
is
suppose.
coming now.
I suppose. But still, it's just, I mean, come on. They could have accepted a sponsorship from, I don't know, somebody with a bigger.
How big is
Eh,
big?
worked out well for the show. They well, initially made it like a just completely like paranormal podcast, which was awesome, and then it was called Tell 'em Steve Dave Overkill, and they've continued that just sort of every now and then to this day. So it birthed something good for the podcast.
Okay.
Zune's long dead, but they're still going strong.
Well,
Tell
then
them
maybe they
Steve.
can enact a seance and start talking to Zune from the grave. Because,
Tell them Steve
you
Dave
did say it
zombie
was
talk.
paranormal.
Tell them Steve Dave zombie talk. Zombie talk.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know, they can talk to Zune until, and Zune's like, going like, oh, why won't nobody play me anymore?
I remember there was another competitor. I remember a friend of mine had one. It was called an iRiver, I think it was called. I
Never
don't know
heard of
who
that
made
one.
that, but had a lot of storage. You could record stuff on it. Like it was actually a pretty cool thing. But it was
I would not.
basically like where the iPod was kind of fairly slim. This thing was like a brick.
I would not be surprised if it was BlackBerry.
Could be.
Yeah.
Well, let's
All
see.
right.
Look.
So you
So
guys
you know
want
what?
to?
If you're gonna make me do it, if you're gonna make me do it, I'll do it here. Let's see. Let's see. Can I? Will they show me here?
Hey, Charles, I was going to say before, one of my favorite jokes in Guardians was when they're on alternate Earth, when they first landed and they're just trying to be like, hey, we're not here to hurt you or anything. Little girl rolls the ball to Drax, and he tries to throw it back playfully and just fucking nails her in the head. It was so funny.
So you're saying that your favorite joke is not the one with the car door?
No, that one of my favorite jokes. That was the car door was probably my second favorite joke.
1 second.
Hmm.
God. Okay, I'm not getting the music here.
What are you looking up?
I was trying to see if I could catch the last song that was played before, saying around the end of the movie time. Just trying to see if I
Yeah,
could
I
catch it.
really can't remember because I got to the credits. I was like, I'll just start skipping through looking for post-credit sequences.
Because that was big. Because I mean, music was definitely a big part of this franchise, and definitely. I guess I gotta refresh myself and see what was the last song though. Okay, you know what? Maybe we'll just do that.
Because they definitely maintained that theme with the newest one. A sort of musical trip down memory lane with some kind of cool action sequence or whatever playing underneath, or playing with the music
Oh,
underneath.
oh, okay.
What
I
was it?
kind of okay. Dog days are over. Florence and the Machine.
Okay.
What you think about that?
I don't know what to think because I haven't heard that song in a long time.
No thoughts on that. I think the energy of it. You know what I'm saying? The energy of it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just gonna say this though. I like the energy. I like the idea of it. I like the spirit and the you know what I'm saying. I kind of like the warmth of it, but I don't know. I might have went with Disturbed. Hold on to memories.
Yeah, that could have worked well. That could definitely have worked well.
Yeah, I probably would have went with that. But Dog Days Are Over, I definitely that's definitely one of my favorite, one of my favorite Florence and the Machine songs. But yes, I could definitely see why they would do that. And just thinking about, you know, how things, so how things might have ended, they might have went on with their own lives and everything like that. I could see that, but I still feel like just kind of, especially if they're going in separate ways. I still feel like Hold On to Memories would that was still working its way too. But
Yeah, it definitely would have worked.
is there a closing song that you guys would have picked different from Dog Days Are Over, or even Hold On to the Memories?
Hmm.
Is that what the song was at the end of Guardians of the
Yeah.
Galaxy?
Yeah, Dog Days Are Over. That was the ending song.
Hold on. I don't remember
I
what that
mean,
song sound like.
Say again.
I don't remember what that song sounds like.
From Florence and the Machine. Seriously?
Dog
like
days.
Carry On My Wayward Son could have been pretty great. But I might be just thinking just how well it works in Supernatural. But that is a great fucking song.
Have you beat me already?
Nope.
Um, I'm just being reminded of the song right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, it sounds familiar. Really? This is the song they went with?
You don't see that, so that didn't work for you. That doesn't work. That's not working for you right now.
Okay, that I get it. Peter doesn't have the Walkman anymore, so it's not going to be 1980s music anymore. It's going to be
Okay.
more recent, as in like the 2000s, the 2010s, sometimes even maybe not the 2020s, because who are we kidding? No one in the 2020s is going to have a Zune. But
Well, and based on my information, you're quite correct, sir.
yeah, but I mean, the 2000s and the 2010s, maybe the 2010s. Like we might have somebody who's like, oh yeah, the Zune's still relevant in the 2010s.
I'm sure
But
there's got to be at least one guy still now who's just like, motherfuck Apple, I'm using my Zune.
yeah. Well, we know somebody's still using the Zune out there in the universe. It's Peter Quill.
Now,
But
okay. Now what? Oh, no, no. Let me ask you real quick. Real quick. Would have been two on the nose. Would have been too worn out to basically do. What I'm saying, to kind of give into to what Charles was just saying. Would have been too on the nose. Don't you forget about me.
don't you forget about.
Yes and no. Like I think that would have worked.
Yeah,
Like
but
I probably would have had the thought. Maybe it's a little too on the nose, but
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't have complained about it.
Okay. How about I'll remember you? Am I getting this? Is it I remember you or
Okay,
I'll remember you?
that's too much.
Too much. Okay. Okay. Okay.
If they played that, I would be like, oh, come on, come on.
I mean, two eighties, two. You know what I'm saying? What two? Just two.
It feels almost like it's too much. Like they're trying to make people cry because you think of those commercials
Oh,
with the fucking with the like those just sad commercials that use that song. It's always some kind of really sad thing. It's like, yeah, it's a little too much of a downer.
oh yeah. So I mean, and you're talking, and that makes you, and the Skid Row one makes you feel that way, huh? Are we
Ah,
talking
you're
about the
talking
Skid
about
Row?
You talking about Skid Row? Okay, I thought
Yeah.
you were talking about that other really sad song with like it's like just keys. I will remember you. You know that fucking song? Will
Okay, I think
you
no, no, I wasn't.
remember me?
No, no, I was not. No, 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 no. I was talking about the skit. Oh, I'm so,
I
wow,
think it's
bro.
just, I
Come
think
on.
Skid Row is just, I think that's just I remember.
Oh my God, yeah, you and Sarah McLaughlin. Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
bro.
that's what I was thinking. I was
No,
like,
what
dude,
the
that's
hell?
that's such a downer ending.
What the hell, man?
Look at you all emoting.
Seriously, I'm talking about Skid Row. Do you remember the Skid Row song?
Yeah, of course I do.
Oh, okay, yeah. So does that work? Am I
Yeah,
getting that
that that
wrong?
that I would have been fine with that.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Now, if you really want to make, you know, what I'm saying, '80s rock crowd cry, you probably might end it with "Every Rose Has its Thorn." You know what I'm saying? Maybe.
Holy shit! I was going to say that earlier. Actually, I was like, I don't know if it fits to the theme of the story so much, but kind of. It would work.
So what do you think, Charles? Do you have an ending song?
Something that would not fit the theme of the movie, of the story being told. But
Okay.
I think it would fit James Gunn's sense of humor.
Okay.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
And the movie with an absolute banger.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's ending anyway, I guess you want to end it with some sort of sense of humor. I guess.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I think
Well,
my
it's certainly.
favorite. Sorry, you go.
I'm just saying it's certainly up to you guys if you want to keep going. Like I said, how much time you want to dedicate to, Guardians of the Galaxy. But like I said, I'm still here. So go ahead. That's
I
all I
think
want
we're
to
pretty
say.
much done. We've given it a lot of time, really. But I was going to say, I think my favorite joke in the movie, and I posted this in the Telegram, was when they were going to save Rocket, and Drax is like, "We're going to bust in there and kill everybody that gets in our way." And Peter's like, "No, we're not killing anyone." He's like, "All right, just a few people." Like, no, no people. All right, just one really stupid guy who no one loves. And he's just making it sad. Just a great little exchange.
Always, but you know what? That's saying with the simplified, saying script on Drax is always going to be a fun, saying a fun exchange, a fun interaction, fun dynamic. But
Yeah.
whoops, I guess it's going to be bittersweet for some people that it has to end. I mean, but how much further could that have gone conceivably in your mind? How many movies, if they just would have let it go until it ran its cycle, could there have been? Honestly,
Oh, I don't think that they're done with Guardians of the Galaxy. I know that James Gunn is done. He's not going to be coming back to direct another movie. And I know that but Dave Bautista is done with Drax the Destroyer.
Yeah,
He's not coming back to play that character. But Marvel Studios is not done with Guardians of the Galaxy as a team. They're not done.
I
They are
I did
going
see
they are going to do another movie just with a different team lineup. I'm certain of it. It's going to happen.
I did
It's
see
not.
earlier something from James Gunn about wanting to do like a Star Lord movie, which they kind of teased at the end. The Star Lord will return. I think James Gunn's idea was having Star Lord adapt to being on Earth, sort of like an alien on an alien on Earth, I guess.
Well, technically, Star Lord isn't an alien. He's from Earth.
No, but he's so far detached from Earth in so many ways. I guess was kind of the
it's like,
point.
well, just kind of look at it like Johnny Depp and Madonna, you know, like they're not really British, but they spend so much time and shit like that. That they start to take on these accents like they, you know, what I'm saying, like they never really been from here, and shit
And
like that.
Madonna
So
does look like an alien. I seen it.
Yep. Madonna has definitely a like. She may have been attractive like years and years ago, but she has not aged well.
I mean, it's not. She might have aged fine, but it's just all the fucking surgeries. She just looks like, whoa, oof, oof,
well,
scary.
you guys don't know. You guys don't understand. She may just be evolving to her true self. You know, I want to play a game.
I mean, like, so what you're saying is that this isn't even her final form.
Until she traps someone and gets them to fight for their life, to value their life after they've been tested. You know, that's where she'll get to her final form.
So she's gonna want somebody to like dig open somebody's abdomen and pull a key out of their intestinal tract.
Or, you know what I'm saying? Or because it's Madonna, you know what I'm saying? Someone's going to have to do a sexual act, you know what I'm saying, on the grossest of persons, you know what I'm saying, in order to gain their freedom.
Is this gonna be a Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera situation where she ends up doing a kiss on some award show?
Well, I
Hasn't
don't.
she? She's done that a few times in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I've seen that where she's like, oh, look, Madonna's kissing someone. Like, that might have been hot 15 years ago or something, but now it's just like, oh, that poor other person.
These these rap guys or whatever don't seem to feel bad about it. They're dating these old ladies because you know it's time to get to that possible will money. You
I
know.
swear, I swear, it's like a guy who starts dating Madonna. Is like, yeah, I'm dating Madonna. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry.
It's like that.
Look,
It's like, there's
I'm
help
sorry.
out there, you know.
I'll only be sorry if you didn't get on the will. You know, I would only be sorry for the guy if he didn't get on the will. Got to do that. Got to get your ass on the will. If you're gonna do, if you don't do anything else, man, make sure you're getting the cut of that. Make sure you're getting the cut of that death money.
If I saw that Madonna's boyfriends or boy toys or whatever are dying in mysterious circumstances, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
No.
and
I'm
then
sure
they,
any day now, I'm sure the stories will be coming out.
yeah, and then they disappear, and I'm like, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, it seems about right.
And
Yeah.
then Madonna's face is much better than when
Yeah, it's like
Wilson's going on.
it's an Elizabeth Bathory situation.
Yeah, exactly.
She's
Yeah.
stealing youth. She's stealing
Just-
Yeah,
youth.
yeah, yeah. She bathes in the blood
In
of
the
her
blood.
lovers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Poor fucks.
Yep.
Well, it will seem like we're starting to get dark here. So either that means we're going towards Halloween 4 or we're going towards Grimm. But I guess
I think we should go. I think we should go to Halloween 4
Yeah.
all
because
righty then.
Grimm is going to take us a while to get through. So we should go to Halloween.
Yikes! Let's get into it.
Okay. So I'm just going to give my initial thoughts for Halloween, and then we can go into and then you can guys give your initial thoughts, and then we can go into further detail. Halloween 4 was okay. It was better than 3, not as good as 1 and 2. But that's not saying much.
Yeah, like I don't know if there's any that are better than 1 and 2, really. Two is probably my favorite out of all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said,
I mean,
One.
the only thing that I kind of liked about 3 was the Silver Shamrock theme song.
8 days till Halloween, Halloween, Halloween.
It gets a little catchy after a while, okay? Yeah.
It buries itself into your brain, sure,
Yeah.
but so do many terrible, terrible pop songs.
Yeah.
but see,
You find
that's-
yourself singing it days later, and you're just like, "Get the fuck out of my head!"
But those,
Yeah.
see, that's for weirdos like you, who don't think that that type of shit can happen to them. But for kids like me, You know what I'm saying? Who was very weirded out by that shit. You know what I'm saying? I never let the Silver Shamrock song get stuck in my head. You know what I'm saying?
Bullshit.
I was
Is that
like,
even
shit.
possible?
I call bullshit on that.
Hey, and I will allow you to do that. That's fine. I will not fight you on that, but I'm going to tell you that's when you realize, okay, yeah, this mask and this whole song, and they just, yeah, I'm just like, no, thank you.
You're telling me that you have the willpower to be able to prevent the Silver Shamrock song from getting stuck in your head for an extended period of time.
I have a very strong sense of self-preservation. I've had it ever since I was a child.
Uh,
I had a very strong sense of self-preservation. Like I said, I see it. I use movies. I've always used movies as references. Like I told you, I saw this. I saw the stuff, and I was sworn off anything white and creamy. You know what I'm saying? Snow cream, cream of wheat. You know, I mean, just I mean, it's snow cream. Like I said, I mean, it's just anything, vanilla ice cream, anything that resembled that damn stuff. I was just like, screw that. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I was sworn off sausages, breakfast sausages of any kind.
I throw all my skin musks away.
No,
Sworn off sausages because of
that's right.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
That's right. And then and don't let me and mom and my mom made groceries and I would look and I would check the box and oh my god, it was like I was always looking and watching out for boxes of sausages, and then when I saw one that was from Texas, I was like, holy shit, double scare. You know what I'm saying?
Were you
Fuck
worried
this,
that
whatever this is.
Were you worried that it was Long Pig?
I was worried that it was people. Wasn't quite on the long big yet. I was worried it was people.
So we've gone to Soylent Green. All right.
That's look that was the prevailing thought process of the day. That was that was the iconic thing at that point. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was thinking in my mind. It's people. That's that's all I was thinking about. So sausages, nope. I'm like, nope, I'll just have pancakes and eggs, thank you. Pancakes and eggs. You know, thank you very much. You know, maybe see I even had to see the one guilty pleasure that I could not completely abandon was bacon. I still had to have bacon.
I never understood the fascination with bacon because I don't like bacon.
You're an insane person.
No one's cooked bacon for you the right way, that's all.
I mean, I thought we established this. I am insane.
Well, yeah, but bacon, that's where I draw the line, so.
But trust me, look, a couple pieces of hickory smoked, you know what I'm saying, sugar cured brown sugar bacon, you know what I'm saying, that will definitely bring you back to lucidity, in my opinion. I can predict that.
I am lucid right now.
So okay, well,
Are you sure? Have you heard what you've been saying about bacon?
Yes, I don't like bacon.
but like I said, a couple of strips of hickory smoked brown sugar cured bacon would definitely bring you off of that. I swear, man.
So
Lord.
good.
Oh Lord. Look, let me say this about Halloween 4. Okay, I mean, come on, man. I mean, you have to understand again. Outside of number 3 being debatable, but the rest of these movies are necessary because like them or not. I mean, compare, you know what I'm saying? I guess comparable levels or not, these movies are still necessary because it's like Back to the Future. If we don't move forward with the movies, then there is no need for Danny McBride's Halloween entries. There's no need for them.
I thought you were about to tell me about Danny McBride's Back to the Future. I'm like, really?
No, I'm just saying, like, Back to the Future.
I would watch that.
Like, if we were to go back and say, okay, that should have ended at 2. If that were to be the case, there would be no reason. See now, and why Rob Zombie still remains, because his were more of a remake and it kind of reimagined it kind of reimagined the story arc a little bit. Warped parents and trauma. What I'm saying, traumatized youth is what he feels like created Rob Zombie. But then Rob Zombie always feels like warped. What I'm saying, warped parents. What I'm saying, warped, awkward parents and traumatizing youth. What I'm saying, creates monsters and creates a torn society. So that is overall Rob Zombie's theory. That's his theory about life, I think. And I think he just kind of threw that into the Halloween movie because it kind of works. But I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. But it's still there. It still holds a debate in the situation, unlike Halloween, and then kills and ends and all of that shit. It kind of takes another viewpoint of it's just Michael versus Laurie, and that's what this is. That's what this whole thing was about. Michael versus Laurie, and I just don't agree. That doesn't work. That is just all of this is way too extreme because he's just that obsessed with Laurie. It just doesn't work. By the
It's
way,
just it's just too much. It's just like it can't be just this one thing.
for me, it just a total obsession with what I'm saying, with his sister, and that's what this whole thing is. Nah, it just doesn't work. Just doesn't work.
Especially like in this one, it seemed like they killed her off.
I mean, because if it's stopping there, then I guess so. But I
Because
mean, but if
was
they're
it her
gonna
daughter
continue, it's wrong.
Jamie was doing like a little prayer where she's like, "God bless," you know, her adoptive parents, her foster sister, and she said, "God bless mommy and daddy in heaven." I was like, okay, so they killed her off. I don't remember that being a thing. I couldn't remember exactly why she was like, or how they wrote her out of the series, but I don't remember her being dead. But it's been a long time since I've seen these like older Halloweens.
Well,
Long time.
what you were saying about these movies being important, being relevant, just being important. I looked into the future Halloween movies, specifically 4, 5, 6, leading into Halloween H2O 20 years later. It looks like H2O retcons 4, 5, and 6 as if they didn't even
Yeah,
happen.
I do remember that being a thing.
Yeah. So Jamie Lloyd doesn't even exist anymore.
So basically, 1 to -3, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 are part of the original story, and then just kind of becomes something else until they get back to the new movies.
Yeah.
Well, aside from Rob Zombie, which was a reboot, but apparently the little girl who played Jamie was in those movies as well as a different character.
She was?
Yeah, oh, fuck, I can't remember who she played. Annie something, but she was in. I think it was both the Rob Zombie movies. I don't know. I just had a quick look before the show. Yeah, she's been in other stuff. Like, God damn it, I need to stop writing things down. I really do.
Yeah. All
But I
right.
would say my biggest gripe with this movie is the blonde with the big tits starts to get those big tits out, and they
I
they
always come at
don't
the
let
right
us see
time.
them.
I always come
They
back at the right time.
they didn't let us see them, Stone. I was like, she's taking that bra off way too slow. Like she's either gonna get killed or we're not gonna see him.
Yeah,
And she didn't get killed till later, but we didn't see him.
and also her death scene was really I'm not sure how I feel about her death scene because she gets impaled by a shotgun.
And at first, I was like, where did he shove that shotgun? It was from like a very sort of low angle. I was like, wait a minute, what did he just do?
Okay, so Michael Myers does not shoot people. That's fine. Well, then,
Apparently, he can drive though somehow.
well, I mean, I never said he couldn't drive, but
Well, he shouldn't be able to drive. He went away as a kid, and where did he learn to drive?
that is also true because in the first movie, he also took that car from the nurse and he
Yeah,
drove
it's like
away.
But it goes back
had,
to my
had
theory. It
just
goes back to my
instinct.
theory of the cult of Thorn and the treatments that I felt like that I theorized he was getting while he was in that facility, being that he was able to get access to Michael the way Loomis was. So I think that he was getting treatment, almost training. You know what I'm saying, to be able, to be able to do those things. You know what I'm saying, should the opportunity arise.
So like
Also,
he was having many I know how to
when
do kung fu moments.
when are we gonna meet the Cult of Thorn?
About six.
It was I think it was six.
It
Yeah,
was
we'll get there
six.
about six.
All
And
right.
then they go through the process. They set about, and it's around that time that they, once it's revealed, they set about destroying the, the whole credibility of the story arc, which I think was a shitty move, a shitty fucking move. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that
Because
right out. You guys can tell me
I
what you
think
think.
five was pretty much just a direct continuation of this, more or less, wasn't it? The
Yes,
four,
but
like
except
pretty like close in time and
ex,
everything.
except psychic bond. Except now in that movie they introduced a psychic bond between Michael Myers and his niece Jamie, sort of. You
So
know,
that's why she did what she did at the end of the fourth movie, where she killed her adoptive mother.
that happens. No, no, that doesn't happen. That just happened as a result of traumatization. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and maybe because he did, yeah, he did touch her. He did touch her at the end of that
Yeah, I
before.
took that as like a some kind of
Okay,
transference kind. Well, not transfer. Like it's not like it's gone from him, but an infection or something. I guess you'd call it
okay, yeah, you're
like a
right,
mental
Charles. My
infection.
apologies, Charles. You're right because he did touch her. He did touch her before that point, and everybody thought she was cool. And then that happens, and that's when she gets fucking locked up in the, you know what I'm saying, in the, I guess the kitty asylum. You know what I'm saying? I guess
Yeah,
we can say.
but she was like she sort of gravitated towards him throughout the whole movie because she had these sort of like when she saw the costume, like she immediately picked out that costume. Sort of had the vision.
Now
It was
is
like
that
obviously she didn't know it was him in that costume in her vision, but she still like there was some kind of that connection was somehow still just kind of there.
but no, okay, and damn, so that really, and nobody seemed to know, and nobody seemed to remember that that was the outfit that he was in. You know what I'm saying, when he first, you know what I'm saying, when he did his first murder. No
No,
one
no
seemed to
one took
remember
any
that.
notice of it.
That's I always found that was weird. I guess that no one seemed to remember that point because I mean it's weird. See, and that's the thing. That's the thing that I found very. I don't know how to put it. I wouldn't say fucked up, but it's just like we gotta remember and nobody else remembers. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta remember that this was the outfit that he was in, and nobody else in the movie actually is made to remember at all. And then
Yeah,
she
like
gets able.
the only hint to it is her vision of him. I think she has like a vision of him like just after he killed his sister in the original movie, and obviously she doesn't at the time know what it was, but she still has that in her brain for some reason, even though there's no way she could know that.
So I mean, I would definitely say, how can I put this? See, the betters I would definitely say is that, of course, we're coming out of the '80s, we're coming out of the '80s, you know, what I'm saying, with these movies, and we're trying to give it a more, you know, what I'm saying, a less gritty feel, a more modern feel to it, you know, and we're still kind of bringing a slasher into the more modern stages and things like that. So I just think that because kids were sort of like, because I mean, you have to admit, in the first two movies, kids were the kids were sort of like a secondary piece of this movie, in a way.
Yeah,
Like they were
definitely
really
more
only,
than, well, this one especially. But
but they were really only around because I mean, especially in the first movie, they were really only around because because Lori was babysitting them and he was after Lori. You know what I'm saying, for the most part. So but it's like of course they had to work it because of course they're moving on. People want a little bit more. People feel like they're ready for a little bit more. So then they were able to center in on the fact of, Michael Myers is going after Jamie now. So I don't think people would have worked with that. Would have been okay with that. In the '80s. So you think?
yeah, no.
Like
And
even the fact that he would be targeting a young preteen girl for death would just not sit right with some people when it came to the movie business.
no, it's like he's not after the, let's say, 17, 16, 17 year old foster sister. No, he wants to kill the, I guess, like 9 year old.
And I think, but see, I think back then, I think they waited. I think it was a good wait because I think it was a great way to once again separate separate basically Michael Myers from say from the usual stereotype of a slasher movie because and I think that's where I think once again the Cult of Thorns Sam Hain story arc prevails for me because it really separates Michael from the typical slasher because it's like it wasn't this thing about sex or about some obsession with with females or hating females. It was a bloodline thing. It was a bloodline thing. Now thanks to Hollywood and thanks to the production staff and so forth, they seem to make the bloodline mainly the fucking females. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, we hardly. I mean, did we see confirmed male relative kills? Have we even heard of those things?
Not that I can think of.
Now that's one thing I will say that's kind of like wow in the situation. Like why would you make it so? Like they did make it kind of female centric, even chasing the bloodline. I will say that, but at least we're going after the young girl. It wasn't meant to be a sexual thing, a pedo type situation. Even I definitely wouldn't put it that way.
No, I never got that vibe ever.
And so that's why, like I said, that's again why I felt like Michael Myers separated himself from Jason, even separated himself from Freddy Krueger. I mean, not in the way of personality and charisma and things like that, of course, but he still separated himself from even Freddy Krueger because it wasn't a sexual thing. It was definitely not about, ooh, you're having sex. You know what I'm saying? You're having sex. And because basically, fucking Lori was probably the original sexless person in the Halloween movie. She wasn't having sex to my knowledge.
No, she was like 45. No, none of the guys going to a high school wanted anything to do with it.
Cut it out, asshole. It's not fucking 40 because even well, look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you, if she was 45 then, which means by trading places, she was like 50 or 50 something, and she was still pretty fucking peak. So yeah, I'd have fucked that 50-year-old.
Yeah, she ages like Benjamin Button. She's doing well.
I'd have knocked, you know what I'm saying? I'd have knocked the Adams Family grade dust off that pussy. Hey! I'm trying to tell you. Shit, especially seeing her in fucking trading places. My God. You kidding me? 50 years old? I fucked the hell out of that 50-year-old. Kidding me?
Right.
Shit. Take her ass to Denny's and then take her right to the goddamn retirement village. Shit, are you kidding? Hells yeah. And goddamn, by the time we get the and then by the time we get the True Lies, I'd still be coming around to visit. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Shit,
definitely.
shit, we'd still be doing about now. By the time we get to those, you know what I'm saying, Activia commercials, yeah, then we're done.
Yeah,
Then we're
yeah.
done. By the time we get to the Activia commercials, yeah, we're done. Then we are
Definitely hit a wall at a
so
certain
done.
point.
Yeah, by that time, yeah, we're good.
She
She's
still seems healthy and all, but eh.
well. Look, I'm glad that she's definitely taking in her supplements and things like that. But yeah, that's definitely an exit for me.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, you guys! You guys are throwing me all off my shit here. Where's my lighter now?
Looking for his lighter. He's going to jerk off to Jamie Lee Curtis in Trading Places. Son of a bitch.
Oh my god! You guys are so great. Now, that's what you're gonna say. That sounds like a jealous guy who's out of weed there. Oh, there we go. There we go.
You
But
got
no.
it?
So let's get back to it. Alrighty then. So let me see here.
Hold on. I'll be back in 1 second.
Oh yeah, okay, fine. We'll start. I'll start listing the mistakes that were made while you're gone. All right, the mistakes that were made in Halloween for the Return of Michael Myers. Okay,
Okay.
there's no way you transport that guy. I don't give a fuck if you think he is dead. There's no way you transport him in a regular fucking vehicle, ambulance, whatever. There's no way you transport him regular. I don't give a fuck. I just don't give a fuck. That's the first. That was the first big mistake. You just don't
Yeah.
transport that guy regular.
You have to transport him in a much more secure vehicle, not just a ordinary ambulance. That's the one thing I've noticed in this game. Not game. Why did I say game? Oh my god. Um, that's one thing I've noticed in this franchise is that every time they transfer Michael Myers from point A to point B, they do it in the stupidest way possible. And they make it incredibly easy for him to escape. Like in the first fucking movie. He's roaming around out in the open on the grounds of the mental institution, completely unrestrained. And then as soon as Loomis and his nurse are parked outside the front gate, he seizes his opportunity, steals the car, and gets away. And then in the second
Hold
movie,
up. So are you telling me he didn't have to take anybody out? To, you know what I'm saying? To get that kind of freedom.
no, because everybody was out. It wasn't just him, it was everybody. They were all roaming. It wasn't just him that was
So
roaming
so
around. Everybody was roaming around.
so something happened. So then something that wasn't supposed to happen happened then.
I just assumed that they were just out getting fresh air because some mental institutions do that for their patients.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't know. That. I don't know. That just seemed a little convenient, and the more that I continue the figure, you know what I'm saying, the cult of Thorn in, it's just like I feel like I just wonder, did they have some workings with this, man? Did they have some workings with this?
The way I see it, any introduction of the Cult of Thorn at this point is completely irrelevant because I have to look at it like this. By the time this movie came out, the
Uh huh.
Cult of Thorn was not on the agenda. So by
I
the time,
but see
but, but,
but, that- but that's to be believed. That's what we're made to believe that
by the
they.
time the Cult of Thorn is introduced, any connections they make at that point is all a retcon. That's it. And I don't like retcons.
Hmm. Well, for those out there who may not understand what you just said there, I mean, I'm willing to risk my own ego to put myself out there and ask the question. Would you mind regaling those who may not know what that is?
A retcon is Okay. How do I explain this? When the first Halloween movie came out, and what I was trying to explain was is that when Michael Myers had escaped, what I saw was is I saw not all, but most of the patients of the mental institution were just roaming around the grounds of the institution, and that's how Michael Myers managed to escape. At that moment, I just assumed that the employees of the institution were just letting the patients roam around to get fresh air. And what
Huh.
you were suggesting to me is that maybe that was the Cult of Thorns plan. That is just to give Michael Myers an opportunity to escape so he can start doing his thing and start hunting down the people to kill. And and my theory is that at the time of the first movie coming out, I think the Cult of Thorn wasn't even thought of yet. I thought that that wasn't even on the agenda, that they haven't even thought of it yet. So by the time the Cult of Thorn was thought of and was introduced, any connections that they had made in the movie where the Cult of Thorn was introduced to connect to the previous films
Okay.
was a retcon so that they could explain previous events in the previous movies as the plans and the plots created by the Cult of Thorn. That
Okay.
would be the retcon.
Okay, so there is a part of my personality, I'll admit, that was unsure that I was making that connection, into to the references of what you were saying, and my other the other part of me was. But here's the thing: just like just like just like Damian confirmed for us that Sam Hain was, was brought up in the first movie, correct?
Second movie.
Okay, second movie. Sorry, second movie it was.
It was like
So,
scrawled in blood on the whiteboard. I think it was when they were in the schoolhouse.
so that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, so maybe because, like I said, I did even say when we first talked about the first movie that I felt like it was more of a blank canvas, that they were starting on, and which to kind of paint this overall story of what Michael Myers and what Halloween, really is and everything like that. And I think they started to paint. I think they started to get more colors on the canvas. I think Sam Hain being one of those things. And but somebody has to be bringing that along. So I think I think one thing sparks another. I think you may be right. I think in the first movie they weren't sure, but I think they knew they had to go somewhere other than because when they start with this kid, when they start with him being a kid and doing something that violent, that final, it has to be something that ties into that. And especially when they established that the kid's family didn't seem to be anything of the warping, traumatizing nature. So it had to. So they had to figure out what is the angle that we're gonna come from that makes this kid, a ultimate evil slasher. You know, and now thank you to them for bringing in such a talent like Donald Pleasance that can really just give you just like he's really giving you an overview of what I'm saying of what's being created or what's been created in Michael Myers, but we just didn't get the
He
how.
shot him 6 times.
Of course, there's that. There's that baby Huey. You know what I'm saying? Of
How many
course.
times? I shot him 6 times.
But I'm just talking about when he speaks about how evil he is, how he just knows that he's pure evil, how he just sat there, for years just waiting, just like he was waiting on something, and things like that. And it's just it's like you just get these little tent poles that kind of let you know, okay, we're getting some sort of story being created here about this guy. Like he just doesn't like you get that overall thing that he's not just a wildly homicidal, wildly violent person. Like he got
Yeah.
locked up as a
In
kid,
this
and
one, like the guy says, like he's talking about he's trying to the other doctor, the other head doctor. He's trying to dismiss Loomis's fears about Michael. He's like, oh, his muscles probably don't even, like, they wouldn't even work and stuff like that. It's like, you assume you're talking about a human being. Like, Loomis doesn't even consider him human at this point.
I mean, when you see somebody who's completely detached and doesn't interact, doesn't do anything, doesn't, he doesn't seem to have any emotions or passions about anything, and just sits there. It just that and you would think, well, that's more. How is that creepy? How is that unsettling? How is that because this is somebody who all of a sudden one day, as a preteen, stabs and kills his older sister, then is taken to the mental institution where he just kind of just sits there, nothing talks, doesn't never talks, never says anything. Like
Until one day.
still not saying anything, but yet takes a great deal of action. You know what I'm saying? Still never explains anything. Nothing's ever known. Nothing's ever known about him because it's not his personal. And that's the thing. It's not his personal motivations here. It's not who he is as a personality. He's a weapon. He's being made. He's been made into a weapon, essentially, by someone else, and they just want to. I like I said again. I just really think that this story arc prevails over everything else. The only thing that can even compete with this sadly, is Rob Zombie's. And because of everything that he did and the details of the movie, he fucks it up. It loses. But the traumatizing, weird ass parents, fucked up youth and environment, you know what I'm saying, can break a person's mental state and cause them to become a homicidal. But and that's the thing. I invested so little in Rob Zombie's movies and Rob Zombie's Halloween movies. Did he go away from the bloodline? Did he go away from the bloodline obsession also?
I never saw 2, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, two was
I
so
never
much
actually
more
got
about
around to seeing
two
2.
was so much more about whoring, was so much about, making Dr. Loomis a whore. I couldn't process anything else about the fucking movie, really. You know what I'm saying? They were so into making Loomis a media whore. I couldn't I just couldn't I couldn't process anything else about Halloween 2. I couldn't. Just really fucking couldn't.
Just looking up I was saying to Charles before, when you stepped out, the little girl who played Jamie Lloyd in 4 and 5, she was actually in the 2 Rob Zombie movies as Annie Brackett.
I'm starting to remember that now.
Okay, I
See,
can't say I remember the character, but I haven't seen the first one since it came out, so I'm back like 16 years now.
See, I don't know. I don't know sometimes. Like, I will say this. I will say this of certain movies, man, and certain franchises and certain characters, I guess you could say. Um, one of those being the girl that played Daniel Sullivan that played Jamie Lloyd and everything like that. I just feel like with that, I feel like with girls like her, see the difference, like you understand like the difference between Curly Sue, Matilda, and like Daniel, you know what I'm saying? And like her, you know what I'm saying, from like her role in even like the fucking Bruce Willis, Damon Wayans movie, The Last Boy Scout, and everything like that. It's just where they were,
Wait,
where
Daniel Harris was in that too?
Daniel Harris. I'm sorry, why I say Sullivan? My bad. My apologies, folks. Harris, but yeah, she was in The Last Boy Scout. She played Bruce
Huh.
Willis's daughter,
Well, there you go.
and just it's just I feel like it's just that whole little like she was to me, she represents to me then what what Jenna Ortega represents. You know what I'm saying to me now, if that makes sense.
You saying Jenna Ortega looks like she's 9?
Like the whole little smart ass, you know what I'm saying, way too
Like,
charismatic, way too grown in your face jailbait type of situation. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, I
Like
guess I could
that,
see that.
yeah, it was like that type of thing that is kind of just like, yikes. I don't, I just get, I get a little antsy with that type of, with that type of thing, you know. I just don't like the whole Curly Sue is one thing, and the whole, you know, charismatic, precocious kid is one thing, but you just don't want to get to a point where, I'm sorry, I don't know if you guys, I just kind of position myself in a weird, I am the way. Well,
Fear my wind.
I am the way. Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
See, I can do it too. Ah,
But you don't have cool lighting behind you, man.
no, I
You,
don't.
Yeah,
you
where's your ceiling fan?
My ceiling fan is right over there,
Well, it's not
but it,
helping.
but it doesn't work.
Oh well, damn.
Yeah.
My ceiling fan's just for looking at.
now while I'm standing up here, now who wants to bring back some nostalgia? You know what I'm saying, with a topless. No, no, I'm just joking. I don't intend on doing that. Even though it would be a much better show than what Lou was giving out, but you know, it would be a much better show. But you know, I just don't think we don't have to go tasteless like that. Not anymore, folks.
Probably sit here in silence and be a better show.
Not anymore. Until last week, we were an over 100 view a week. You know what I'm saying, show here. But we're gonna get back to that, folks. We're gonna get back. I'm confident. I like these guys and I like this show, and we're gonna get back. But I just think, look, okay, the one thing that we're gonna do, you know, because we have a nostalgia point, and there are gonna be people who are going to get in and get with our nostalgia point and things like that. And
We're all
I
gonna buy
mean,
'80s wigs. We're all
I'm
gonna
talking
buy
about,
'80s wigs.
well, I'm talking about like they're gonna sit back and they're gonna fondly, there's gonna be some people who fondly look back on Grimm and on Fringe and feel the way that we do. And there are gonna be some people who are gonna want more of, the new things. Or why does it have to be all creepy or science fictiony? You know, that's what I got recently. Why does it have to be
Why
scary?
aren't you watching Gilmore Girls? The fuck's wrong with you guys?
Because if I want, you know what I'm saying, if I want to see, if I want to experience two people, you know what I'm saying, talking like gabby little girls, you know what I'm saying, and rapid, you know what I'm saying, in rapid succession all day, I just go and talk to Jim, I guess.
Oh, burn!
Well, I'm essentially burning myself on that one too. That's what I'm also doing.
You're gonna be hearing about that later.
But like I said, essentially I'm burning myself because that's kind of how that's kind of how we do sometimes when we talk and discuss ideas. We're like we're like grumpy old Gilmore girls.
Grumpy
But
old Gilmore girls.
yes, now doesn't that sound like fun? We look like Bladell and I forget the other girl's name. I forget the mother's name, but we, you know what I'm saying. But we're grumpy
Wait.
like
Do you mean Alexis Bledel?
that's the daughter, but I forget the mother's name.
I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna regret this. All right, here, Gilmore Girls. Why am I looking this up?
Wasn't wasn't Jared Padalecki in that?
Briefly,
Because Jensen Ackles was in one of those
Lauren
fucking
Graham.
Days of Our Lives or something.
One Tree Hill,
Lauren Graham.
yeah, that's her. She was pretty decent in Bad Santa.
She was.
She was actually pretty decent in that movie. Unlike Gilmore Girls, that was just, oh my god, it was
Yeah, I've
complete.
never seen an episode, but anytime I saw ads for it on TV, it was just like, yeah, I don't see this being something I'll enjoy.
Well, it wasn't girls. They weren't talking and they weren't speeding up their interaction. They were actually talking like that.
It's like you'll feel like you're watching it at 1.5 speed, but you're not.
Nope, I go with a 2.
Two, really?
To hear them interact is like a 2, because it's like
Jesus.
Should we talk again? This is happening at school. Yeah, you know, it's like she tries to play off of everything. It's like they're having a podcast, and like her mother is like the color commentary. It's like, like this happened to me when I went to school. It's like, oh, it's school, you know what I'm saying? And she kind of goes into this whole little thing where she's trying to be witty and young and hip and saying some stupid reference about school and shit like that, and how it's just, oh my god, yeah, it was that type of thing, and it was go back and forth. I just I really wish I could kind of give more of a scenario on that, but I just. I want to do a better impression, guys, and give you the kind of conversation that will go on. But you've seen Gilmore. If you've seen Gilmore Girls, you understand what I'm talking about.
I haven't, and I still understand exactly what you mean. I think you've presented it well.
Oh, what the hell?
What?
Oh, dumb question alert. No, I mean, just joking. Just joking, sort of. Hey, are you the... Well, okay. We'll just read, hey, are you this guy? No, we're definitely not any of those guys, okay?
No.
We're handsome. You know what I'm saying? We're smart. We're educated around here. We're educated. Okay?
Yeah. That individual is not here. So, yeah.
I mean, we're educated.
Yeah.
They got to get them some education over there. Okay? That's all I'm saying. No, I'm just playing. I kid the mentally handicapped.
I've read many of books.
I kid the mentally handicapped that are not, okay, I get it. I'm just saying. I just don't want to go there, folks. I like the handy. I call those people handy capable. That's what I call them. They are handy capable.
Hashtag Wokestone.
I guess so, because I'm about treating them equally. So, oh yeah, hey man, it's all good. It's all good. You just know the difference, man. I am 100. I'm definitely not Puerto Rican, so no worries here. That didn't sound right. That didn't sound right. I didn't mean to say no worries, like there's no Puerto Ricans here because Puerto Ricans are bad. I didn't mean to say it like that. That's not what that meant. That's not what that meant. I'm not that guy. I like Puerto Ricans.
He's Puerto Rican. Not that there's anything wrong with that. No, of course not.
I'm just saying, I kind of said, no worries. There's no Puerto Ricans here. I'm like, whoops, that didn't sound right.
Wait, let me clarify.
Nope. Like I said, Puerto Ricans being here would be A-OK. Ain't that right, Charles? Now, that's right. Now that means okay, USA. All right, here we go.
We're inclusive here. All inclusive. Ish.
I don't know, man. Those Dutch get on my nerves these days. Woo-wee.
Yeah, it's like Michael Caine said in Goldmember. There's only two people in this world that I.
He said the Dutch.
No. What was the quote that he said? Shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I know what you mean, and I'm trying to think of it too.
Yeah, no, it's Michael Caine's character said this in Goldmember. He said, "There are only two people in this world that I hate: people who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch."
And I feel like Austin sort of gives like a reaction, just sort of like, yeah.
No. Austin Powers then turns to him and goes like, "What?" God, well, I need to see it. You know what? We should add those movies to our list of discussions because
Oh,
Austin Powers is freaking awesome.
oh no.
What
So that
I've
means you're
you
gonna
been
make
like?
me
wanting to rewatch them, but I've only got them on DVD, and I want to get them in
you're gonna make me
HD and
see the
give them
one.
a
You're gonna make
rewatch.
me see the one with Beyonce in it. Oh my god, this one. You know the one you're talking about now. Oh
Foxy
my god.
Cleopatra, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jeez.
I think that's her name. Yeah, Foxy Cleopatra.
Yeah.
Oh God. Look, I would watch them just for Fat Bastard alone. Because Fat Bastard is a goddamn national treasure.
And some of the best sight gags in any movie. Just the fucking the tent scenes alone, which I think was in at least the first two movies.
See,
Yes, yeah.
Just rummaging around in the bag, pulling out rope and stuff. It's just like it's so stupid, but it's so funny.
you see the power of influence, folks. I made a random reference to Mike Myers. You know the subject of the conversation that we're having
Yeah,
right
do you see
now.
what you did? You implanted the idea in people's brains.
And here we are back again.
So really, it's on you that we're going to be
Will
rewatching.
you, will you quit sending Leonardo DiCaprio into our brains?
Whoa, how did I do that?
Inception?
Oh
Movie
jeez.
Inception? Yeah.
Oh jeez. I
Uh,
thought I thought I was doing more of a God. What is a good power of suggestion movie? Oh, Manchurian Candidate. I Manchurian Candidate
Yeah.
you guys.
I've heard of that movie, but I've never seen it.
It's let's just say it is a movie about mainstream feminism, Oedipus complex, political power and corruption, and government overreach. All in one. All of that. And that was in the original version. That wasn't even in the remake version.
I was about to ask. I was going to say, wasn't there a remake? Which
That
I
was
think
the
is the
Denzel
one I
Washington.
saw.
That was Denzel Washington. You're talking about the black and white one with Angela Lansbury in it. Angela
No, it
Lansbury
was
from
definitely the
Murder, She
other one I
Wrote.
saw.
Which version of the movie are you talking about? The 2004 or the 1962?
62.
Okay.
62 was really heavy on the Oedipus complex, but still in the same vein of, I think, like I said, because it was there because she was the one at the helm of this. You know, that whole thing of women can't hold major political offices, so let me go ahead and it's all that Oedipus complex cautionary tale about being too attached to your mother, about guys being too attached to their mothers, you know, the living vicariously through your children. It's a whole lot of cautionary tales in there too. But, you know, excitement of government overreach, mind control, and, you know,
Mind control.
indoctrination and things of that nature. The kind of power that we hold over our kids, and you know the leverage and the things and the leeway that we're able to get as far as our interference with our kids and things like that. So yeah, but like I said, I didn't mean to get all dark and weird, but yeah, I Manchurian candidated you guys.
You son of a
meaning I'm not
bitch.
mean I'm not I'm saying not meaning I'm you know what I'm saying that I'm your mom and I'm doing weird shit to you, but no, I'm saying I put a suggestion in there, and then here we are talking about Mike Myers and Gold member. I think you said Goldfinger.
No, you said gold member.
I did. I did, but I think did you say Gold member too before, or did you
Yes.
say Goldfinger?
I said gold member.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Almost so. Goldfinger.
Are you sure?
I
Are
said
you sure?
gold member when I was talking about that quote from Michael Caine. That's what I did. And then I said Inception, talking about you stop putting Leonardo DiCaprio in our brains.
And you sure you didn't say Goldfinger?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did not say Goldfinger.
Are you sure?
Okay, is somebody gonna clip this and like confirm it to me? I mean,
I'm just playing.
One
I'm just
hour
playing. I'm not even entirely sure. That
44. Go back
I'm
a little
not.
bit. Mental note.
I'm not sold that you say Goldfinger, Charles. I just want to mess with you. I just wanted to mess with you.
of course you do. Like everybody wants to mess with me. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Look, now I really want to mess with. I really want to mess with the ooze, the secret of the ooze. When you get a chance, I don't know if you still got that. Do you still got that somewhere?
Secret of the Ooze. Is that Power Rangers movie?
Nope. Blackie.
Ninja
Oh,
Turtles.
Blackie.
Oh,
Blackie.
God.
Oh, that's Secret of the Use. We gotta get back to that.
Damn it.
Still got that? Do you still have that, by the way?
No, it's
still-
gone. It's long gone. I mean,
Are
I
you
don't
sure?
even know what the fuck happened to it.
What do you mean? You didn't know? So you didn't pour it anywhere? You didn't? It just
No,
gone. It was just gone one day.
Because it belonged to my dad.
Oh. And what did he do with it?
I don't know. He used it for something.
I bet he did.
I don't fucking know. I just took little
How do you
pebbles.
not know? It's your friend.
I just took.
How do you
little
not ask
pebbles-
questions?
I just took little pebbles and dropped them in the bucket and watched them sink to the bottom.
And
That's
he never-
all I did.
And he never complained about what are all these pebbles doing at the bottom of this of this bucket of ooze, huh?
I did not take like a handful of pebbles. I took one pebble each day after I got picked up and brought back home from school.
Over a series of how many days?
But even
Like
still,
a
it gets to
week.
the end of the week, and he's
One-
using it for something.
1 week.
This
1 week.
undefined something.
That's it.
A week, yeah, just a week.
So it's only one a day. So not one,
Yeah.
not one before. Not one when you came to see him, and then one more before you went to bed at night. You gave one more, and then
Just whenever I came home from school. That's it. Just whenever I came home from school for like a week.
all of a sudden it was gone.
Yep.
And your dad said
And
he
you
used it,
didn't
presumably.
ask, where did my friend go?
I didn't think it was sentient.
Where is Blackie, you son of a bitch? What have you done?
Now, in his defense, now we gotta be historically accurate. He didn't call it Blackie then. You know, he might have called it.
I didn't call it anything. It was a bucket of what I thought was tar.
But you fed it.
I dropped little pebbles into it. That's it. That's all I did.
And you saw it drop to the bottom. You saw it slowly, but you saw it.
It was thick. Whatever the hell that thing was, it was thick.
Yeah. Secret of the ooze usually is.
Now, was Blackie thick with 2 C's, or...
Folklore themed, folks. This is folklore themed. You know what I'm saying? The episode of TEE TV, folks. It's folklore themed. Okay. Charles had some ooze that he fed pebbles to. See, this is what we have here. You know, folklore, urban legends, mythical situations. You know, this is true.
It kind of bubbled, which he took to mean as thank you. I appreciate.
Did it bubble, Charles? Are we getting this right? Did it bubble? Did it bubble for you?
I don't remember this happened. When I was
You gave it a thumbs up. You're welcome, buddy. I love you, Blackie. I love you so much.
You're welcome. I'm not calling.
Oh
it
my
that.
God. Hey, Damian, right now, I gotta say, right now, you totally sound like fucking Quentin Tarantino on Django Unchained, by the way. Blackie?
Oh no.
There you go, Blackie. You know, black. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. You're totally sounding like it right now. I swear to God.
You're not wrong.
I was like, God damn, Quentin Tarantino. want to hear. I just hear. It just took me right to that moment. Blackie, I love you, Blackie. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Oh
that's
my
a good
God.
thing or a bad thing.
Racism can be entertaining sometimes, can it, folks? I'm sorry. Now, I mean, you're with me, aren't you? I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Paul Mooney made a career off it, so yes, definitely.
The quote the great Dave Chappelle. This racism is killing me inside. But I'm sorry, that was just, it was just a moment there. It was an organic moment. There's no setups. We don't do setups here. These just moments that just happened here. This wasn't what it was supposed to be. This wasn't supposed to be this. And it became this, and it's funny. I mean, look,
there's a reason TEE-HEE is in the title.
I can only say, I'm not saying that it was art. I would say it's more art imitating life. I think, Quentin Tarantino was trying hard to be what Damian is, but I don't like the fact that he chose to be.
Wait. What do you mean by that?
Not a racist, okay? No.
Okay.
Not a racist,
just to make sure.
but Australian.
Okay.
And I just don't. And it's weird that he chose to be Australian at that point, and basically inject that. But I guess that's maybe some truths, that kind of thing was happening. I mean,
wasn't odd choice paired with another Australian.
Yeah, I mean,
John Jarrett from Wolf Creek.
Yeah, I just think the other. I honestly just feel like that it didn't have to be that, but I mean, they're just trying to let you know that it wasn't all of these slack jawed dudes that were just doing all. You know what I'm saying? There was some other people involved, but I mean, it could have been somebody. It could have been the Dutch. That would have been more accurate. It could have been
one of them goddamn Dutch people.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not even sure. Am I going the right way with this? Guten Morgen. That's not Dutch. That's still German, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Get to the chop. No, that's Austrian, right?
That's Austrian. Something about clogs.
Put it out today. Look what they do. We connect the. See. Is that Dutch? Like the chef on fucking the Muppets.
Swedish. The Swedish chef.
Yeah.
It's in the name, Stone.
So no wonder. It's no wonder they're fucking like the Dutch are bland and pissed. They're like, fuck that. We're gonna get into slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't know us. People don't know us. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to get into fucking slavery and really make a name for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm getting tired of being mixed up with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to separate ourselves.
I'm fairly sure the Dutch are the ones with the clogs, the wooden shoes. Fairly sure that's the Dutch.
But now they're the Afrikaners now. From what you know what I'm saying, from doing a little more research. Now they're the pioneers of the Afrikaners in fucking South Africa.
Like AFRIKAAN.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Which I still don't really know what that means.
Yeah, just we're not your typical Africans, but now we've set up colonization in South Africa and now can be called South Africans because they were born in that country. So yeah, the Dutch, if you don't know them by anything else, they are they pioneered the white South African. Wow, what a history, folks. Stay classy, Dutch. Stay classy.
Yep.
Yeah, they built some okay stuff.
Yeah. A
lot of the other stuff is kind of, a little questionable, but
Okay, clogging. That's not the Lord of the Dance shit, is it? That's not river dancing. That's different, right?
My God, we're really showing our ignorance today. Like, which goofy European fucks did this? I'm trying to think. Is this the
Hey,
same goofy dumb fuck European thing, or is this a
hey,
different
I can
dumb
wrap it
fuck
up.
goofy European thing?
Hey, I can wrap it all up as Euro trash, but I'm trying to learn here. I'm just trying to learn. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't just say this. Hey, look, okay, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to learn here. You know, I really am.
I mean, to learn means that one of us needs to actually know something.
Well, look, Charles Riverdance. So I mean, is that Irish or is that's not clogging?
No, river dancing is, if I'm not mistaken, river dancing is, I think, either Irish or Scottish.
Oh, but
I'm leaning
clogging,
towards Irish.
but
I
clogging,
think it's,
Clogging, I'm almost certain, is Dutch.
and
I'm leaning towards Irish as well. I think it is Irish.
I'm gonna look both these fucking things up because
Yeah,
I
I'm
need
gonna do the
answers.
same.
but clogging.
River
Clogging.
dancing is Irish.
I'm telling you,
Clogging is a type of folk dance practice in the United States. Get the fuck out of here.
look, I gotta be honest with you.
Clogging.
For the longest time, the only thing Dutch meant to me
Yeah,
was that cigar that I was
river
breaking out when I was
dancing is
smoking weed.
Irish.
I'm telling you, man. Like that's the only time I thought about Dutch. Is those Dutch Master cigars that I would break up and pour weed into. If
Okay,
that was you,
clogs. The iconic footwear of the Netherlands were the shoes of choice for Dutch laborers of centuries past. Wooden slip-ons were sturdy, cheap, and when stuffed with straw, cozy and warm. So it was the fucking Dutch.
and they worked in those. Jesus Christ.
That sounds incredibly uncomfortable.
It was probably during their free time, I imagine. Imagine like wearing wooden fucking shoes all day, being on your feet.
It sounds uncomfortable.
It sounds
Well,
very even filled with straw. Still sounds very uncomfortable.
well, the Dutch folks.
Maybe
Hate
itchy even.
Well, let me just say this, Dutch. I mean, I maybe I don't want to make you guys feel bad. Let's just say, okay, the Dutch hate your racism, love your cigars. Thank you. Well, I used to anyway. I'm kind of been off of the Dutch Master cigars for quite a while, so yeah.
I haven't
But
had a
I used to like
cigar
them.
in years.
I used to like those. I mean, I still have cigars. Cigars. You know.
Those things I used to smoke when I was younger, when out drinking with friends, to try to feel fancy.
I always nah. I always thought the fancy thing was like smoking a fucking pipe, like one of
That's too fancy. I would have felt like a fraud.
the elementary,
Well, I used to smoke a pipe with weed in it, but not like a Sherlock Holmes pipe.
elementary, my dear Watson. You think you know so much, but hey, look at that strand of. I think it was weed too, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think even Sherlock Holmes days. I think he was that weed. He expand his mind and that shoestring over there. I remember it came from the and this is how I realized it was you that was a murderer off that shoestring. Elementary, my dear Watson. You just smoke this weed and you think like me. You know what I'm saying?
Quite clearly, the victim was groovy, Watson. I mean, clearly the victim was involved in some stuff.
But okay, so back to Halloween, and ultimately the shootings.
You remember that thing we were talking about like 45 minutes ago?
Yeah, and
Going back
ultimately
to
the shooting scene, folks. Okay. Like, okay, let me put it to you like this. Before we even get to the shooting scene, I want to get some more red flags up of what was done wrong in this movie, in the modern slasher movie. Like, how is she riding around with this guy? Like, or am I in the wrong movie? Like, she's riding around with him because he changed the mask up. Am I? You know what I'm saying? I'm tracking on the right movie, correct?
Um,
Wait,
Or am I? Or am I this one in the? No, because she was there. There was okay. Wait, I'm trying to make sure I get the track because I was looking. I was binging in. So, God, am I mixing stuff up here? Because I'm
I
thinking about the
think
part where
yes.
she, huh? Because
Like,
the fifth one, she's riding the car with him. He changed his mask up, and she's riding the car with him. He's saying completely nothing, but he's driving her around.
yeah, it must be the fifth one.
That was five because it didn't happen in four. God damn, why did I do that? That's why I don't like watching two movies. You know what I'm saying, in one night. That's why I fucking don't. I don't like watching two movies like that at night because you just start to fucking meld the fucking details. I'm gonna pull back, but I'm gonna say the shooting scene. Like, again, how in the fuck can one survive that? A lot of shotguns out there. There were a lot of shotguns out there. How in the fuck do we believe he could actually survive all of that?
Even though most of the shots missed him, as we see by the like them hitting things behind him, he still got hit at least. It's got to be at least 4 times, like directly.
mm,
Most of
Four?
those dudes were very bad shots, though. They they were missing him. Most, like the majority of them, missed him completely.
But I think a shotgun adds a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't count
Yeah,
you can't count the one the way you count the
yeah,
way you count
exactly.
the
Because
way
you
you
got
count a
like,
handgun shot.
cause you gotta you account for the. I guess yeah, you got to account for the spread. So while some of them may miss, there's definitely a bunch that are just hitting him like in center mass.
And then one shotgun direct shot should be enough to take down most things.
And then he falls into I don't even know what, some kind of loose ground where he just gets buried by a bunch of stuff. I don't really know what that location was exactly.
But it was by that well, wasn't it? Wasn't there a well near there or some sort of thing? You know what I'm saying? That they were near. Wasn't there some sort of well system that was supposed to have been
I
closed
guess I
up?
found
Or
it to be a pretty sort of nondescript location with some sort of
because
vague structures. Well, like
because he did
not even structures, like maybe like an outhouse. And
because well he did because I mean he did fall through, but then he found his way to some water if my memory serves me correctly, in the continuance at least.
well, that must be something from 5.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking because
Because
when he
the
fall.
last we see from Michael in this movie is he gets shot a bunch, falls into some kind of falls into what at first seemed to be some kind of solid ground, but then he just sort of fell into it. It became like a hole where a bunch of stuff fell in after him. And by the end of the movie, he's considered to be buried, dead and buried,
mm.
because Loomis says something like he's in hell, buried, like I don't know, where he should be, or something. I can't remember the quote exactly.
Okay,
Which is right before we think he's alive again, but no, it's Jamie Lloyd stabbing the stepmother to death, the foster mother.
got you. And then that's when okay. So when he's still okay, yep. Okay, let's leave let's leave
And
5 alone.
Loomis freaks out.
Yeah,
He's like, no, no, no. Tries to shoot her. Guy takes his gun off him. No, no.
Hmm.
oh my god, you love your Loomis impressions, don't you?
It's because it's like he's so good, but it's still funny to me.
I
Like
shot him 6 times.
6 times. No, no. I shot him 6 times. No, no.
Oh well, thank you so much, Charles, for now adding on to his actual arsenal of fucking, you know what I'm saying,
Appreciate it.
Loomis sound bites. Thank you for that. Like, yeah, just make sure you attach that on to that. Now we're just gonna just kind of add them on in succession now. Jeez.
What are you gonna do? It's one of those things. Like it both worked and sticks in my mind as kind of ridiculous.
Okay, here's a question for you. How many more movies does Loomis show up in the main movies?
I
The
want to say
original,
just the next two.
So
which is
5 and 6.
yep,
Yeah, I'm
because
fairly sure six was the last one with Loomis.
that is, that's and then that's where they, where the quality of the movies gets debatable after that point. Because then you have Resurrection, H2O, and things of
Yeah,
that
because in
nature.
Resurrection we have the famous quote, "Trick or treat, motherfucker."
Was that Buster Rhymes?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, it was. Oh my god. It's just seriously. I mean, and that's the only Halloween movie I have seen all the way through prior to this whole
Prior to
feud.
this, I mean, you're probably not alone there. I don't know how well it did at the movies, but unlike in the video rental days, I remember a lot of people watching that movie.
Look. I only saw the movie with. I think I was with a bunch of friends of mine back in high school. Is when we saw it, and we watched it. We were just hanging out, eating food, having drinks, and not alcohol, mind you, because we were minors at the time. And
We're having
Mm,
apple juice and Pop
no,
Tarts.
very
I think we were eating pizza and having soda at the time. And
maybe some shrooms,
no, I don't think we were getting high either. I don't think we were getting high.
and
But
yet you guys were inspired to watch Halloween Resurrection. There's got to be
I
some other
don't know what
explanation.
compelled us to watch the
Somebody,
movie. It was just a
somebody
movie that
spiked
one of my
something.
friends had.
Somebody
It was a
spiked
movie that
something,
one of my friends had. It was like, hey, let's watch this. It was like, fuck it, let's watch it.
and
It was
somebody
just like,
spiked something. Either your pizza or your drinks. Had to
how
be.
do you
I remember
spike
being like,
Coke?
I'm trying to think of how old I was when I watched it. I would have been
Well, actually, I had a Pepsi, but I don't drink Coke.
maybe
I drink Pepsi.
preteen or yeah, I think it was probably a preteen when that came out. And it was just like it was one of those new rentals. It was just like, looks interesting. So you get it.
But no, it's just we were just hanging out watching the movie, and I was like, okay, this movie is very, very stupid. Even when I was a kid, I could tell this movie was stupid.
See, and
Also,
and,
the
and
part, also the part where Busta Rhymes kicks Michael Myers in the balls, and that's the first time we actually hear Michael Myers grunt in pain from getting kicked in the balls.
Oof, my balls. Fuck.
I'm just gonna say they thought that this resurrection movie could work based off of the fact that they felt like, in his own way, LL Cool J worked in H2O. But see, he played. See, the thing about LL Cool J that makes him work in movies is that he's willing to play different from what he sees himself as LL Cool J. Like LL Cool J wouldn't play this weird little cook, and this weird little cook in fucking Deep Blue Sea that has this
With a
bird
parrot.
that constantly, oh yeah, that constantly fucking, insults him and shit like that. LL Cool J wouldn't play that guy. He wouldn't play some security guard, what I'm saying, who's henpecked by his wife and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It seems a little, yeah, it just, he wouldn't play these roles, but to get but to sort of get in and show his chops, he was so he was willing to play those roles, and that's why he worked in H2O. But and then they thought Busta Rhymes was going to work, but they kind of played him into what he usually is, the big center of attention personality that what I'm saying, that's trying to make a spectacle out of something, out of this situation. So it really wasn't a stretch for him in this movie, and then to sort of make him this guy that's like, you know, an action taker. I'm not a, it's just, it was just weird for me personally. It was just weird for me because I would just imagine myself being fucking to be confronted by the by the well heard of and debated legend of Michael Myers, I would be a little less ready to knuckle up. I'm just being honest. I mean, I'm just being real with you. I'm more trying to Molotov cocktail this guy some shit like that if I can. You know what I'm saying? Like let's get this over quickly. Let's get you thinking about something else. You know what I'm saying? Other than knifing me. You know what I'm saying? Let's get you trying to put this fire out. You know what I'm saying? Shit like I'm not here trying to fight you. What the fuck do you think this
Whereas,
is?
yeah, it takes an almost psychotic level of ego. He's like, I'm just gonna kick him in the fucking balls, and I'm gonna take this motherfucker down. You see,
Well, they say
clearly
those Timberlands.
very
They say
highly
those
of
Timberlands
yourself.
are great boots, are great functional boots, man. You know what I'm saying? If you want to kick somebody,
I mean, I'm
if you want
sure,
to,
but
if you want to kick somebody in the balls and you don't have steel toes, I mean, then Timberlands obviously are your next best thing. You know what I'm saying? Obviously.
it's kind of like thinking you could take down Superman with brass knuckles. You're an insane person.
But you did say there was a grunt made. Did I hear that? You said there was a grunt. He did cause a grunt because I guess Michael Myers is a man and you hit his man part, so he's going to grunt if you kick a sociopathic, Sam Hain monster in his balls, does he still not grunt?
I mean, I would assume if you kick any guy in the balls, whether they're a psychopath, a sociopath, or just an ordinary guy in the balls, they're going to grunt. Hell, if you
Jason wouldn't
kick,
grunt.
if
Jason
you're
wouldn't
go-
grunt. Jason
because
wouldn't grunt.
he's undead, he probably doesn't have any balls because they
Or if they
fell
are,
off.
they're dead. So it's like there's no
Because they
feeling in
probably-
them anymore.
because they probably rotted and fell off.
Oh, a la Quentin Tarantino and Planet Terror, you think?
When they just
Sure,
turn to
because
goo,
I never
just sort
saw
of
that.
drip away.
They're probably floating somewhere in Camp Crystal Lake or something.
Oh fuck! Speaking of that, that new Friday the 13th, it's called Crystal Lake, right? The new series.
I think so.
Yeah, apparently that's being made by Brian Fuller, who did American Gods
Really?
and Hannibal. Yeah. So I was already going to check that out, but now I really
That-
want to check it out.
That actually makes me kind of excited now.
Yeah. I was like previously I was kind of like, yeah, I'll check it out. Like, could be good, but now I'm just like, oh fuck yeah, I got to check that out.
Yeah, I was never really a fan of Friday the 13th just because I couldn't get into it. But I mean, now that Brian Fuller is involved, I might check it out.
Not even Jason X. He's in space.
I saw Jason X, and that is a stupid movie.
He beats one person to death with another person in a sleeping bag. How do you not love that?
Fill in the blank. Okay.
Okay. Try to explain to me how it is a good idea for the teacher of the class on the spaceship saying like, oh, it's okay, he just wanted his machete back. Seriously. How stupid
You got
can
me.
you be?
I mean, evolve society. They're just trying to,
Yeah, evolved.
Technology, yes. Brain cells,
No. And then, of course, he gets upgraded through nanites and ends up going into a showdown with the hot android chick, and ends up fighting the two. All it takes is one punch to the android chick, basically rips her head off, and yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, the movie was stupid. It was
so what you're
very,
saying is 10 out of 10 would recommend.
oh yeah. 10 out of 10. Mid. See, my thumb is slightly pointing up.
Okay,
Slightly.
let me just get this out of the way real quick. I'm sick of these motherfucking pop culture references on this motherfucking podcast. Okay, hope that works.
That's,
I guess that's
that's
what.
all we got.
Yeah, but no, it's just, I'm just happy that Halloween doesn't have a movie with Michael Myers is killing people in space.
No,
Yet.
he's just gonna John Woo his ass back up after being after being overwhelmed and outnumbered and
I mean, come
fucking
on.
and fucking knife everybody up. You know what I'm saying? Woohoo, ha ha, style.
Okay.
Kia.
Hellraiser had a movie in space. Leprechaun had a movie in space. Jason
And in
had
the
a
hood.
movie. I'm sorry.
You ever see Leprechaun in the Hood?
Oh yeah, and
One of
in the
it's
hood.
one of the worst movies ever made.
But see, there's no reason unless
It had fucking iced tea in it.
but see, think about it. Think about it like this, Charles. Unless for some reason one of the Strodes, you know what I'm saying, is part of the NASA program. There's no reason for Michael Myers to go into goddamn space.
Oh my god. They're gonna come up with a way to put him in space.
That's
Why?
the only way. That's the only way he
I
would go
mean-
to fucking space.
They've ended the Laurie Strode storyline, and I don't see them not bringing Halloween back, so who knows where it's going to go next.
Like I said,
Yeah,
it doesn't
they're
go.
gonna have him come back out of that freaking device that they threw him in at the end of Halloween Kills, which I know what they did at the end of that movie. And then they're gonna, I don't know, do something to explain that, and he's like, I don't know, they're gonna have him say, and then it's gonna be crazy to the point where it's saying like, it's gonna be like Michael's gonna come in, he's gonna say his first words, where he's gonna say it's morbiding time or it's murdering time or something. I don't fucking know.
Oh my god! Look at him. He's inspiring people. Don't do this. See, look, don't do this. Don't inspire someone to do these to make your nightmare come true. Don't inspire
God damn
that.
it. No, God damn it.
Don't inspire it. That's all I'm
It's
saying.
too late. You put it out into the universe. It's
Yeah.
pretty much an inevitability at this point.
It's the only way to stop Michael Myers is to tape him to a rocket and shoot him off into space, and only to find out that not even space can kill that son of a bitch. And he's gonna show up on the ISS, and he's gonna start killing all the astronauts in the International Space Station, and he's gonna find out that he has a cousin that's twice removed who is an astronaut in the ISS.
There's also part Martian.
Probably. God damn
All right.
it.
You've sold me on it. When is this coming out? Because I am in.
Of course you are.
See, and we all think it may seem like jokes, folks, but we have now passed the, well, we're not past it, because I guess at some point this weekend I think there's going to be a marathon, 10 years of fucking Sharknado. So we had 10 years of fucking Sharknado, and it's like,
Wait. Are we going to have to watch Sharknado?
no.
Okay.
Who says that?
No one's
Like,
saying that.
Who would
Okay,
say who
thank
would have said that
God.
we have to watch Sharknado? I'm not
I've
watching
only seen the first
I-
3. That's more than enough.
not
I
a
am
one.
not gonna watch Sharknado. That's
I've
not
not
gonna
seen
happen.
a one. I explained what Sharknado
I
was
do
to
not
someone.
want to see Tara Reid get turned into a cyborg. I do not want to see that.
See, I
I mean, did you
explained
see
to
what they
someone-
did to her tits? It's kind of close.
No, they turned her tits into Medusa. You know what I'm saying? No one wants to look at them, or else they turn into stone. Okay.
Yeah. Or it has the opposite effect, where it, never mind.
Oh, look at you, saucy. Look at you, Saucy. Oh my. Oh, okay. He said someone like she said, okay, look at those tissue turn to a wet noodle is what he meant. Gazoo. Little one noodle action there with the with these saggy, wrinkly, scarred up breasts, there's okay.
Hey, only 1 out of 3 of those things is true. Don't be mean. They weren't saggy or wrinkly, but they were pretty scarred. They did not do a good job there.
Well, young boys, if you want to know a surefire way to figure out if some of these girls are fucking fake, yeah, that's what you got to look for. There, you know what I'm saying? There's usually a scar there, weird looking scar on both sides. If you guys watch porn, that'll tell you, yeah, these girls, you know what I'm saying, have fake breasts, and especially like newly fake breasts, because they got to keep making money. So some of those girls cannot wait too long before they got to get right back out there and get back at it, because hey, got to keep making money. You can only rest and recover for so long before you got to get back out there and start making those, you know what I'm saying, start making that investment pay back for you very quickly. So yeah, so you usually
She used to be so damn cute in the American Pie movies. It's such a shame. Didn't need to fuck with anything.
But see, easy good looks isn't, easy good looks is easy, and people don't realize how hard it can be to keep those easy good looks. Now old girl that you know what I'm saying that probably survived and probably has thrived a little bit more than what people anticipated, who played her friend in in that movie.
Shannon Elizabeth? No.
No.
Well, she was in that, but
Leon. I think it was Leon.
Natasha Leone.
Yeah.
Leone. The
Yeah,
one who
she's
I think she kind of went crazy for a little while, and then had like a major comeback.
and then
I think she had some serious mental issues for a little bit there, but then
but
made
it's
like
weird.
a major comeback.
Was okay. Let me ask you a question. Was that before or after? I mean, do you guys realize? Do you guys know? Fun fact that she was on that she played in the episode of Law and Order Special Victims Unit.
When? Because I used to watch that show fucking every week, but
God, I forgot the year, but it was like she played a young
like
girl.
around that time ish.
It probably was. I would. That's why I'm wondering now, because the way you describe things, and that really happened, because I'm sitting here watching. I remember in this episode where she played this young girl who was put into, a mental hospital because she was suicidal, but she was supposedly making these weird claims and everything like that. But then this one attendant who was going around, I guess either doing a head count or doing his, just doing his rounds. He sees her being raped, in her, in her room and whatnot, and tries to alert to someone and things like that. But there was some other shit going on. But it was like she was telling people that she was being raped by her. I'm gonna say by her uncle, and no one would believe her and everything like that. Was calling her crazy and everything like that. It was just so I'm just like wondering, like, God damn, did that fucking shit? Did they play into that shit, or did it happen before her personal actual issues, or after, or what? Because I mean, I'm really wondering about that now. But
I'm not sure.
it is kind of crazy. But now she seems to be really emerging, and she's really held up. I mean, honestly, and
what was that show that was like a big hit? Was it The Russian or something like that? Or
there's a couple things she's been in now, but now she's got this one Poker Face now that what I'm saying, that's out now, that's doing pretty well. People are really liking what I'm saying, her in that joint. It's like she can tell when someone's lying just by what I'm saying, just by looking at them or somebody, or seeing their tells or whatever. Like she can tell if someone's lying to her or telling her the truth or some shit like that. So
it seems like pretty much everything she's done since she came back has been very well received. Like, I think it's pretty, like, maybe she's doing movies, but most of what I've seen has been like Netflix stuff.
No,
But
this
it's always
one,
it's always well received.
this Poker Face show, I believe, is on USA. I do believe
Ah, that worked, show.
the drama series.
Yeah, I don't think it was the Russian, like Russian Doll or something like that. I think it was.
Yep,
It was a
first
Netflix
season.
show. Looked interesting.
The first season started. Started at the beginning of this year. It started out, and actually, where is it on? Let me see. Well, they say it's on Peacock right now. You can watch it on Peacock.
Yeah, it's called Russian Doll.
It is okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that
Yeah,
was
I
okay.
heard very good things about that show when that came out.
Okay. That so that definitely is another one. But like I said, I'm definitely hearing things about Poker Face.
Yeah,
And
I've definitely heard it mentioned for sure.
like I said, she's held up pretty well. She's looking. I mean, she's definitely grown into her unique look. You know, what I'm saying from what so for what it was then. She's definitely figured it out and got into her groove with that, and you know, and I think now she's just I don't know. Is there anybody else that is doing quite as well as her? I mean, I think the only person does okay. The Sean William Scott still is he still the biggest success?
I still see
Has he?
him pop up very randomly in things,
I mean, I
but
would say I would say the rundown and when he had like I said he had a pretty nice little run where he was really the main feature and shit. But I mean
yeah,
that was quite a while. I mean out of
yeah.
the
Jason
American
Biggs, couldn't tell you the last time I saw Jason Biggs.
because see you can see people in different things, but it's like to see them and then the level at which they're being seen, I think also plays into
Mm.
it as well. You know, I still feel like he was able to do a movie with Chow Yun Fat. You know what I'm saying? Sean William Scott. So I mean that says a
Yeah,
lot to his success level. Him and Paul Rudd and you know what I'm saying they're doing so I fucking love Role Models, by the way. I fucking love that movie.
Role Models was so goddamn good. Wasn't Peter
Yeah.
Dinklage in that as well?
Oh no. Ken Jeong was in that.
And
And
John. For some reason, I was thinking Peter Dinklage was in it.
probably because of the
I
fucking
was thinking he was one of the guy in the what do you call it, the medieval sort of section.
yeah. The LARPing. I know you probably it was because it was
Knights
so
of
work.
Badassdom.
Ah, is that what I'm thinking of?
Yeah, Knights of Badassdom.
But
He was in that.
okay,
Oh.
yeah,
That
but
also had Summer Glau in the movie as well.
yeah, but yeah, Role Models was fucking great though. That was a great movie.
Yeah, but Knights of Badassdom was not a good movie. I did not like it.
No, I barely have any memory of that movie.
Yeah, Knights of Badassdom. I had really high hopes for it. I was hoping
It looked
that
like the way they promoted it. It looks like it was going to be great.
yeah,
And
it looked like it was going to be a lot of fun. But then when I watched it, it showed up on my recommended on Amazon Prime, and I was like, you know what? It's late. No, everybody's asleep. I'm still awake, so I was like, you know what? I'm going to watch it. I spent the next hour and a half watching the movie, and I was like, okay, this was a waste of time.
I should have just gone to bed.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah. I was really disappointed with the movie. I thought it was stupid. I mean, Peter Dinklage wasn't even utilized properly in the entire
no.
movie. He was killed off. He was killed
Yeah,
off. Really.
I was gonna say I don't remember much, but I don't remember him being in it really all that much.
He wasn't. He was killed off really freaking early in the movie, and then he shows up again near the end, and he doesn't have any speaking lines, none.
Because he was looking all cold with that fucking mullet and shit. He was just
Yeah.
like, "This is gonna be fun." Yeah, I barely remember it, but I
Yeah,
don't remember liking it. That's the main
mo-
memory I've got.
the movie was very disappointing. It was very disappointing.
Whereas role models, I've watched that at least 2 or 3 times,
Is
and I
that
enjoy that
Owen
every time.
Wilson movie?
That was uh, fuck. Stone just said it. Paul Rudd and Sean William Scott.
Role models.
Yeah,
Role models. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Role models came out in 2008, right?
8 or 9, somewhere there.
All
Oh,
right,
oh,
let's
my
see.
bad. I can go back.
Oh, Paul Rudd and Paul Rudd and Sean William Scott. Okay, Elizabeth Banks was
And
in it. Jane
what's her
Lynch,
name?
Ken
Yeah, Jane Lynch.
Jeong.
Fun
Oh,
fact.
Joe Lo Trujillo. He was from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah,
Oh, and
and the
fun
state.
and fun fact with you know what I'm saying with Jane Lynch that's kind of a callback to our last you know what I'm saying our last couple of shows. Jane Lynch, fun fact, was in Silence of the Lambs.
Who did
Really?
she play in that?
She played, if my memory serves me correct, she played a medical examiner.
Huh.
Really?
That would have been well before I knew her from anything.
But yeah, but then once she but
Was
then
she
once she
still
made
just Jane Lynch? Because I love
she
Jane Lynch, but she plays basically she's herself in every movie. It seems like.
no she
Yeah,
can see
unfortunately.
what I started to discover about her is that she can play. See, she can go really goofy, you know what I'm saying, in a movie, you know what I'm saying, and bring humor in and do just like she was in Role Models. I mean, she can bring that goofy reference shit and really try to act like she's serious and then saying a lot of weird shit that was like, you know, but in Sounds of the Lambs, she played a very straight character. I mean, it surprised me. It surprised me. I mean, it was a very tame. It was a very tame amount of like because again, as you seen in Hannibal the series, it was still a little well they got a little bit more humor into the situation, but I mean, you know.
Because I think the first thing I can think of seeing her in, I think was the 40-Year-Old Virgin, and then pretty much any comedy after that. It's basically the same character, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Like you get actors like that, they're good at playing that one thing. That
But I
doesn't mean
think
they're
she actually
always
has more.
utilized well.
My God, I can't believe what they're doing to me here. I'm just trying to look up the goddamn information on the movie, and I'm
Well,
getting.
yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see. I'm looking at. Let's see. Where is it? Silence of the Lambs. You said right?
I do remember because I do not believe because I was recently watching fucking. Why am I not seeing her? Because I know I saw her in that shit, bro.
It might be uncredited because I'm not seeing it either.
Because it wasn't because I didn't see because recently. Wow, because look at what they're doing here. Like, let me see. Like I'm still looking. Like, oh my god, what in the hell?
Yeah, it did. She didn't. I checked her IMDb page and it's not showing her in that movie.
But and just checking, it doesn't show her because I hadn't recently watched all the way through, even fucking like, because the only thing that would have seemed like almost the same to me would have been like the fugitive. You know what I'm saying? Having somebody like in that sort of like FBI level type situation, but I hadn't recently seen that movie all the way through. I recently seen Silence of the Lambs, and I had seen her in there as one of the fucking examiners. It was a very small role. To be absolutely fair, but I just happened to fucking notice it. You know, I just happened to fucking notice that shit, and I do that quite often where I fucking realize, like, holy shit, you know what I'm saying? This person that I didn't even realize at one point was, you know what I'm saying, was connected to this movie. Is in this fucking movie. You know, and it definitely, like I said, it's one thing that was burned into my mind. I'm definitely sure about it. Like I said, it was either going to be that one or it was going to be fucking The Fugitive, and I hadn't seen The Fugitive all the way through recently.
Yeah, it's been fucking forever since I've. Oh, it's been forever since I've seen either, really.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'm gonna go ahead and go right at the jugular here.
Okay. So what entails this jugular?
Huh. Let me. Holy shit!
What?
She wasn't the fucking fugitive.
It was the fugitive.
It was the fugitive.
It wasn't Silence of the Lambs.
It was not. That's why I was sitting here. My mind, like I said, it was either gonna be the fucking like FBI level type of shit, but I was like, but I guess they did look over a certain dead body. They was looking over his fucking wife and the other shit. I was like, okay, so yeah, I get it. Okay. So my brain was still working. I wanted her so bad to be in fucking Silence of the Lambs, but it was still surprising that she was in the fucking fugitive. So still surprising, but I did get it. I did get my mind back before I was proven wrong. I proved myself in a way wrong, but yet still correct in a halfway. It was a walk back. I ended up being correct on a walk back. Put it that way.
Okay.
The fugitive,
So
Silence of the Lambs, basically the same movie.
No, it's not.
yeah.
No, that is being very. That was being very weird. Not, but I'm just saying, like, I
That
mean,
was me being cunty.
yeah, I mean, but I mean, I mean, but think about it. I mean, guy gets framed. You know what I'm saying, for somebody else. You know what I'm saying, for his own wife's murder, and escapes prison and tries to go after the guy who's really done this, a one-armed man. People don't believe him, and FBI guys after him, so it starts to believe him after suspecting him, and a lot of violence ensues. Not as much bloody, good old eating violence like Hannibal Lecter serves up, but I mean,
And I don't recall any tuck jobs in The Fugitive either.
oh no, no,
Thank
no,
God.
I mean, look, you only got one good functional arm. You don't want to waste that time tucking. You know what I'm saying? So you
Okay.
got.
So do you think we've covered all that we need to cover about Halloween 4?
Oh, for sure, because this is going to be a
I think so, yeah.
continuation until the more interesting part, number 5, with the psychic bond and everything that was going on with there. So I mean, we've done what we could with this. I mean, I'd probably say more of what was done wrong. I mean, is there anything else you felt like was done wrong in 4? Was there anything that was done wrong with that?
Um.
I mean, like as far as our horror movie lore and interaction and scope of things, like were there was there those classic things that were done wrong, or were there new things that were done wrong that
I don't think that the term "new things done wrong" really applies here because this movie came out in 1988. So
but new for that. I mean, I guess new for that time. I mean, were there new horror movie mistakes being made by the people? You know what I'm saying, being unaware or anything like that. You know what I'm saying, can we place blame? I mean, was it just a case of people not you know what I'm saying, rightfully not believing that Michael Myers was still alive and still stalking them? Was you know
hmm,
I mean, it definitely had that whole trope of like, how do we escape? We go to the highest point in the house thing. But that was because dickhead, almost boyfriend guy tried to shoot off the locked door, and he goes, "It's made of metal," and she goes, "What does that mean?" And oh, we can't get out of the house. And he gets killed. And she just keeps going higher and higher and higher.
it's a freaking
That's never going to work out well.
it's a freaking deadbolt, which means the thing that unlocks it is on the inside. You don't
Yeah.
need to shoot it off. Just walk up to the door, flip the switch, turn the handle, and open.
Like, I found that made no sense. It's like, what kind of lock can you not unlock from the inside?
Yeah, I know. I thought that too. I was like, seriously.
Like,
I
you need
get
a
it.
key from the inside?
Yeah, seriously.
So,
Like,
some people
why?
when some people want to let's just say when lockdown in the house happens is lockdown, and some kids like to sneak out and things like that because this was the cops, like this was the cop's daughter, right?
Yeah.
Who didn't show her glorious tits? That's the
Okay.
main thing wrong with this
Oh
movie. I
yeah.
maintain
Okay.
it.
So now we're on track because that was the girl from fucking Renegade. You know what I'm saying? Also, if my memory serves me correctly, you guys remember that TV show
Wait, with
Renegade?
Lorenzo Lamas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was her. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she was on that show too. Okay, yeah, okay. I get it. So yeah, we're on track here. So yeah,
So the time of seeing hot women breasts in Halloween is over.
I mean, look,
I think so.
look. You have to understand. You have to understand. They were separating Michael Myers from the typical slasher movie, this unnatural obsession with females and people having sex, some sort of deep
It's not
rooted envy
unnatural.
and
It's very
rage, and
natural for me, the audience member.
but a rage about it. You don't want to kill people because you're not getting any, somebody else is getting some. You know what I'm saying? Like
No,
it's just not.
you can still show me the tits and not have her die because she showed the tits. Come on. I don't need that part. I just come on.
Yeah, you know what? Now I'm tracking because now I'm able to separate the two movies. Yeah, one of my red flags, what was done wrong, was just again, look. I would put it to you like this: this man came and potentially, what I'm saying, saved more. You know what I'm saying, saved lives. I mean, you could easily say, direct scope. He saved. You know what I'm saying, Laurie Strode's life and those two kids that what I'm saying, that she was babysitting lives, and maybe a couple of other people, but. You know what I'm saying? He really could have saved, what I'm saying, more people in that situation. I mean, depending, because we don't completely know that if he would have just killed Lori, it would just ended there, and that would have been that. I don't, what I'm saying. We just don't know. We assume that, but he saved lives, and then he saved lives again, and then all of a sudden we're back at 4, and you're still playing this guy like he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That was a big one. Now you know what I'm saying. Now that my mind is getting back on track, that was a big fucking one. Like
Yeah,
how do
because
you?
he comes back into town, and when he's in the sheriff's station, like, they all, like, apparently, he's like, what did he say to him? Like, oh, you're Dr. Loomis. Like, you'll never be forgotten, at least amongst cops. And then he's telling him the thing. He's like, well, if what you're saying is true. It's like, motherfuckers, Dr. Loomis. You just kind of expressed how, like, revered he is, and now you're just going to be immediately like, well, if it's true.
Yeah, so
Then
that
two
was like,
seconds later, he's like, oh, fuck, we got to do stuff.
yeah, that's like big. That was like a big fucking one there. Like, why the fuck would you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is that? Like, so they were still working. They were still working on some of the, some of the finer points. You know what I'm saying, of
Hmm.
this. You know what I'm saying, of this masterpiece here. In a way. You know what I'm saying, because that's that whole. Because I don't know. It seemed like certain genres of entertainment just seems to dislike cops. Or play them in the real arrogant idiot role. But see, to me, idiot is a combination for me. That's why I like to call people idiots a lot and idiots, because being an idiot to me is a combination of being arrogant and stupid. It's like a cycle. You understand? It's like a cycle. It's like you're too stupid to realize how arrogant you are, and too arrogant to realize how stupid you are. And then you just kind of have this cycle of being an idiot.
Mm.
Sounds like somebody we know.
I'm just saying, like the man once said back in the day, things that make you go, but yeah, I'm just like, I just don't like the way out idiot cop. You know what I'm saying? It just always it's frustrating because like it or not, they're like the main power, especially in a neighborhood, small town, and situations like that. And then when they show the whole idiot display, it's like it's gonna be a real hard time for somebody because the cops are always gonna fuck. You know what I'm saying? When you get a cop, you can get cops going idiot. It's like, you know what I'm saying, a lot of bad shit's gonna happen before the shit's made right. You know, I mean, it's like, come on. I just saw a shit last night, Hell Night. You know what I'm saying? That starred an older and goddamn it, you know what I'm saying, heaving breastier, fucking Linda Blair. You know, in this movie where they get locked in the, you know what I'm saying, the Garth, you know what I'm saying, the Garth Manor. You know what I'm saying, where they dealt with, you know what I'm saying, Gorky Andrew is what he was called. You know, going around, but it was
Gorky
nuts.
Andrews.
No, Gorky Andrew, you know what I'm saying, Garth or whatever. I don't know what the hell Gork meant. You know what I'm saying? I meant to look that up, but my phone had fucking went to sleep on me. But I meant to look up what the hell does Gork meant anyway. But I guess it's a way of calling somebody weird or, you know what I'm saying, Mongo type. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But, you know, one of them situations. And it was like the dude went to the damn police station. He's cut. He's cut right here on around his fucking shoulder from trying to climb, from having to climb over a dangerously sharp, you know what I'm saying, fucking gate, you know what I'm saying, like tall gate with these fucking little points up. I mean, even when he grabbed the shit and kind of came down on it, he fucking cut his hand and shit like that. They were sharp like that, and he had to traverse over that. Run to the police station, but had them motherfuckers thinking it's just a fucking college prank that he's playing. They're threatening to lock him up in the damn tank or whatever. And you know what I'm saying? He had to go. We happened to see this room that he left wide open. Idiot cops leaving the door wide open with guns just sitting right on the fucking table. Just
Almost like a gift.
like handguns, couple of shotguns, yeah, whatever you like. He picked himself up a shotgun. There was some shells there, loaded up. You know what I'm saying? Took that gun, went out the window. You know what I'm saying? So they wouldn't see him. Like, Coach can't be seen walking out here with a fucking shotgun. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he has to go back himself. You know what I'm saying? Try. You know what I'm saying? He shoots one motherfucker that was coming after him. You know what I'm saying? He thought he got him. There was a second guy. You know what I'm saying? But if you had the cops there, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they could have did something about that. But the idiot cops made this kid have to go back on his own. You know what I'm saying? With a shotgun. He did the best that he could do and take out one. And then he still had to give up his life. He still sacrificed his life. You know what I'm saying? Because there was a second one that they had no idea about. You know, so like maybe the fucking father and the fucking son, I guess it was revealed in this whole story that the father and the son was fucking actually still living in the damn house, you know what I'm saying, and doing whatever. I don't know. But yeah. Just weirdness. I'm just saying, like, another movie that I watched where idiot cops, you know what I'm saying, caused a lot of people a lot of pain, a lot of problems. You know what I'm saying? Linda Blair was the only one who survived, of course, in the movie because of the idiot cops. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying the two other people, you know what I'm saying, one guy who actually came back and he almost was a hero. Lost his life. Boyfriend that she was starting to get to know got tossed out the damn window, man. Lost his fucking life. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, fucking hell, if cops were there, could have been help, but they were idiots. You know what I'm saying? Just another thing that it shows, man, from even back in the 70s, 80s, going into now, man, it's like certain genres, especially horror movies, they just feel like cops are fucking idiots. Just think about it. Think about all the movies that we've seen, you know what I'm saying, where the cops were complete idiots about, you know what I'm saying, about what they were being told by somebody. And like they're supposed to work for the citizens. The citizens trying to tell them, I need your help. Oh, you sound drunk or same shit, you know what I'm saying? Fucking Friday the 13th, Tommy Jarvis, idiot cops. It's all you. You did this. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna throw you in fucking jail. You know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ, man. Idiot cops, huh? I mean, it's always gonna be that, but this is where we're gonna have fun. Maybe this was a nice little segue into the next situation if we feel like we're done with Halloween.
Yeah, I think we're good. So let's go into Grimm.
Yep. And speaking of a
Stop that. I'll be
non-idiot,
back in 2 seconds.
no problem. And this is where we have a non-idiot cop, or non-idiot cops, as it were. You know what I'm saying? With Hank and fucking Nick. You know, the two non-idiot cops that and where one has a special little secret there, you know. And I want to ask you this because I like to get it out the way. I don't want to make something racial and have the whole thing be about race. That's why I like to kind of just get into it, get it out the way, and then we can just move on with the knowledge of what we have. So, are Grimms all like white? Did we confirm
Um,
on that? Is that pretty much a confirmation that there are no Grimms of other
there are.
ethnicities?
I will confirm that there are other Grims that show up in the show throughout the show's run. I mean, how you watched the show before, but
I have, but I was always kind of lost on the Grimms. You know, what I'm saying the Grimm
but
section, and
the thing is that for our audience, I will confirm that all the Grims that we interact with, aside from Nick in the show, are white. They are. All of them are white. There are no other Grims that we interact with. There are of other ethnic groups. However, we do have confirmation, kind of Grims of other ethnic groups that are mentioned in the Grimm books that are in Nick's trailer.
hmm,
Um, like there are I would assume that some of the Grimms that Nick reads about in Aunt Marie's Grimm books have been a part, or might be of some Hispanic descent, maybe
okay,
some
that is coming back.
maybe of because I know that there was a Grimm that was on an expedition with the conquistadors with Cortez, and I think that Grimm particularly was Hispanic. I think he was. I think it's possible there might be a Grimm that might have been black, and that is the one that went to Africa. But I have no confirmation of that. I could be wrong, but I do know. But I have no reason to believe that Grimms are all white. I believe that Grimms can be of any race.
But it just seemed to be the common thread that I've seen with those that seem to be connected to being Grimm. They just seem really pale. They seem really, you know, they seem really kind of untouched by the sun usually. You know, no matter who you, even when you know, say even when True Bell comes along, you know what I'm saying. We'll
Well,
leave that
we
for
haven't
later.
gotten to that point yet,
Of
and
course,
Damian's back.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like I say, we'll leave that for way later. But I'm just saying it.
Stone.
Why?
See, and I was worried about me spoiling things.
No way. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay. Well. Okay.
We'll talk about before
Well,
the show. Charles is like, I've seen all of it. We think Stone's seen all of it, but surely Stone will stop me. No, Stone's the one.
no. 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 No.
Spoiler
No.
11, son of a bitch.
I'm just saying. That's. Come on. Come on. Come on, grant me that one. I was making a point. I was just making a point that it just seemed like
I
there
have no
seems
idea
to be a
what you
dark.
mean, so it's fine.
There just seems to be a dark hair, pale complexion. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Common thread to all. Now, granted, Nick, his mother. You know what I'm saying? Nick and his aunt and so forth. There's blood connections. It seems to be there. So I guess that's the one thing that seems to tie them together in that respect. So in respect to what you're saying, Charles, you know what I'm saying, it still lends credibility to what you're saying because we're talking about a familial bond when it comes to these particular Grimms and so forth. But we'll just move right into it. And speaking of Aunt Marie, it seems like in the pilot, you know what I'm saying, we don't waste a whole lot of time getting certain things established, I guess, because and I kind of like that because it seems like the bigger story is the main thing to develop, and he didn't want to waste time developing. Okay, here's who Nick is, and here's his life, and here's who Grimms are, and then now they're gonna come. No, we kind of had to get right into. Boom, he's meeting his Aunt Marie, and boom, here's all of this stuff that's kind of coming in, and she's kind of already looking to read him into the situation immediately. And like, what do you guys thought about that?
I would say the whole first episode, I felt like I was watching at a much faster speed. It felt like it just everything was coming at you very fast, and it just didn't stop for more than what felt like maybe 30 seconds. Felt like it just kept like. And again, as you said, that's a good thing. It introduces you to pretty much everything you need to know in that
Because
first 43 minutes. But it
because
definitely felt like it was almost something that could have been a two-parter, but they managed to
Oh,
condense it all into that one
believe
episode.
me, there are a lot of two-parters in this show.
but I think
Also, they
but I
do
think
actually. I was kind of hoping they would get to that at some point.
Yeah.
but I think that the storyline had I think the main storyline that had to develop is what is everybody's, because it's more about, okay, we don't need to do big weird reveals later on down the line, because that's not that's not the story they want to develop. The story they want to develop is, what is everybody's purpose. We don't need to fucking, okay, eventually it gets revealed that Rain, you know what I'm saying, the Captain Reynard is the fucking, no, we
Yeah,
like
I
we
was
like
thinking that. Yeah,
like I said, it's like, okay, we know, okay, now they're working together and so on and so forth, because it's like, wow, why are we doing this now? Because obviously there's something much bigger going on, and we just don't have time for this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, now we know who's who, but the thing that we still gotta figure fucking find out is why. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're intertwined this way. Why would this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? And these, like, it's like they're drawn to each other in this way. They're working in the same fucking precinct. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking, like he's like he's fucking like commanding a Grimm in a way. You know what I'm saying? But unbeknownst to at least Nick at that point, he's the only one who's not in knowing of that situation, at least at that time. But he's starting to know things, and it's okay. Here's a question. Here's a question before we start digging, and because I want us to start digging into the episodes, but but is it revealed? Is it truly brought out there, or do we kind of have to draw our own conclusion to why did it never really seem like he could get fucking Reynard the fucking Vogue up? Why was he able to resist?
Wait, like resist to Volga?
Yeah, because it seems like when he sees anybody that could do that, they seem to be able to involuntarily do that, because you know what I'm saying, because of
Well,
his presence.
Monroe explains that later on in the season. He says that there is two different versions to the Volga. There is the one that where they want to be seen, and then there's the one where they don't want to be seen.
that was
And
in
Nick,
the Bigfoot episode, I think.
yes, but
Okay, I do remember that.
yeah, it's the one where they want to be seen is where anybody can see them. The Grimm can see them, sure, but
Okay,
also ordinary the Kaiseta, I think is what they call them. Normal people can see them, and like you or me can see them, and when Nick can see them, that's when the one where they don't want to be seen, that's the one where only Nick can see them.
okay, with you.
However, that only happens when they're distraught or stressed out. So the only way that Nick can see Renard when he vogues is if Renard is in a state of emotional distress, or if he is like really pissed off. So if Renard is in control of his own emotions, Nick will not be able to see him vote. He won't.
Mm.
So
Which that's a
think
guy who's fucking. He's seems to always be in control.
yes, exactly. That's why Nick wasn't able to see Renard be vogued out for as long as he wasn't able to. Is because
Well,
Renard, being a royal, which we don't worry, that's not a spoiler because we find out in season one. Um,
Yeah, very soon.
yeah, it's just Renard being a royal. Um, like he probably got being raised in that life and being raised being who he is. He was kind of forced to train himself to be in control of his emotions, to be composed, and to be not be overly emotional. So, yeah, that makes it easier for him to hide in plain sight.
I still say that with as much as he was holding on to, as much information and plotting as he was holding on to, and being that close quarter, you know what I'm saying, with, you know what I'm saying, with a, you know what I'm saying, with a developing Grimm like that, and then it's like his aunt was around, and then I mean, just the things that develop, it's just weird to me that it just didn't seem like under the weight of all that. But I guess you guys are right. You guys are right. You guys are right. So getting into that, I mean, with the pilot and everything like that, I mean, so I mean, it was pretty straightforward. I mean, we started to get introduced to the fact that there are these creatures, and you know, there are these things that he's starting to kind of see now. Now that he's kind of, you know, now that he's kind of had a shoulder tap, the I guess the I guess the switch flicked, I guess, a little bit, and it's starting to find the process, you know what I'm saying, these things and these visions and everything like that.
Because the first one he
And
sees, it's Adeline Shade, right? That's the first one he sees.
Yep,
She's like
that's
across
the
the
first
street, and
that's the first Vesson he ever sees.
yeah, sees her as a Hexen beast, which is a witch.
Yeah, basically a witch. Yeah.
we so he and that was even before he goes into the police and into the precinct and sees and starts seeing shit like the guy handcuffed and whatnot. That was before even that.
Yeah, this was like, I think he was with Hank on the street, and he just like looks across the street, sees her like, just walking past, similarly normal blonde chick, and then all of a sudden she looks almost like a zombie or something, like some kind of like, yeah, demonic, almost
Now,
rotting thing.
well, it's a good thing you brought this up. So what situation was brought on to where she did that?
That in that
That
case,
I think at that point it was before they had laid down the concrete foundation of why Vesson vogue like that. They hadn't figured it out yet. I think they were still laying down the groundwork trying to figure it out. And over the
yeah,
course of the season, that's when they were figuring out the lore. And I'm willing to forgive that.
Okay.
So by the end of the season, they finally figured everything out, and that's why season 2 is considered to be better than season 1.
like I
Okay.
was talking to Charles before the show, and I said I definitely think this show, it got off to a bit of a rocky start.
Yeah.
It was a bit uneven to begin with, but it
Okay.
definitely found its footing like pretty quickly. But I would say the first 1 to 5 episodes, maybe
Yeah.
ish. That was definitely, yeah. I was kind of like, do I like this show? I'm not quite sure.
I
To
totally
be
did because you have to think about it in terms of this. There's a lot of layers that this show is about. It's also a like overall cop show. It's trying to be a cop show and it's procedure show, but then it's dealing in a supernatural sort of situation. But then beyond that, there's still a suspense element to it because there's a bigger plot involved. So it's not just these creatures and this thing. It's like very intelligent, you know what I'm saying, beings that are, you know what I'm saying, that are sort of hybrids, and there's a whole plot going on. There's a whole system and
These
a history,
societies and things.
yeah, and a lineage going on that's way bigger than just these creatures, you know, and things like that. And so
And
you
that's
have,
very much fed to you in fairly small pieces for the most part throughout the first season.
and the thing is, and that's where I'm just trying to. It's like, so you're trying to navigate through the situation of we're dealing with a cop show in Portland, Oregon, and then we're kind of dealing in the fact of this cop is discovering this about himself, and then we're discovering what this thing is, and he's kind of on a crash course of learning like who he is and what everything is around him now, and we're trying to. So I think a lot of it was more about kind of focusing and trying to at least set up a network of people that he can work with, because it cannot be just totally a thing of him being by himself as one Grimm amongst these whole situations. And I think that's where the disconnect happened as we start to realize further on, even in this first season, that a lot of the Grimms would kind of dispatch without prejudice, or what I'm saying, and basically they would
Yeah,
just
they were
go.
pretty much just straight up hunters.
Yeah, they would just basically go after any of them as basically just creatures, and not really seeing the differences. What I'm saying, those who were well meaning, I guess, or anything like that. So that's kind of where we deal in a little bit of a different situation, like at least like the bond between Monroe and Nick was basically set up mainly on him catching, helping him catch the other blue bot that was, that was taking little kids and what have you, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So, the bond and trust was kind of made there, and then you kind of move forward, and then he's kind of finding other people and other vesting that he can, that he can trust and everything like that. So it was kind of just kind of building that initially and kind of knowing who the players are and kind of trying to get a little bit of a lead into like what, so like what they're going for in a way. And you start to even realize it's like, okay, he seems to be against like, okay, like, cause like I said, because I feel what you guys are saying about the 1 and 5. So I definitely want to get to a more interesting, more developed part. Like, for example,
And I
it
would
seems
also
that,
like to say it was never a question of do I like this show? Always liked the show. It was just how much. And yeah,
gotcha.
after a certain point, I liked it a lot more than I did. And initially, I was a little bit like, yeah, I like it. How much do I like it? As I got
Yeah,
into it, I was like, okay, yeah, I love this show.
yeah, because I mean, because we get to a point where okay, we realize okay, Reynard, Adeline, they're working together. She's trying to do his bidding for whatever reasons, whatever motives that she may have. I mean, oh, well, of course, which wants to be, wants to be part of, part of the royal court, I guess, and I guess mainly her motivation, of course, and I guess you could say she's attracted to him, what have you, but
No, I would say Adeline is not attracted to Renard. I think she's just using him.
never felt
Adeline,
like okay,
Adeline
okay,
is not legitimately attracted to anybody right now.
And as we find out later on, it's a very heavy influence from her mother. Her mother is a very controlling, like, controlling figure in her life as well. So you kind of wonder how much of it was actually her own choice, or if it was just her being pressured into things.
Yeah,
okay.
and yeah, it's just. I mean, God damn it, I really want to get into it, but I can't
No
because
problem. No problem. No problem.
it's spoiler
It's fine.
territory.
This what
But
makes this fun. This is what makes this fun. But
yeah,
so
yeah, but
what we can do here is the kind of basically still get into more interesting conversation, like for the fact that okay, we understand and we get it set up of who the players are and who's against who, but then it's like he he basically wards a Reaper, off of going after Nick and everything like that Reynard does. And it's like, now that is a very
oh yeah,
confusing
that
point.
part where he cuts off his ear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
among other things, and it's like that is, what I'm saying, that is very like that was very confusing, of course, because
well,
like
yeah, like that's something I was going to say before. Throughout this entire first season, and I'm sure it gets clarified later on, but throughout the first season, I was trying to figure out is he a bad guy or not? Like, he's definitely like
No, Reynard.
a lot of what he's doing is questionable, or
Reynard.
in fact,
No.
seemingly evil. But I'm just like, is he a bad guy or not? I'm not sure.
Okay.
If we want to get into it, we can get into it. I mean, it's a situation where
Okay,
like,
all I'm going to say
go
regarding
ahead.
Renard is, and this is not technically a spoiler, because this is pretty much just words to live by when it comes to people that you're unsure about. You cannot fully trust Renard.
Oh yeah, that I know for sure.
Yeah, you cannot fully trust him.
Because so much of what he does is like either it just seems just straight up like this is some bad shit, or it's just like it's highly questionable.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. It's just you cannot fully trust him.
No, definitely.
He has his own agendas, and you just cannot fully trust him. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Because if I say any more, I'm going into spoiler territory.
Don't you do it.
I'm not gonna fucking do it. You need to go into this show blind.
I agree.
Yes, because when you get to the real meat and potatoes, you are going to lose your shit. Whether that's going to be literally or figuratively remains to be seen.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and get into it.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Now I actually kind of want meat and potatoes right now.
Me too, a little bit actually. I'm
Yeah,
pretty hungry.
yeah.
So
I haven't had any breakfast.
here's what I'm venturing to do here. Because of course, as we know, the first season has 22 episodes.
Yes.
Okay, so what we can do here is basically try to see, the different shows of note that that we definitely feel like we want to, definitely speak on, or do we want to go through every last one of these episodes? Because while some of them, like you said, like the first five, are
I
definitely
think I think we should just cover all like the key points of the season, and we don't have to cover every episode. We don't.
Because a lot of them, it's like you could speak on everyone, obviously, but a lot of them, it's more just like, like the B people were cool, but it's like it doesn't really have a lot to do with the. Oh, actually, that's probably a bad example. I think that one did actually have more to do with the overall plot of things. But
Okay,
you know what I mean.
can I just take a minute to say that Grimm has its own Mr. Wu.
Racist.
Well, actually, it's Sergeant Wu.
And I was going to look up where the fuck I know that guy from.
His name is
Like
Reggie
before-
Lee. His name is
Like
Reggie Lee.
I'm certain I've seen him as a detective or something in another show.
He's been in a lot of stuff, actually. I've seen him in a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
And that's one thing with the show, like not as much with the main cast, like the main guy. What's the guy who plays Nick? David.
Gulen Torley or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, I thought I knew him from something, but he just has kind of a familiar face. But
and just so you know, the actor that plays Nick and the actor that plays Juliet, they are married in real life.
really,
And
that
they have-
poor son of a bitch.
And they have a kid together. Yeah,
Does the kid have fish eyes too?
I have no idea. But no, they met on the set of this show. They met and they started dating during the production of Grimm, and then they got married shortly before the end of the show's run. And yeah, they've been together ever since.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Apparently, I can't remember what the actress's name is, but Juliet's been Lois Lane for
Yeah,
years now in various different things.
She's currently playing Lois Lane in Superman and Lois.
Yeah, but apparently she was Lois Lane in like some Arrowverse stuff as well.
It's basically the same universe.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. But like when I said fish eyes before, I was referring to her. For some reason, I just couldn't not notice her giant eyes that seemed to almost point in two different directions.
Yeah, but the actress's name that plays Juliet, her name is Elizabeth Tulloch, but she goes by her nickname, which is Bitsy Tulloch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bitsy.
Yeah, but her actual first name is Elizabeth. But everybody calls her Bitsy, which I don't really know why.
Yeah, must be one of those like, if you know, you know kind of things.
Mm.
So I've never heard that as a nickname for Elizabeth.
Yep, never heard.
But Russell Hornsby, who plays Hank.
Yes.
I looked him up, and it was. Do you ever see the show Haunted with Matthew Fox? Very short-lived show. I think it was pre-Lost, maybe. It was like I think he was an ex-cop who like could see ghosts and stuff. It was a good show. Just didn't last very long. But he was like his friend, I think maybe ex-partner in that show.
Oh, and one thing you should know, I found out, the actress that plays Rosalie, Bree Turner, she was in Deuce Bigalow, Male Gigolo.
Look at this perv.
Wait, which one was Rosalie?
Look at this perv.
Look, that's just like, dude, it's not because of that. It's just like,
oh yeah, right. Yeah,
no,
right.
It's just, that's just, I looked up her IMDb page to see what else she was in, and I looked at her entire list of movies, and that is the only movie I recognized. And I was like, wait, she was in that? Mm-hmm. And I looked it up, and I was like, wait a minute, she was the clerk at the freaking like pet shop. Mm-hmm. She was the clerk at the pet shop.
She sure was.
It's a comedy, not a porno. Stone, relax.
Oh, it was. Oh, come on. Yeah, of course she wasn't getting fucked in that movie, but I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah. Let me get those fish way in the back over there. You know, you gotta really dip into. Yeah.
What the hell? I just
also
we're talking about what these actors have been in besides Grimm, and that's the only thing I know what else she's been in.
There was some fucking great actors in this show, like Titus Welliver appeared at one point. It was Silas in Deadwood. He's Bosch and Bosch, a show I've never actually checked out.
He played Sons of Anarchy. Farley Colt.
Yeah, in the episode with the coins, where the coins were introduced.
He played the Stein.
Oh,
yeah.
I was looking at the listing.
Bird.
So three coins in a Fuchsbau?
No. It's like if his name was D. Oh God, it's like, oh D, you bitch. I'm sorry, every time a bird gets brought up, I have to make a reference to D from It's Always Sunny.
That fucking bird bitch.
You guys.
I love that you can just say, oh, D, you bitch, and I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. All right, so moving right along. So,
another episode had Amy Acker from Angel, Dollhouse.
Yeah, that was a good
various
episode.
Other things.
Was the Spinatod episode?
Yes.
Where they were basically spiders.
that was one of like this show kind of tricks you at times because as soon as I saw her pop up in the opening scene of that episode, I'm like, well, this dude's fucked. Like they present you in that opening scene as like this dude's gonna be the bad guy, but I was like, no, that's Amy Acker. She's the bad guy. You don't just have her in the opening scene to die.
No, exactly.
But then there was that episode with I want to say Daniel Baldwin as the fire guy, or it was one of the Baldwin brothers in one episode, and he wasn't the bad guy at all. He was just in it.
Oh, that was the one with the Damian Fuhrer with Danielle Panabaker.
Yeah, and you're like, that's one of those things that they put in there, I think, just to throw you. You're like, oh, well, it's clearly it's one of the Baldwins, so obviously he's the bad guy. But no,
yeah, but he was the forgotten Baldwin.
Yeah, he's one of the others. I think he was the one that was in Cleaver in The Sopranos, but I'm not sure. Billy Baldwin, maybe?
Yeah, he was the forgotten Baldwin. And of course, we now have a Baldwin who is now going to prison. So, yeah.
Is he? That actually is.
From what I heard, yeah, Alec Baldwin is now going to prison. Yeah.
Wow, I kind of lost track of that whole thing.
Yeah. According to the investigation, he was liable and was responsible to check the prop gun to make sure that it wasn't filled with live ammunition. And since he didn't check it, he is responsible for that woman's death because since he was a producer, he was responsible. He had a responsibility to make sure that everything was safe, and he didn't. So
I mean, yeah, ultimately, you think gun safety on a set's got to be everyone's responsibility, really.
It is everyone's responsibility, but he was the producer he was one of the producers on the
set.
So
it makes it extra bad.
Yeah, it makes it extra bad. Yeah. So he is probably going to go to prison. Yeah. So, yeah. For how long?
Last I saw, he was back filming the movie.
But
That's
for
the
how
last thing I
long,
saw.
I don't know. But from what I heard, yeah, he is probably going to go to jail. For how long, I don't know. But yeah, he is probably going to go. Okay, but moving right along, back to we had that Danielle Panabaker. We had that Danielle Panabaker episode, which, holy crap, Danielle Panabaker is freaking hot, and yeah, she was playing a Damian Fuhrer, which is a freaking dragon. Which, I mean,
that's just cool in general.
Yeah, it is freaking cool. I mean, the episode was pretty cool overall. Anyway, I mean, I didn't even.
In general, it was a good one.
Yeah, I didn't even know that she could be that she was a fire dancer. I didn't know that she had that skill. But I mean, I would go to her fire dancing show.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And Amy Acker still looked great. Like, I hadn't seen her. I think this was a few years after Dollhouse. And I even looked her up, and she still looks fine.
Yeah,
to use a term that I hate.
Yeah.
Fine.
Then why do you keep using it?
I can't help myself.
But no, it's just
a weak
Amy Acker looks cool, and it's just she looks good, and I don't know. I mean, I thought the Spinatod episode was pretty good, and the lore behind
it's a very interesting episode. Like the fact that they have to kill every so often to stay young.
Yeah, and then there was that woman named Charlotte who looked like an old woman but said that she was only 26 years old. I was like, okay.
Yeah, she's like, damn, that's a hard 26. Oof.
Oh boy. Wow.
Would you smoke like 23 packs a day? What happened?
More like 23 packs every hour. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like Jesus.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there was like because like the guy who played the Bloop Bard in the first episode was also a guy I recognized from at least a few places. I should have looked so many of these people up, but I didn't because I stink. But that guy I recognized, the guy who played and I can't remember the term for what his character was, but the guy who ate the toads kept the
Uh,
chicks in the basement. He was like
the
a
Zigavolk. The Zigavolk. Uh,
yeah. Recognize him from a bunch of places.
I recognize him as well. I saw him in the TV show Happy with Christopher Maloney.
I still,
He,
I gotta see that. I know it was canceled, but I still want to see that because
yeah,
Christopher Maloney's fucking
but the
awesome.
way it ended, it didn't feel like it was canceled. It felt like it just ended.
Okay, cool.
So yeah,
So maybe they knew.
yeah. I got the feeling that with the TV show Happy, they knew that they got canceled, so they just ended it with a neat little bow.
Okay.
So it really
The
wasn't that
guy,
bad.
yeah, the guy who played the ogre, I definitely recognized him as well.
Okay.
Just couldn't tell you what from, but like I definitely recognized
The
him.
ogre episode is actually one of my favorite episodes because of what like at the end where Hank tries to face off against Stark and Monroe takes the elephant gun with the Siegbar's gift and basically shoots Stark and saves Hank's life. And that's like one of my favorite parts of the entire episode. I freaking love that. And then
With
later
that
on,
fucking that awesome 3-barreled rifle.
yeah, later on, there's a reference to that, and I'm not going to go further into that, but let's just say that moment where Monroe saves Hank's life, that is mentioned again later on. Not in season one though; it's mentioned again in season two.
Okay,
And
because I was kind of wondering because at the end of that episode they kind of laid a little bit of a seed that might come back because they're
it does.
uh, with the captain sitting there with I think was it Hank he was sitting there with, and they're just like these are the bullets that we used to take him down. And they're
Hmm.
describing like what they came from, and just sort of like who has a rifle like this, and they just, should probably figure that out. So I
Well,
was wondering if that would come back at all.
it does kind of come back again in season two, but
Okay,
I will not go further into it.
you will not, you shall not.
Nope, nope, will not go again. No more spoilers.
I think there's definitely a few other people I noticed. I think even
Yeah.
the woman who played spoiler for the ending of the season played Nick's mother. She even seemed familiar.
Oh, look, that I mean,
Scarface.
was she in
Was it?
Scarface?
Yes.
Wait, is that Gina?
Yes.
Oh shit! God damn!
No
Wow.
wonder I didn't recognize her. I've never seen Scarface.
Which we have to fix. We definitely have to fix that at some point. But I guess it's
Look,
just because she didn't have that crazy fro that she had in that movie. And
look,
she's 30 something years older. But it's mostly the fro, I think.
look. I'm familiar with certain scenes in that movie, like "Say Hello to My Little Friend," and I'm Tony Montana. I mean, I'm familiar with stuff like that. But I mean, I never saw it. I never wanted to see it. I mean,
You have to. And I will make sure
why?
that you do. Because you
Why?
have to. Because that's a movie everyone should see.
How do you know? How will you know if you're a if you're a Godfather Pacino fan, or if you're a Scarface Pacino fan? There's one or the other.
Or
Why
you a
can't it be
Scent of a
both
Woman
or none?
Pacino fan.
Why can't it
Great
be both?
ass!
Huh?
Why can't it be both or none?
Well, it can be none, but it can be both. It's just two different characters that he's playing there. They're both
I
they're
can
both
I
be a
disagree that it can't
Pacino
be
fan.
both.
I can be a Pacino fan and be a fan of both, even though I have tried to watch Godfather before and I
now let
couldn't
me
get
see,
into it.
but let me ask you this. Okay, so let me ask you this: Are you a fan of Patrick Swayze in Ghost?
God, I tried to
With
watch
his,
that movie years ago and I couldn't get into it.
did you see that dude's pottery making skills? That was some fucking high level shit.
Did you see Roadhouse?
No, I've never seen Roadhouse.
Oh man.
My only experience with Roadhouse is from the Family Guy episode where
Roadhouse.
where Peter Griffin just starts drop kicking everybody and just goes Roadhouse. That's it. That's all I'm familiar with.
But that's not all.
That's
that goes
actually
on in
what
that
made me
movie.
watch that movie. I'd never seen it.
Oh, God.
And that reference made me watch that movie. I knew about it, but I'd never seen it, and I was like, okay, I just gotta watch this fucking movie. Patrick Swayze, Sam Elliott,
Yes,
throat ripping.
Sam Elliott's in the movie?
yes, he's the mentor. He always plays the mentor. Like Sam Elliott has been old before we knew what old really was. You know what I'm saying? He was like cool.
Yeah, like, he was probably
like cool
24 in that movie, but he seemed like he was 55.
No, he's always been. He wasn't 24 when he played in Mask. You know what I'm saying? I don't know when he was 24. I don't know when Sam Elliott was 24. I think when he was 24 it was 1920. No, I'm just,
Yeah, like maybe.
How old was Sam Elliott in Roadhouse?
I don't know. I don't know
I'm
how
not
old he
sure,
was in Mask. I don't know how old he was in Mask. I just always felt like he was always the cool old dude. I don't know when he got old. I don't know when he was. Like I still see him now. I don't know, man. Like that is a motherfucker. That's
In a way,
mysterious
he's
motherfucker.
oddly timeless. Yeah. His age is almost impossible to pin down.
Look, let me tell you, if Gandalf the White was a real person, I think it'd be Sam Elliott.
Yeah, only instead of having a very big beard, he'd have big bushy eyebrows.
You know, and that mustache. He's got the mustache that just will not go away.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I love the mustache.
it went away. If you ever saw the last season of Justified, it went away, and it should never go away because he looks like a turtle.
He looks like a turtle.
He's one of those guys. It's just you should always have some kind of facial hair, much like myself, really.
I wonder, is that me? Is that me too? Is that hashtag me too? Should I always keep this mustache? Should I
Maybe
always
I've never seen Babyface Stone or whatever's under their face stone.
I think it would take forever. I think it would take forever to grow this mustache back. It would take forever, man. That's why I do little fun things with it, but I would never be so daring as to say, you know what, yank, 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 and just see what happens, because I think it would just take forever. It's like this right here. This is hardly touching, trimming this thing, and this is about as good as it gets. This is about as good as it gets right now. That's it. That is it.
The last time I shaved mine, I was trying to just trim the goatee a little bit. Accidentally took a chunk out of somewhere it shouldn't have been taken out of, and it's like at that point you just got to get rid of the whole thing. You can't just go around with this goatee with a chunk taken out of it. But I think I'm almost at the point, not quite, but almost at the point where I can get back my beloved goatee again.
So Charles, are you gonna? Is this the facial hairstyle that you're just gonna that you're gonna run with going forward? Are you gonna get back more to that thicker stuff that you had back in the day?
I mean, I would like to have a full beard, but unfortunately I can't because right here there's nothing grows here.
Uh-oh.
So I have
It
stuff
gets
here.
like kind of patchy.
It's very patchy is what it is.
Them Joe Dirt excuses. I'm hearing it now. It's like, yeah, there's only a certain part
So
of my
the only facial hair that really grows like well is my mustache here, and then this goatee right here. That's it. This right here on the sideburns is all patchy.
Oh, so you won't be getting those mutton chops like you want, like those old Civil War era mutton chops.
So but the thing is that I don't like the mustache because it causes sneezing fits. Like if I grow out the mustache, I sneeze like I don't know, like a dozen times in like 5 minutes. And
Wow.
so the only facial hair that I really like is this goatee. So I'd shave all this off. I'd shave off the mustache, but I'd keep the goatee right here. I'd keep this.
Wow, folks. Charles Weeden, the man allergic to himself. Or at
Yes,
least allergic to his mustache.
apparently I'm allergic to facial hair.
He's allergic to
Maybe
his
it's just
own
like it just
mustache.
grows a certain way that it like so that it grows a bit too bushy at the top or something. It's just tickling something in the nostril.
I think that's why I sneeze so much is that it gets into the nostrils and it like triggers a
It's got to be
sneezing
something
fit.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
My when my mustache grows too much, it feathers out like Farrah Fawcett's hair, and I feel like a goddamn, you know what I'm saying, like a motorcycle cop, you
Wait,
know.
are we seriously talking about facial hair instead of Grimm?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
we are.
look, I want to get okay. Look, I have a
Because
list up.
it's
I'm following
grim,
you guys.
folks.
I'm following you guys. So I'm
It's a
going.
grim topic. Sneezing over your own facial hair and having Farrah Fawcett mustache.
And I'm trying to find, and I'm also trying to find the more, you know what I'm saying, the more spicy connected to, you know what I'm saying, to the bigger situation, to the bigger situation, I guess, episodes that were happening there, like, you know what I'm saying, like Three Coins and a Fuchsbau. That
Oh,
would be that would be episode 13.
Sounds about right. The coins of Zakynthos. Um, the coins that have mercury in them and drive people crazy.
which
Drive people crazy.
apparently
I thought it
powered
was more of a
Hitler,
control
from
thing.
what we saw.
They what?
Like, am I the other one who took that wrong? It seemed like it was kind of implied that Hitler being Hitler was because of the coins.
Well,
Yeah,
his influence, yes, but you know what I'm saying. But then there was also that special little thing that we got, if you remember.
Oh yeah, Hitler was a blue bod.
I missed that completely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you remember when he was looking over the footage?
Yeah, so there was like a brief second where he kind of like saw through for a moment.
Like he was watching he was watching the Hitler speech.
Yeah, I definitely remember that.
Yeah, Hitler vogued, and we saw what he really was. He was a blue
Okay, I
bod.
must have blinked too long or something, because I remember that scene, but I don't recall that.
Yeah, he confirmed that he was a blue bod.
Hmm.
Okay.
There you go.
Yep. Okay. So let's see. Let's see what else. What other episode to bring up?
I mean, do we want to? I mean, because I'm just saying that one kind of plays big into the situation, about what we're talking about what we were talking about before about Colt and Nick and this whole connection to, what I'm saying, to his past and everything like that,
mm, okay.
and
So,
him letting him go and things like that.
well, I mean, I had a theory about Farley Colt. Farley Colt had mentioned that he was in a relationship and was engaged to Marie Kessler, Aunt Marie. I think the only reason he was even engaged to Marie Kessler was to get close to her to get more information on the coins. I believe
Does that character ever come back?
No.
Okay, because there was something. It was when the the Japanese guy showed up towards the end of season 1, and he said something. I think he said to Renaud, he was just like something about I spent 3 days with him or whatever, and he gave me nothing.
Yep.
And to me, that just meant like, okay, so he's dead now.
Yeah, it's very likely that he's dead.
Yeah, I figured as much. Which is a shame. I was kind of hoping Titus Welliver would come back, but After that scene, I was just like, okay, I guess he's gone.
Yep, I don't think we're going to be seeing Farley Colt ever again.
Okay, let's see. Let me see.
Also, speaking of actors we've seen in things before, the guy who plays Monroe, seen him in fucking a million things throughout the years. Like that, I think he was in 6 Feet Under. I've seen him in so many places. Usually, like one episode roles or whatever, but still seen him in a lot of stuff.
And like I told you, fun fact, he was in, saying Steven Seagal movie, The Patriot, that you recently saw.
That's right, he was. Ah, damn.
Yep, he played.
Damn, Raylan.
He played the brainy. He played the brainy part of the Homeland militia that was trying to find a a way to an antidote. He was the one who discovered that something in Steven Seagal's daughter's blood, was fighting off her exposure, and then set out old boy's men to go and get her, so that they can basically find a way to this cure and everything like that. So, yep, that was his main role. He survived, and he actually survived the movie. Now, of course, he didn't. He had to take a little bit. He had to take a little bit of a beating. But he survives. Same can be said for his leader, but yeah, he does survive in that movie. Which is a great feat. Not many people survive, being on Steven Seagal's bad side, especially when it involves one of his kids. So,
no, it's very rare. So possibly, maybe the only guy who ever did it.
Well, yeah, you're right. Nope. Trent did survive, but only by virtue of of people's pleading. He did survive, and and Hard to Kill. He did. He, like I said, he took a lot before he's to survive, but he did survive.
By the skin of his teeth, he got through.
Nope, not even by the skin of his teeth, because he knocked those out when he jammed that sawed off shotgun into his mouth. So he lost those. You know what I'm saying? He definitely lost those by the end of the movie. But anyways, going back to that, I definitely still want to find some other ones here. So let's see. Let me see. How about the Island of Dreams? Is that is that a pivotal one that we can talk about here?
Which one was that one?
Yeah, which one was that one?
That was 15. Island of Dreams, where there was some sort of drug called J.
Oh, that was the one where they introduced Rosalie.
Yes, yeah, like with her brother and his friend are like smoking something with a horn, or a horn looking thing.
Rosalie's brother gets killed by the two Skallengek.
That's right. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, and this is where Rosalie meets Monroe for the first time.
Oh, and this is also where basically Adeline was starting to work fucking Hank at that point.
Yeah, like really like going all in on it.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, but yeah, that's definitely those. And now, it's all flashing back now. Those fucking cookies.
Where Sergeant Wu, cocksucker, got his whole fucking "I'm gonna eat everything" phase started because he ate the potion meant for somebody else.
What the hell? Look, I love
Hex and Beast, cocksucker.
I love Sergeant Wu.
Yes, Wu, the Hex and Beast cocksucker. I fucking get it.
Look, I like Sergeant Wu. Sergeant Wu is one of my favorite characters in this show, but Sergeant Wu is an idiot sometimes.
Yeah, he's to a point. He's largely comic relief in a lot of instances.
He
and
or
is.
at
that's what
least
those
an attempt at it.
and that's what Asians hate. But everybody pays their dues. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to stop acting that way. You got to stop. I mean, that's the thing that always got to me. Because I could debate certain things, and it was fine, and you could hate it, but oh boy, oh boy, and fucking the Karate Kid Part Two was definitely a standout villain. He was definitely more. He was definitely upper level than the Cobra Kai. At that point when they went to Okinawa, you know, he was definitely somebody. I definitely didn't take him. Yeah, okay, he had a heavy accent just like fucking Miyagi, but he was still in his own way Americanized. Yes, maybe a decade or two behind, but still Americanized though. You know, he had a fucking nice physique and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It definitely wasn't the typical, what you're used to
So
seeing.
you notice his body, huh? Yeah,
I mean, look,
yeah.
he pulled after she threw the tomato. He made they made a scene out of that. After she throws the tomato, he fucking takes his shirt off. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, that's
And
why I
you
say
were
he was
just
literally
like, damn.
no. That's why he was. Look. As a kid, as a teenager who was trying to work on his fucking physique. Yeah, okay. I was like, yeah, okay. I kind of want to get like that for your collection. I know you like. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, this motherfucker's Americanized as fuck right there. You know what I'm saying? He's talking shit here. You know what I'm saying? He's like, he assumes that she got a shirt collection. Like, look, yeah, keep this one, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, but like, the point I'm trying to make is Asian guys were always played as the you know what I'm saying, the little offshoot guy. You know what I'm saying? The main character there was like, you know what I'm saying, was like a fucking force. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just trying to carry out his, you know what I'm saying, his uncle's legacy and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just, I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I get they felt like, sometimes they hate that whole depiction and everything like that. But still, you know, still a pretty, still a pretty, what I'm saying, guy that I remember as part of the cast. Definitely somebody that was definitely still on my mind. It definitely wasn't all about Hank and Nick and Juliet, what I'm saying, and Monroe. He was still in
No,
there.
that's the thing. Like he's a standout character.
He put in the work. He tried his best. You know what I'm saying? He took some hits. You know what I'm saying? But he was always trying to be there, man. He was always trying to be, you know what I'm saying, someone that could help someone. That was the thing. He was always trying to be seen as viable. That was always part of the story too. Like, look, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be more than just, oh God, the guy who kind of picks up or cleans this shit up or goes and gets this. He was definitely trying to be that. So, but yeah, but sometimes he takes the fucking hits, man. But he's the one that kind of, because he takes the hits, people now realize, okay, there's something fucking wrong here. So his sacrifice sometimes kind of helps forward the story.
Yeah, I wouldn't have the show without him. It's not like he's a guy like when I said before, he's like comedic relief. I'm not just like, it's that really hacky kind of comedic relief. It's just like, and more often than not, he's quite useful.
Mm.
Like it's not like you can be like, it's just this kind of pointless character who's just there to be like, haha, look, funny Asian man. Like he's a useful character who definitely smart enough and everything.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Well, the thing
And I
with it,
will I will say that he becomes a much better character.
okay, yeah, true enough,
I mean, now that he's
true enough.
done eating carpet, he's getting back to his old self. He's improving a bit.
I mean,
Yes.
well,
He was literally eating carpet at one point.
Yeah, but that was like the result of
The potion, yeah.
the Zabatrunk.
oh, okay, wow, man, you really, that's what I'm talking about. Like he really nails these. He really makes sure to nail these damn words down and nail the whole lingo and everything.
And thank God, because I
All
remember like maybe two things.
right, fine. You want to hear something else crazy? Okay, this is something that's mentioned from season two, and yeah. Uh,
Put it in the ass. Oh, that's not what you
no,
want to say.
no, 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 no.
Oh,
It's fuck. Can't fucking talk right now. Damn it. Okay. It's a word that's going to
Oh,
be mentioned in
does
season
that count?
2.
Okay.
It's a word that's going to be mentioned in season 2. I'm not going to go into context, but here it is. Kunenschlange.
Big, big dick.
I'm not going into context. It's just Kunenschlange.
Yeah. I think
Dude,
I might
Oh,
have.
no, I
I
was
think I
trying
might.
to
I think I
overpower,
might have
but
heard.
had the
I think I might have heard that.
Kunenschlange.
I think I might have heard that a time or two. You know what I'm saying? A time or two in my travels.
Stone, you watch the show, dude. You know
Look,
what I'm
hey,
talking about.
I'm going. Look, I'm going along. I'm going along for the locked in ride. So I'm putting season 2 out of my mind. Yes, a part of me does know what you're talking about, but the upfront part of me wants to make fun of that and say, yes, I've had someone say, "Oh my God, Kudenslang," you know, what I'm saying? like shit.
Yeah, that's right.
But yes, I know I'm good at pronouncing these names as long as I'm able to hear them pronounced beforehand. Yeah.
I'd be okay with pronouncing them if I could fucking remember them.
And
That's
then
my
of course,
problem. Is I
hang
can't
on,
remember
there's another
shit.
one. And then Damon Fuhrer, which is the one with Danielle Panabaker, who is incredibly attractive. And then let's see, what's the other one? Gefarin Geber. Gefarin Geber has not shown up in the show yet, but it was in the Christmas episode.
Is that like an Indian Gabba?
No, no, no. It's Monroe invites Nick over to his house during Christmas time, and Monroe says like, "Well, I ain't no Gefarin Geber," and it's like, "Yeah, like a blue bodice Santa." It's like, "Yeah, well, I'm no Gefarin Geber." It's like, "So what? Like Santa's a Vesson?" It's like, "Well, think about it. Who else could live up there?"
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Oh, and yeah, it's just like, oh boy. All I'm gonna say is that there is an episode that you're gonna have to keep an eye out for in the later seasons.
Say again.
There's an episode you're gonna have to keep an eye out for in the later seasons.
Okay. But look, but while we're here, the thing with the
I'll
feathers.
be sure to take that vague hint and see if I can figure out what you mean in the next 100-something episodes.
Well, the thing with the feathers, we can kind of bypass on because that still connects to much of what we were talking about in episode 15. So I'm just trying to see. We have lovesick. Let's see. Let me see. Okay, so now we start. Now by lovesick, we start getting more into basically, I guess, Reynard's royal blood. You know, what I'm saying, among other things. Oh boy. Okay. And then there's Wu at that point. More, you know, what I'm saying, more, I guess, odd behavior. I guess we could say through
There
my
was
notes.
one episode I missed because I don't know if it didn't transfer properly or what, but I think it was 17.
17. That is lovesick.
That was Lovesick. Oh, maybe it wasn't. So, what was Lovesick about?
Well, basically, is the main part of it. I mean, like I said, this one does play into the overall situation. Let's see.
Maybe it was 18. That title does sound familiar.
Because this is the one where basically they're putting pressure on Renard to basically get what they need. You know what I'm saying? We're going all the way back to the pilot episode about the key, and things like that. They're trying to get that key. They're trying to get the key, and they know that Nick, of course, has it. They're trying to get that. For some reason, he continues
Was that
to.
was that where the dude and the guy who seemed like a butler or something came to visit him?
Well, they're saying it's a bodyguard, but yeah, I guess
Yeah,
that's the thing. So
he was bodyguard, but very butlerish. Okay, maybe
yeah,
he was 18. I didn't get to actually watch.
okay. And then we're seeing here. Let me see. And then there's more. So basically, there's still that going on. And let me see my notes here. Let's see.
Definitely gonna have to go back and watch that one I missed though, because I refuse to miss an episode. Just at the time, I was like, yeah, I'm running out of time, so fuck it. I'll just watch the rest.
Yeah,
Mm.
but see this one, like I said,
Looked up a
it was
recap of it, but
because I'm trying to find, like I said, it's a lot to watch and a lot that we can get into, but a lot of it, I at least want to try to further the overall plot that we're dealing with. And so with this one, they did a little bit on Raynar and the you know what I'm saying and royal family and the whole plot that's going on behind that. He still seems to be protecting Nick for his own personal reasons in a way. It just keeps it continues all the way toward the end there. But okay, but we definitely dealing with that, and they're trying their best. This is the one where they're trying to deal, of course, with the love potion that Hank was given. So
which was that the one with the ending to that storyline?
say again.
Was that the one with the ending to the love? No, no, that was later. That was
Because they have to,
episode 20 or
they're
something.
trying to counteract it at this point when they realize what saying what's being done to Hank at that time. They're
Something
starting
was
to
it? 'Cause I'm just trying to think of like the one where they really put an end to that whole love potion thing. Because I really liked the ending of that episode where Nick found like to actually quote unquote kill Adeline Shade, the Hexen Beast. He had to use his own blood.
Mm.
And I really like the way that ended, where he's sort of tricked her into biting his lip, getting his blood into her, and then basically she didn't die, but the Hexen Beast part of her did die, and then she was just fucking like completely just distraught that she was like, what was she saying? Like, I'm nothing now. I'm just like everybody else. Like I, nothing special. And that was the first time we've ever seen this character, for the most part, be anything more than just basically completely confident. She very rarely sort of cracks, and that was just, it was kind of cool to see her just actually be human.
Mm-hmm.
oh okay, so that was still lovesick.
That was lovesick. Okay.
Yes, that was still lovesick. I just had to research my notes. They get a little messy, but yeah. So that was
Then
lovesick.
yeah, Hank wakes up from his brain locked coma. Monroe's on the phone with Nick, like, yeah, he's awake. He's fine and everything. Kind of wants to know why we're in Adeline's bedroom. What do I tell him?
Oh my god. So, do we want to go right into cat and mouse then?
What happened in Cat and Mouse again?
Okay, so we have that one where let's see. Okay, so we do have the Virat coming into play. Are we tracking on that?
Uh, I'm trying to remember what happened in that episode. I wasn't really paying attention to episode names. I was mostly paying attention to episode numbers.
Okay, this is number 18. This is the one
Okay,
where
I'm gonna say this is the one I missed.
okay, so this is the Virat coming into play. Basically, let me see. Okay, frame. Okay, let me see. All right. And this is the Hun the Yager.
Hoondiager.
Okay. Please elaborate, sir.
Um, let's see. Trying to remember. Oh, son of a bitch! I remember now. Sebastian Roach, Waltz, right? Waltz.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember him. Sebastian Roach is the name of the actor that played Waltz. Yeah, I remember the episode now. Yeah. The episode was pretty good. Sebastian Roach is a great actor. I've seen him in a lot of stuff he's done. He was even in
That name's
Fringe.
really familiar.
He was in
Okay.
Fringe as well. Yeah, he's done a lot of stuff. He did a good job as a Hundjäger as well, which I even like saying the word Hundjäger.
It just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it's like go to a bar and say like, "Hey, give me a pint of Hundjäger."
That's what I loved about the was it the fucking like the bear like the Bear Bros in the fucking earlier one of the really the Jaeger bars,
Oh yeah, the Jaeger bars.
and it's just like that. Just sounds like a bunch of dudes who get drunk and hunt people. like yeah,
He's like,
of course
yeah,
of course they're a bunch of
Jaeger
frat guys.
bars.
Yeah, it's fucking hot these dudes. Yeah, I'm fucking hammered right now, dude. Let's set up a punji pit. Fuck yeah.
But no, the episode was pretty good. He was this particular Hoodjäger was hunting down a leader of a resistance that is fighting against the royal families. And this this Hoodjäger, I almost said Jaeger bar. This Hoodjäger is a part of a secret organization called the Virat,
Okay.
which is sort of like a it's sort of like a secret society of like that's heavily militant that works for the royals that's tasked with weeding out and killing members of this resistance that's
Yeah,
fighting against the royals.
it
And
must have been 19 I missed because I'm looking up Sebastian Roach and I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, yeah, I definitely saw this guy.
yeah,
It was Balthazar in Supernatural.
yeah. And what am I saying? And in this Waltz character is hunting down this leader of this resistance. He manages to chase him to Portland, shoots at him at a bus stop, and manages to hit him. But the leader of the resistance manages to get away, but leaves a blood trail and drops his pack with all his passports and everything. So Waltz takes the pack and goes off and gallivants off to who knows where. But the next scene we see is the resistance leader goes to the spice shop thinking he's going to meet with Rosalie's brother, not knowing that Rosalie's brother is dead because he was killed by the two Scallengecks. He meets with Rosalie and realizes that Rosalie's there and he asks for her help. We find out that this resistance leader is a Fuchsbau, just like Rosalie, and she decides to help him, nurse him back to health, and tends to his wound and the whole process of like they contact Nick, and I'm doing a summary at this point, dude. I mean, uh,
And we love it.
oh my god. Um,
Oh yeah, talk about the Fuchsbau again. Yeah, go on, do it. Biggenschlang or whatever the fuck. I can't
But no, they contact Rosalie contacts Monroe. They go there. They talk about they should get Nick, and they contact Nick. Nick shows up and pulls a gun on the resistance leader because they think that the resistance leader is causing all these problems. And the resistance leader is like, no, no, it's not me. Waltz wants you to think it's me so that Waltz can then use you to find me. And so they're like, okay, we're gonna like use you. We're gonna like do something. I don't really remember what. It's been a while since I watched this
Okay.
episode because I went straight into season two because the show is too good. One does not simply stop watching Grimm.
I wish I'd uploaded that to the studio.
Yes, exactly. But they decide to Nick ends up receiving a call from Waltz, and Waltz ends up doing something, says something in German. I don't remember the name, what word he used, but it's basically a meeting on neutral ground with no weapons, and just basically like a truce, a temporary truce. And they meet, they set up terms, and then once the terms are met, they go their separate ways. But once they go their separate ways, all bets are off, and they can do whatever they want. And once they have their meetings, Waltz basically gives him a ultimatum: hand over the resistance leader, or he's going to start killing a different person until he does. And then Nick refuses, and then Waltz is like, okay, fine, I'll give you a timetable, and then we'll do something. Like I'm terrible at this freaking summary. Okay, I'm terrible at it.
No, it's fine.
It's like, listen, call my secretary. We'll figure out a date. I've got lunch
Yeah,
Tuesday, so I can't do it then.
and then Walt says, "Okay, I'm gonna leave now, but if you follow me, I'm gonna shoot the first person I see." And so Nick is like, "All right, I'm gonna let you go," and then they go back, and then like something else happens, and then all of a sudden, Waltz finds them at the spice shop. He ends up finding Rosalie. He's holding her hostage. The resistance leader shows up or something, and oh my god, god damn it, I am terrible at this friggin' summary, man. It's just my mind is all jumbled.
Welcome
Oh
to
my
the
god.
club.
Yes, I know. I am
Welcome to the
terrible.
party, pal.
Yeah, I'm terrible at this. But basically, they managed to trick Waltz by confusing him, because he doesn't know who Monroe is. He never actually met him. He's they're confusing him, and then they manage to overpower him. Oh god damn it! Hold on, I'm being called away.
Okay, no problem. It's absolutely fine. But I think the main thing that we get here, let me just let me just make sure. Okay, we get through that. All right, give me one moment.
Like, yeah, I'm guessing it's definitely 100%. It was 19 that I didn't get to see.
All right, so we get
Well, I
that.
was thinking it was earlier, but I kind of blitzed through this pretty quick. Like, I watched the majority of it, aside from the last episode, in 2 sittings.
Got it. So leave it
One
to
of those shows, it's
Beavers.
very easy to just go through.
Okay, so this is the one. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I was definitely in with that one, of course. So this is the one where he basically, where he's starting to get more into, he's starting to lean more into, being a Grimm and what it's going to take to really, take out certain, it's a certain vesting that he'll encounter and things like that. But then there's also this sort of side situation with these, you know, I guess you can say like, I guess they're like hamster type, hamster type, creatures, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
The ice beavers or whatever they seem like more of a, and the Haas leech is okay. They're more like a, let me see.
Uh, Ice beavers are closer to beavers.
Okay, that's right. Leave it to beavers. Okay, that's right. All right, they're a troll creature. Okay, that's why they say the troll.
Hass leeches are closer to trolls. The episode that introduced the Hass leech was it actually took place under a bridge, so that was your first hint to what they were like. Um, the Reinigans are closer to rats. The Mousifers are closer to mice. Um, Fuchsbaus are like foxes. Um, there's let's see what else was introduced in season one. There are more Vesson that were introduced in season two, so I can't really reveal them. Um, let's see what else was introduced in season one. Crap. Shit. I know there was more. The Spinatod in season one. That was like a spider.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. The Zigavolk, the one with the one that eats the toads, that was introduced in season one, that held those women captive in cages underneath the bed and breakfast.
Yeah.
That's more like a goat. They're like goats.
And the
Um,
was it looks like the chicken with like the golden quote unquote egg in her throat. The
her.
like the
She is.
bird kind of woman.
She's basically like a bird.
Yeah.
You bitch.
You fucking bitch. You fucking
Okay,
stupid bitch.
what are the ones that whose head kind of basically sort of like flames up, like sort of like red and sort of like, what the fuck are those things again? I keep forgetting the damn names. You know what I'm talking about?
You talking about the Damon Furies?
I
The ones that
The,
breathe fire, right?
yeah, the chick who took Juliet hostage.
Let me see. Yeah, okay. Vaporize their own fat.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah,
see.
that's the Damon Furies. They're like dragons.
No, there was a different one. It was sort of like, they're sort of like Ghost Rider, but it was like the fucking, their faces were sort of like, you know what I'm saying, like their whole face sort of like turns, and it, like they look like it's like gray with like streaks of red. You know what I'm saying? In the midst of that, I don't know why I'm forgetting the name right now.
Hold on. I'll look it up. Grimm
I'm blanking.
season one best.
Just look at Grim Ghost Rider
Oh no,
looking motherfucker.
no, they wouldn't be. They wouldn't be in season one. I'm just asking. I just wanted to know.
Okay, because I was gonna say I don't recall anything looking like that.
No, definitely not. It was just I just wanted to. I just really wanted to find out what their names were. It was just sticking in my head at that point because I lost it.
No, I don't remember there being any Vesson like that, but I will say that there is this isn't technically you know what? No, this is technically spoiler territory, so I won't go into it. Never.
Should I just take my headphones off for a second?
No, it's fine. I won't talk about it.
So, Stone, you've seen the whole show like Charles, right?
I I have to admit, I lose a lot of memory when we get. I probably say outside of. Let me see.
Like
I would say about
somewhere a bit later
season
on down the line.
someone like season 3 to 4. I probably that's where I started to drift off.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Damian, could you take your headphones off for just a couple of minutes? Okay. All right, Stone, do you remember the episodes that involve the creatures that are not Besson?
Vaguely, but you have to refresh me.
La Llorona, the weeping woman that abducts the three kids and tries to drown them.
Okay.
The Volcanalis, the creature that tries to create the volcanic activity, and is like looks like he's made out of pure magma.
Okay, yeah.
And then also the tree creature. Uh, it's like a creature that's made from an actual tree.
Okay, got you.
Those are the only three episodes that I remember. That's what I was going to bring up. That there's just like there are creatures that Nick interacts with that are not Vesson. There's something else.
Okay,
So yeah, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Damian come back.
sure.
Yeah, you're good. You're good now, Damian. So
Okay, so see. Okay, episode 20.
what happened in episode 20?
Okay.
I'm trying to remember.
All right. So this one. Let's see. Checking my notes here. Okay, we're dealing with the coins. We're dealing with basically the coins again and Akira Kimura.
Right. Okay. Yeah, he tried to take the coins again. He was torturing Sean Renard, I think. And later in the episode, he fought Kelly Burkhart. And
I think I could be wrong. I think that was 21. I feel like 20 is when Juliet initially does the research and finds out about this Akira. Was it Akira guy?
Akira Kimura. Okay.
Yeah.
And we find out that Akira comes back either at the end of that episode or at the beginning of the next episode.
I think it was the beginning of 21. I could be wrong about that.
Okay.
Yeah, when you watch it all together, something's kind of blur together a little bit. But I think it was 21 where he actually comes back. I think 20 is where we find out that he actually even exists.
Yeah, which I thought was kind of weird because there was no mentioning of him before, and then they mentioned
and it's like
they
it's
kind
like
of
really like she just
pull
figured
him-
it out based on a quick Google search or whatever the fuck she did.
they pull him out of a hat. That's what they do basically. They pull him out of a freaking hat.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know, what is this, like a freaking illusionist or something?
Yeah, because she's sort of like,
It's like
you know how you were interested about your parents' death? Well, I decided to Google it, which apparently you've never done for some stupid reason. And
It's like,
here's all this information. It's like I know how to navigate this creepy trailer, but I don't understand the internet.
I don't know. This can't be.
Jesus Christ! I mean, I don't know. I mean, I thought like Akira Kimura was an interesting villain. I thought he was cool.
Yeah.
I am. I mean, I thought that episode was. I thought it was all right. I mean, I don't want to do another summary again because the first summary was exhausting.
Okay,
What are
real
you
quick.
doing?
While we're going over things, Zerstörer, if I'm getting this right.
No. That's too far ahead.
Okay.
No.
Stop it. No.
Get that out of your head, Damian. That is way too ahead.
Okay.
I'll just replace it with Zathura, that like space Jumanji movie that I've never seen.
That space Jumanji movie that I still haven't seen either, and I want to see it.
I kind of do too, actually.
Yeah.
So do we want to? So do we want to move to 21 Big Feet?
Big Feet, which is a spinoff of Happy Feet.
Really?
Yeah.
Really, sir? I mean, I thought it was
More like
Sasquatch, but
more
I
like
mean, I thought it,
tortured, more like tortured feet. Really,
Yeah,
you guys not having a good time.
Yeah, I'll tell you who's not having a good time, Akira Kimura, because he gets stabbed in the chest by what I originally thought was a. Wait, hold on. Am I going too far ahead?
No,
oh, okay, that's according to him. But go right on ahead.
No. It's just
no, this is definitely something I saw.
okay. So it is 21. Do we got 21 episodes or 22 episodes in season
22?
22, and I think this was 22. The scene you're talking about, where he gets stabbed in the chest.
He gets stabbed in the chest. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
All
by
right.
this, at that point, unknown woman, who I think, in the next 30 seconds or so, reveals herself to be who she is.
Yes, but we already know who
Gina
she
from
is.
Scarface.
Gina
What
from
the
Scarface.
fuck?
Hold on, I need to look this up.
I was like, God damn, I know her from something. Fucking Gina. Jesus Christ.
All right, hold on. Gina from Scarface.
Yeah, just look at a Google image, and you'll probably also be like, what the fuck? Really?
Holy
The same person?
shit!
Yeah, see? You see what I'm saying?
That is the holy shit.
Yeah,
ever-
exactly.
Have you guys ever seen a movie called The January Man?
No.
I think yes. I'm fairly sure yes.
But she was also in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, The Perfect Storm.
Wait, the Tidal Wave movie?
Think so?
What the fuck? Like that
Think so? Yep.
It- Deadliest Catch without the catch?
Think so? Yep.
I can never watch this show and see this character the same way ever again.
You see what,
What
I'm saying?
what does that mean?
I was like, I know her from something. What is it? Fucking Gina from Scarface.
Gina from Scarface.
Whether she's coked up or not coked up, either way.
Say hello to my
Damn.
little friend. Even though she's not the one who said that.
Say hello to my little coked up sister. She's all fucked up. She's in this skimpy outfit. Then she calls away. I don't know what to do about anything. We have to do Scarface at some point. It's almost a crime that Charles hasn't seen it. That movie is an endless source of quotes and comedy. And just greatness. It's just... We have to do it.
Apparently. Okay. Alright, so... Apparently, we get to the point where... oh, great, I'm doing another summary. Wonderful. Because the first one wasn't exhausting enough.
You can do it. This is going great.
So the plot. So real quick, the plot by Adeline on Juliet with the cat.
Yeah.
I just want to get our thoughts on that. I mean,
Oh, let's see. With Adeline...
Attacking Juliet with Adeline's poisoned pussy.
Now, if we do this to the
Wow.
shows that we like, folks, imagine what we do to the shows that we don't like.
Oh my god.
Just saying. Just saying, folks.
But no, it's
For your
just
viewing pleasure.
look. I mean, I know where that's going to lead, and I know what happens with the character Adeline and Juliet, and
But
that's
was
all
that
I
a
want.
come? But was that a last gasp? You know what I'm saying? To fuck. You know what I'm saying? To fuck Nick, or was that a desperate attempt to try to get back into good graces of Renard and her mother?
Oh no, it was
I
completely. It was 100% to screw over Nick. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was her trying to regain some sense of like, you didn't fuck me over, I fucked you over.
And it was
There's a
nothing
lot of
about,
desperation in that.
but nothing to do with Renard or her mother.
I don't think so.
No. She
Even
did
when,
this. She did this 100% to get back at Nick.
but
She
even
even
with
said,
her,
Because he took what she perceives as everything from her.
yeah. And Juliet is everything to Nick.
Yeah.
So she took everything from him.
but also they dismissed her. But once that everything, so once that everything was taken, they dismissed her. They pretty much dismissed her and wouldn't support her at that point.
Not necessarily. You see, when Adeline went back home, sure, her mother was shocked, disappointed, and everything. And even Renard said that she was useless and everything, which is true. But I think Adeline still left on her own. She left on her own, and she went into the arms of. Damn it!
Okay,
I
no
caught.
problem.
I caught
Calm,
myself.
calm
I
down.
I I caught myself.
Calm down, good sir. It's fine. Calm down.
I
Calm
caught
down.
myself.
We are good because now see, and we did this because I mean, and this is what I was saying before that we really got to do
Where'd you
because
go?
we're talking about 22 episodes, very complicated episodes that have other stories and other things. So I think that the great thing for us to do is if we're going to go through the episodes, definitely with even the ones that don't connect to the bigger story completely, we can still identify the different vessels that were in that particular episode, but try to maybe focus more of the conversation on the episodes that connect more to the bigger plot and story here. That so just to kind of make sure that we're doing an efficient job here and not killing ourselves trying to go through a whole entire like serious 2 to 4 season that was because like god damn these days like most seasons are half what Grimm was in one season.
Yeah.
Or less. That's
Okay,
like
yeah.
this is the first series like with this kind of length I've watched in a long time.
Mhm.
And you
I do
do
have to
you
say
you
that.
kind of get used to that 13, 10, 8, whatever episodes, and then you get to 22 and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like it's great when it's a show you like, but it's definitely a lot more.
But you really got to start taking notes to make sure you can process.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to
exactly.
do right now. Like I'm trying to take notes so I can process certain talking points that I wanted to make sure I brought up. You know,
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Like Fringe, I'm definitely gonna have to take notes.
you're gonna have to take notes just because of the complication, just simply on the
Because
complication
it's
alone.
for at least the first. I think it was 22 or whatever for the first few seasons. Then it kind of got shorter, but it's long and it's dense. So I'm 100% gonna have to take notes.
Because I'm gonna take notes on the technology that the projects they were working on, the stuff that they reviewed. You know what I'm saying? I want to take notes on all that stuff and just see how that stuff plays out in real life because I always wondered about that type of shit. Like the type of shit that they were doing now. I mean, they were really having they were really sparking some interesting conversations. You know what I'm saying on that show. So can't wait for that. But we have a long way to go.
We got
a month and a half to be
5
exact.
weeks. Yeah,
Or
5 weeks before we even get to that.
So yeah, but
For now,
this
it's
one,
blue buds and giant schlongers and you know, other
cuckoo,
things.
cuckoo schlanger. You know what I'm saying? No, cocoa schlongers. Yeah, that's what he said,
Cooning
right?
Wait, is a cuckoo schlanger like a cuckoo clock, except when it hits 12, a cock
Okay,
pops out?
okay.
In my
Here
case, it'll
is
be.
here
In my
is
case, it'll be
here
a cocoa schlanger.
here is another vestige
Oh,
of season one. Bauerschwein.
Hmm.
Bauerschwein.
Oh.
they're like a German 24 spinoff.
No, I would definitely say it. The Schwein definitely gives it of a pig. So beer pig.
No, it's the episode where we had the fire the arson inspector killing the blue pod.
Ah, okay. Yet another example of actors I recognize from other stuff. It just couldn't place. Definitely send that guy elsewhere.
Oh, okay. Okay, you got see.
That landed like a dick in the ass.
I landed like a dick in the ass. Okay.
I didn't hear the name. See, I was trying to hope I would hear the name.
I was
but
waiting for the name, dude. What the hell?
Oh. Mustache, fat guy? God.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I guess
Gary
we're gonna.
McGee. That's his name. Gary McGee.
Is that true?
No, it's not.
Oh, damn
Name
it.
I matched
I was
together.
gonna say that's unfortunate. If his name is Gary McGee.
Now, see, folks, I've smoked at least 2 morning blunts. By the way, see, I'm just what's these guys' excuses? By the way, I just want to know that. Now, this is probably late night for him, so he's probably had a drinky poo or two. This guy over.
Yeah, exactly. It's 3:46 a.m. I've had half a bottle of whiskey. What do you want from me?
Now, this guy down here, what we got going on, man? That orange juice had a little kick in it, a little mimosa.
Yeah, it's called tanginess of the citrus.
Fermented tanginess, huh? I get you. I understand.
I have
So,
I have some bottles of Sunny D in the fridge. I'm gonna have some of that.
Okay, now look, I heard about that Sunny D, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I heard the, you know what I'm saying? Look, I heard the D is for drunk. You know what I'm saying? Now, am I got that right?
Really?
The D is for forget it.
Dong?
Sunny dopamine?
The D is for vitamin D.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
In what sense do you mean that vitamin D?
Sun
Apparently,
grown
a
D?
lot of ladies love the vitamin D, if you know what I'm saying.
Get it? I knew you guys were gonna go down that road, so I was like, why would I even bother?
I have no other roads to go down. All the other roads are closed.
I'm in a fog right now, Charles. Don't mind me. I'm just saying. I've just helped you review a very, very complicated season. That's season 1 of the, you know what I'm saying, of a very, very solid show.
And it's only gonna get more complicated, buddy. We're in for a wild ride.
Oh, of course we are. I just may want to smoke a little less, you know what I'm saying, in the coming weeks. I'm realizing now. It's kind of counteracting my ability to focus right now. This complication. I'm too laid back for complications like this. That's why I got to make sure I got.
That's the interesting thing about Grimm. It's like on one hand you want to be high so that you can be relaxed and just enjoy the flow.
I guess.
On the other hand, you need to be sober so that you can focus
Enough.
on focus enough on the freaking show itself. Go like,
Sober enough. I mean, yeah, sober enough. I mean,
And on the other hand, you just trashed on Sunny D, and your summaries go out the fucking window.
sunny dopamine. Sunny dopamine here. That's right. It's either sunny dopamine or sunny drunk. That means morning drunk. That means a morning drink, folks. That's what they're talking about.
yeah, I'm gonna put something in my freaking Sunny D.
There's
Yeah.
already something in there, pal. That's
Yeah,
what the D is
whiskey.
for. The D is drunk. Drunk or dopamine. Either one or the other, you'll be under the influence when you drink Sunny D.
Yeah,
That's why you come home. That's why when the kids come home, they come home from school and they want the Sunny D. They don't get the Sunny D when they go to school, like in the morning. You know what I'm saying? They get it after when they come home, after they've been to school, and then they drink the Sunny D because it's gonna be lit up time. You know what I'm saying? It's like Sunny D's in
You
there.
go and you learn, then you can get your Sunny D.
They don't want the purple stuff this time. See, the purple stuff, the syrup, the lean. They don't want the purple stuff. They want the Sunny D. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the purple stuff?
I want that purple stuff.
No, they don't want the purple stuff this time. You know what I'm saying? They want the Sunny D. I mean, I'm just see the commercial from my perspective. I'm just saying, what is the purple stuff? Have you ever drunk the purple stuff? I'm asking you guys. I'm asking a real question. Have you guys
I don't
ever
even
drunk?
know what the purple stuff is.
Exactly.
I haven't.
You
I want that purple
you don't
stuff.
you don't know what the purple stuff is, and it's in the refrigerator, and somebody thinks the purple stuff is universal to everyone, but you haven't drunk the purple stuff. You're weird on the purple. I'm weird on the purple stuff. I don't know what the purple stuff is.
The only
But there's
purple
pu-
stuff I'm familiar with is the fucking Grimace shake from McDonald's.
That's purple.
Grimace is a shake, which I learned recently. Grimace is an upside down shake, apparently.
Yes, it does. And from what I've heard, it's disgusting.
I mean, what kind of flavor, what kind of taste is going to be made from purple? I mean, what?
Berry?
That's
I
a
don't
little
know. Grape or berry or something? I don't fucking know. I mean,
a grape shake. Grape shake.
like I
just
said,
thinking,
nasty.
I'm just thinking of a quote from the great Philip J. Frey. Did everything just taste purple for a second?
Yeah, it probably did.
All right, so
Probably did.
so
Poor
in
stupid Frey.
but then just to kind of go back and just reinstate our respect for the show. Of course, we realize that through all of the badassery that happens toward the end, well, at least the season finale, we realize toward the end there that the woman in black, the woman who, as these guys lovely put it, stabs Akira Kimura, is of course the legendary, the mysterious, the woman who's kind of been everywhere and nowhere, just like her character on this show, Nick's mother.
Gina
Kelly,
from Scarface.
yeah. Well, I mean, Gina from Scarface, but also Kelly Burkhart.
That doesn't matter. I don't care about her real name. Gina from Scarface.
But really, she's Gina from Scarface.
You're damn right.
Oh boy, well yes. And so now we get into this, which is gonna be easier for me, man. The worst thing happened. One of the worst things happened to me over this
AIDS?
time.
Fucking nailed him.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
If you tell me something legitimately terrible, I'm going to feel so bad.
It's cancer, Damian. No, fuck it. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah,
No,
it's still
just
pretty
kidding.
funny.
No, no, what happened was that I actually downloaded the CW app to try to get, phone access to get phone access to the Grimm episodes because YouTube TV was kind of on a weird. And YouTube TV, and more specifically, this network is called Comet. They're actually starting to broadcast, the Grimm season. Ironically enough, coincidentally enough, but they automatically, weirdly enough, skipped over. They skipped over the first season. They started off with the second season. Now they're going to be rebroadcasting the first season, but it'll be after. It'll be starting next week after we've done this show, of course. So I was on CW and I was trying to watch those shows and it was going well, and then all of a sudden I just wasn't able to see any of the last couple of episodes. It was weird. No matter what the fuck I did, I cannot get back up there. But then the other thing that was weird, when I was trying to get the CW app onto the fucking Xbox, it was like, and then I researched that app for Grimm, and it was like they couldn't find anything on Grimm on the CW app. It was like, it was insane. It was fucking insane for a minute there. At least in the realm of first world problems, entertainment, and media, it was insane to think, like, where the fuck did this shit go? It was like it was completely
do
pulled.
you have Amazon Prime?
No.
You don't. Okay. Well, Grimm, all seasons of Grimm are on Amazon Prime.
But how much does that cost, by the way?
I believe
you might be able to get a free trial, possibly.
it's.
Ew.
I believe it's like $10 a month, though.
Oh. But, I mean, all's well that ends well. I will be on track next week because I have the whole entire second season of Grimm ready to go in my library on YouTube TV, DVR'd it, and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, we're ready to go. But this one was,
Perfect.
I think, like you said, it was, a lot was happening. I think the kind of wrap this two seasons up of the first season, a lot was happening. A lot of things that were going on. I mean, it's because it's a thing of, okay, it's cops and having to navigate around this whole world because it's sort of like playing like you usually do, but they're playing more into the situation to where it's not so much this whole thing is a secret. It's a secret, but people that are these things still exist out in the world, in the open world, and as we start to find out more and more, have taken, have taken tremendous power, in certain situations. And we're navigating through that and trying to figure out that world and the world that we know. We're dealing with Nick, who's kind of doing things that a Grimm normally wouldn't do. Like almost every time, of course, that you've seen Nick interact with most, no matter who they are, no matter what kind of vessel they are, timid or fierce, they seem to all be nervous when they get in his presence. And
Like, he recognizes them, and they definitely recognize what he is.
his kind, his kind. But then, as we start to realize that of course, his mother and aunt are legendary. Is what we definitely realized, because we didn't quite discuss that. The history that his aunt Marie and Monroe have. Remember?
Fuck. No, I don't.
She killed his grandfather.
That's right, yes. Yes.
And he
Oh,
was
that's right. Yeah.
and he
Wait,
was
no, I thought he said that he was talking about Grimms in general.
Nope, she said. I mean, well, I mean, I don't know. He said you killed. I don't know. You could be right. Maybe he was saying that a Grimm killed us. But I mean, I just felt like he was kind of like really kind of focused on her, and it was like, why am I here? Because I mean, he could have said that to Nick, and you know what I'm saying. But the way he was saying it was almost like, yeah, it's you. You know what I'm saying? And the thing to my parents, you know what I'm saying, my parents would have seen me here not avenging, you know what I'm saying, my family right now, I'm I'm thinking it was her.
I don't
Because
know.
I do
I didn't
remember
get that impression.
Monroe looking to the sky at one point and saying, "I'm sorry, Dad. I'm doing the right thing. I promise."
I didn't get that
Yeah, no,
impression.
I definitely like. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it was explicitly stated, but I do recall having a similar feeling.
I I do like I said, a part of me does believe it was more because he could have discussed that with Nick, like a Grimm, like you know what I'm saying, like why would I be watching her, like why would I be trusting you? A Grimm killed my, you know what I'm saying, a Grimm killed my grandfather. No, that was a private conversation with Nick not being there that he wanted to have with her. You know what I'm saying? The fact that, you know what I'm saying, the fact that she killed his grandfather. You know what I'm saying? And that the opportunity that I would have to avenge them by taking you out, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't believe I'm not taking you out right now. You know?
Yeah, no, that I think that was what made me kind of think it was the way he was so centered on like he could have killed Nick if he wanted to just get revenge, but it was very centered on her, just being like, I could take you out. I don't think it was a simplicity thing. It's just like, oh, you know, you're bedridden shit. I think it was, yeah. I definitely got the hint of what you were talking about.
Yep, so that's what I like I said, that's where I'm coming from on that. You know, so
But also, I was going to say earlier, I thought Hank would find out before Juliet. I thought he would get the whole sort of speech that she did. But then, as far as I've seen, she technically hasn't. I mean, she knows what Nick told her, but last we saw of her, she thought he was crazy and passed out before he could actually definitively prove it to her. So I guess I'll see how that goes.
Yes, you will.
and is it now is it to
Because
me
Monroe was about to, he was about to shift, and she just fucking passed out.
now are we to understand that a lot of the stories that are fairy tales and things like that that they're really I guess that the true story is darker than what you know what I'm saying, than what we were led to believe? Is that what this show also tells us eventually?
I guess darker, but also more just, yeah, just the fact that it's reality. Things you thought were stories are actually real within the context of this.
Because I mean, I'm just like what they. It's like when they turn certain stories, like even with Once Upon a Time, you know, say for example, when they turn certain stories on their head, it's like, is that what I mean? And with us realizing, you know, what I'm saying the truth about Pinocchio, the truth about Peter Pan, is that what it ultimately comes down to? That these stories are a lot darker than what we believe, than what we were led to believe that they were, and that's what the show like really also represents.
I mean, it kind of presents two sides of that same sort of thing. Because you do get like the, this is probably darker than you realize, but then at times you get the, this is actually, like it's not all of these things that you've heard about. I like that. So yeah, it really kind of presents both sides of the same thing.
But it just kind of makes me wonder that if there was stories like the Pied Piper of Hamlin and the way that that story ended up going and ending, like where you know what I'm saying, and Pinocchio was this and Peter Pan was that. I mean, how many of those other stories were really just really dark and gritty, and the other happy, you know, the happily ever after was, I guess, a concerted effort made to kind of they kind of basically put a brighter spin on some of these darker stories.
Make
Like
you
you
not
got to believe,
worry so much.
like you got to believe something happens to Rumpelstiltskin, and he doesn't just get away with taking this woman's, you know what I'm saying, kid and shit like that. You got, you know what I'm saying, you got to believe that something happens, you know what I'm saying, that writes that, or else, you know what I'm saying, or else what kind of world, you know what I'm saying, are we living in, huh? You know, is that what it kind of is?
I guess, but then again, the real world is full of many instances like what Rumpelstiltskin is. But people did just take kids, and no one ever heard from either of them again.
Yeah, no deals being made. So I guess you're right on that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and like I said, those things happen. There's no deal being made like what was happening there. So I get what you're saying.
Oh,
But I just it just gets you to wondering. I mean, it's a very interesting thought. You know what I'm saying? They kind of walk away with when it comes to these stories. It's like, are the fairy, you know what I'm saying? Are the fairy tales being spun because to make us feel like there should be an happy ending where these stories didn't have happy endings? And you know, was that something that we wanted? And because these stories didn't have that at first, so we kind of had to create the happy ending in these stories that didn't have them. And are there any stories that truly had an organically happy ending, as it were? You know?
that's a good point. That's why things like folklore and stuff like that have always really interested me because in a
Because
lot of
it's
cases, there's at least a
because
seed of a real story going. And you
even you
wonder like
hear
where the truth
like
and
Snow White
fiction
and
meet and what actually the reality is.
yeah, like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. They're saying there's you know what I'm saying there's a real story under even that. It's like, you know, is there any story that really just kind of stays true to what the story actually was, and maybe it was a happier story and things like that? You know, do we want to believe that? I mean, do we want to believe that the real story in Hansel and Gretel is that they turn the tables on the witch, throw her in the oven, find the breadcrumbs back, and get back to their father who cruelly gave them up? I mean, it seemed like the story, it seemed like the overall story. It seems like the happily ever after, you know what I'm saying, overreach seems to basically drop in on a story that seems to be overtly and majority cruel. Stepmother comes in, doesn't like the fucking kids. Okay, you want to be with somebody who has fucking kids, but because you're so determined, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna be with him and you don't like the kids. Somehow you convince and manipulate this motherfucker to send his kids away into the fucking wilderness, not with other family, not with anybody else, but into the fucking wilderness to presumably die. You know what I'm saying? Like that is the
It's like, oh, yeah,
story.
maybe you'll survive, but either way, see ya.
You know, they leave breadcrumbs because they want to go back to that, I guess, and or at least someplace where they can have a home, and that's where they meet. You know what I'm saying? All of this happens, but yet the bright spot is they get to turn the tables and come back to that, and eventually, because I guess of all that time and what they dealt with, eventually somehow she dies or leaves or something happens to where it opens back for them to be able to. It's just, man, like I just sometimes you gotta wonder, man. Sometimes these shows maybe are kind of coming along to kind of get people off of the whole thing of this is what this is and this is what this always was, and now the truth is kind of giving us you know, maybe everything is not quite so, you know, great and good and evil and everybody's playing on one side. And I didn't mean to expound on that. Just it just kind of shows like this does kind of make you wonder. You know, it's, you know, I love the overall story and fantasy of it, but it does kind of spark real conversation. At least I would hope so. Anyway,
Yeah, it gives you things to consider and maybe reevaluate in some cases.
definitely. So I'm glad we're doing that, and maybe after which, I mean, because I mean, well, we got plenty of time before we're staring on the pike of what's the new thing that we're gonna do and everything like that. But I guess we need to think of it just to make sure that we're appealing to the new crowd who wants the new trending stuff and everything like that. But Grimm was trending on, you know what I'm saying, on other shit. So I just want to say Grimm was out there trending. You know, so
It
we
seems
are.
like it's randomly come back up again recently. Like the other day, like when I was watching the show, my roommate was just like, "Oh yeah, my mother's watching this at the moment." It's just like, yeah, it just seems to have randomly come back up again for whatever reason.
I just think that people. I just think that YouTube. You can definitely find a lot of it on YouTube. It's a lot more of people reporting on the truth about Peter Pan, the ugly, just and I keep bringing it up again, but just in case, they say that Peter Pan was really this very demon kid that that had a lot of tricks and deadly games up his sleeve. One of the bigger ones of which that when he takes kids, making them think that they will never grow up the way he never grows up, but is kind of true in a very sinister way. They don't grow up because they just stop aging like he does. He'll kill them if they start to age out and look less of, you know what I'm saying, the kids. That the truth may be that Captain Hook and his crew may be a bunch of lost boys that he had taken once upon a time that was able to get away and now have risen up against him to take him out. He basically, how can I put it? So I mean, it really becomes a situation where if you're not killed by Hook, you know what I'm saying, in Neverland, you're killed by him. You know, he doesn't feed you well because he's a kid mind, so he doesn't have any concept of real food versus fake food and things like that. And it's just a terrible story. And it's just like people start to hear more about this and hear more about Pinocchio and what that was really like, and they start wondering like what other stories are really, really fucked up like this. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why.
Actually, now I really want to see that version of the story. The horror version of Peter Pan.
Yikes! I wonder if it's up for interpretation these days. Because Winnie the Pooh, somebody was waiting and was able to get Winnie the Pooh. So I wonder if that's a situation with Peter Pan now.
Peter Pan's gotta be public domain, right? Isn't that story like over 100 years old?
But they're already doing. But didn't they just do another one?
I think they did actually. Yeah.
Peter and Wendy. Then is no? Was it? Well, no, it was a Pan. It was Pan,
No,
right?
it was something like that. Yeah. Because someone cool played Hook. I can't remember who it was. Last Peter Pan movie I saw was actually Hook, the Robin Williams one.
Jude Law, right?
90s.
Jude Law.
Yeah, I think it was Jude Law. I think so. Yeah.
So so it's Pan. So like I said, so they're doing that again. So I don't know, maybe not.
The last Peter Pan movie that I heard about had it was called Pan, and it had Hook played by Hugh Jackman.
Okay, so we both got that wrong. It's not Jude Law. Okay, my bad. I thought it was Jude Law. What the hell? What was I doing?
Because this is like, I'm fairly sure this is within the last, I want to say 2 years.
No, this is much older than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe there was a more recent one.
They're saying.
I swear there was one that came out. Really? That was the last one?
They said 2015. And it
Is
does
it one
star
that's
Hugh
coming
Jackman.
out?
It does star Hugh Jackman as a fictionalized version of Blackbeard, and Garrett Hudlin is Hook.
Oh, that's right. Hugh Jackman played Blackbeard. That's right. He didn't play Hook.
Garrett Garrett Hedlund. Really? What the hell? Why are we putting Jude Law in to the situation? Like, where do we get that from?
When you said that, it seemed correct. So
That's killing me. Like, where do we get that shit from? That is so weird, man.
maybe it was like it was proposed that he was gonna play Hook. Something.
Peter Pan and Wendy. 2023. Peter Pan and Wendy is what I thought. Is what I thought initially. It was Peter and Wendy, but it's Peter Pan and Wendy.
Peter Pan.
Because I was thinking there was a much more recent one. Is it Jude Law, or are we both just fucking idiots?
Yes, Jude Law is Captain Hook.
It is Jude Law.
Absolutely.
Well, there you go. We're not completely insane. Not completely.
All right, so
But yeah, the last Peter Pan movie I saw was Hook, and I think that was like 96.
Yeah, that was pretty much, in my opinion, the only one that matters.
I love
Say
that
what?
movie. I don't know if it holds up, but I love that movie when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, it was a great movie. Everything about it was awesome. Robin
Bunch of
Williams,
kids eating
Peter Pan.
paint or something. Paint
Now
paste,
let me ask
whatever
you.
the
Let me
fuck
ask
that
you a
food was.
question. Let me ask you a question. In Hook, right? Now Dustin Hoffman played Hook in that one, right?
Yes.
And
Yeah, yeah.
did he also play the father?
Hmm.
Was it more focused
Now you're testing me.
on the darling parents? You know, what I'm saying? Did he play? Because they always said that when it came to Peter Pan, like the father always seemed to, you know, so always the same guy who played the father always seemed to play Hook in like the movies or plays or whatever. Like it was sort of like they sort of like created like this parallel between, you know what I'm saying, between their father, between like the darling kid's father and Captain Hook. You know what I'm saying, in a way.
Could be right, but it's been so good. Like the last time I watched that movie was taped off TV on a VHS. That tells you how far back that was. It's been a while. I'd actually love to see it to see if it holds up. I feel like it would.
I don't know. I mean, right now
It was
I'm
like it was a bit darker. It was like still light enough, but it had sort of darker elements to it.
I don't know. I kind of want to see that real version a little bit more than anything right now. You know,
Oh, you mean the version you just described a little bit earlier?
yeah,
I would love to see that. Just the really super dark version of Peter Pan.
because the original play was called the boy who hated mothers.
Really, that was the original title.
Yep. But then they felt like it might be a little bit lighter to go the boy who, you know, what I'm saying, the boy who, and then there was a whole thing of should we say the boy who wouldn't grow up or the boy who couldn't grow up or you know and things like that. But it was the boy who wouldn't grow up, and you know, like I said, better than the boy who hated mothers.
Yeah, if you said the boy who couldn't grow up, it kind of implies some kind of physical deformity or something.
Yeah.
Wouldn't. That implies psychological.
So yeah, but definitely, like I said again, folks. So if you're wondering, like, how are we doing this again? It's about myth, folklore, because of course Peter Pan was written about, you know what I'm saying, was basically based on a young boy who, you know what I'm saying, who died at a very young age, and you know, sort of based on that whole very morbid. He will never get any older than what he was at that particular point of being 12 or 13, and you know what I'm saying. That's kind of what the Peter Pan was kind of based on, and then it's sort of like this a process of the guy ingratiating himself to a certain family with these kids who were similar to the Darling kids, and then it gets into a whole other thing that's really dark, and you know I just you know yeah it's it's a very again once we start dealing and again folklore and urban legend and things of this type, you know, again they always say that a lot of this stuff kind of comes from a certain foundation of truth, and sometimes that truth can be a very awkward place to get into, very
No way.
weird, slippery, slow place to get into. Could change the way you feel about a certain thing, content, franchise altogether, possibly. You know, it's just kind of what those things do, and I guess we'll explore those. And but it's been 5 hours, and I don't know these guys are running on fumes. I don't want to hold these guys up anymore because he's got a night to close out. He's got a day to begin, and so do I. And I think we've done a very great, efficient job of reviewing this very long and well, not very long, but compared to what we've experienced over the last couple of years, long and complicated show, but great one, solid. Great shows like this do deserve that kind of time, and I'm glad we're able to efficiently get through it. And I think we have a game plan to get through season two, which will be, you know, up the level as people agree this season is better than will be better than the first one. So I'll be glad to confirm on that if it does. If I don't feel like it does, I will be glad to debate it and debate these guys or whatever. I don't give a shit. No, I'm just playing. It's no heat like that. It's no heat like that because these guys do the work, so these guys never piss me off because they always do the fucking work. Now, because we're busy men and we do other things and we like other things, can we do the complete work? We're trying to do the complete work. Like, we've watched this stuff. I mean, we watched this stuff and we're trying to get back into it, folks. So just understand that we're trying our best, and it's a lot of content, and then movies, and then other stuff we're trying to get into that we're trying to pull people into. We're trying, but we'll keep on doing it because we like you and we like each other. So as long as that combination keeps working, we'll keep doing our best to work and come in with bright smiles and good senses of humors and all that type of good shit and talk great content. Anything else to say?
I got nothing.
I want that purple stuff.
What the fuck is that purple shit?
They call it lean.
I don't know, but I want it.
They call it lean in some places.
Okay,
Scissor.
I just like before we cut things out, before we head out, I got one more thing to say.
Strange? Shante? Okay.
No.
Okay, no, I'm sorry.
That last thing I have left to say is, D, you bitch.
Stupid bitch.
Sunny drunk. I'm trying to tell you, this guy is sunny drunk right now.
You don't know how appropriate that is.
Sunny drunk. It's 5:00 somewhere. It's 5:00 somewhere. Almost.
It's always Sunny D. That stupid bitch.
Trust me, you gotta read. It's 5:00, almost near his place. So I guess you're doing the right thing, Charles. Sunny drunking it up. Sunny drunkards. Now that's the way to end the show. You know what I'm saying? Weed and morning, and I'm saying and morning liquor or morning alcohol, folks. That's how you do it. Ain't that right, Charles?
Yep, that's right.
And no purple stuff for us today, man. We're getting into that sunny drunk. All right. I like that. Makes me want to pour some vodka and some actual Sunny Delight. That's what Sunny D is, folks. Sunny Delight. That's what the D was for. Delight. By the way, I just wanted to close on that. Sunny D. I was gonna leave it with you saying vitamin D, but I was like, no, I think I'm gonna kind of let them know that Sunny D was for Sunny Delight. I just wanted to let you know that.
Fucking hell. Damn it, D. D, you bitch. Why didn't you tell me, D, you bitch?
Oh, man. Thank you, folks. I mean, look, that was, I think that might be the great way. That might be the great way to end this show. So, enjoy it as always, you guys. I mean, we went 5 hours on this one. Hope people can get through it. At least, folks, if nothing else, definitely stay for the Guardians. Come for the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 review. But definitely stay and sift through, if nothing else, for the review of the first season of Grimm. Now, I know you guys may have seen Halloween 4 a bunch of times, and you may not want to review that. I mean, I don't want to, dissect our content. I'm just saying we've had very great, interesting conversations all the way, but 5 hours, I mean, hey, we doing a podcast here. We're reviewing information. Honestly, could we do this in 2 hours or 3 hours? Could we have done it?
Hey, maybe, but
we'd have to condense it a lot.
Yeah,
I'd say 22 episodes on one piece of content alone, and then Halloween 4, and then before that, trying to give a good, some respectable time frame to Guardians of the Galaxy 3, and kind of work our theme in and our humor.
That's
in.
it. And Yeah, whatever the fuck else we want to talk about. Like,
Yeah. So we're good. I mean, could this have been more like, I don't know, between 4.5 hours, maybe. But I mean, we're having fun. I mean, so I don't know how to put it, folks. I mean, could we have condensed this and made it shorter? I don't know. I mean, maybe if we were having less fun, I guess we could have. We could figure out a way if we were having less fun and like, let me just get this over with. We probably could have did that, but we're having fun. So, and now
that's it. If you get the 4 hours, 4.5 hours, whatever, and you feel like, oh, okay, like we're done here. We're not just gonna drag it out. If we're just like, no, we're definitely completely done. We got
yeah,
nothing.
just like we are right now. So I think we're not going to drag this out. I think we've done a great job with reviewing the first season, and I can't wait to come back for the second season. I'll be ready.
Agreed.
All right, guys. So as you guys open, I will close for myself. Fuchsbaustone. Fuchsbaustone. Oh, or Foxy Loxy Stone, as you see up here. Mainframe Multimedia's head resident insane guy, Foxy Stone. We got Damian Grimm here. He's
The
got an identity
loot
crisis.
badass.
Yeah, either he's a Grimm or he's a Blute bot. I mean, I guess I don't know. Can you be both? Can you be a Grimm and a Blute bot? They act like you can be, but Damien he's always dares to be different. I mean, he dares to be Australian. So I mean, I guess that's what it is.
I'm a Grim who likes puns.
He's a Grimm who likes what?
I said puns, not buns. I ain't no poofter.
And then we have only the finest podcasting host that we have out there, the sticky icky Charles Weeden.
Oh my God.
The one that everyone loves and smokes. Charles Weeden, only the finest. And of course, once again, we are TEE TV on the one and only Damian J. Rogers YouTube
That's
channel.
me.
Sponsored and overseen legally and business wise by Mainframe Multimedia LLC. It's real, folks. It's real. LLC. Just paid my shit, for the year already. It's real. We're still in business. LLC. That's right. Under the umbrella here. So it's under the Mainframe umbrella. Us, we're a team. So our content is us. Fuck you. Damian J. Rogers Network. Love us. Know us. TEE-HEE. It's our network here. Stay awoke. Stay wary. Peace. 2 fingers. Let me get this right. See, sword fight.
Press the
See,
end button at the
see,
same
they,
time.
they scissor. They scissor with the live long and be prosper on the Alpha Pyrants. I'm going to cross the swords. I'm going to cross the swords here. Cross the streams.
It's not gay.
Cool.
It's not gay. It's cool. It's not gay.
Peace, 2 fingers.
This is when it becomes gay.
Yeah, don't.
Oh my
Don't
god.
do that.
Oh my god, you messed me up there, man. You messed me up there, man. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Now that's the way you end it there. These 2 fingers. But just remember, folks, what I'm saying? Now, he's right. Tips touch is gay. Balls touch is not gay. Tips touch is gay. All right, just remember that. Tips touch is gay. Balls touch, not gay.
Balls touching.
All right? Words to live by. Oh, not yet. Okay, and